I spent 8 years loving her, but it was not as good as one sentence from Bai Yueguang. At the wedding, Susan left me without hesitation and ran to her white moonlight Anthony. I didn't cry or make a fuss. I calmly announced that I broke up with her and had nothing to do with her anymore. The guests thought I was just being stubborn and would choose to forgive her soon. After all, she once missed my birthday because of Bai Yueguang's filming, and I chose to forgive her. On our anniversary, she went abroad for a trip with her white moonlight, and I still chose to forgive her. But this time, my 8-year love for her has died. I will never forgive her again. My fiancée thought I was just angry and that I could just ignore it for a few days. However, when she knocked on my door again, she saw a girl in a bathrobe smiling and asking, "Miss Susan, what do you want from my boyfriend?" She panicked. Chapter 1. At the wedding, she abandoned me and ran to Bai Yueguang. I stood on the stage at the wedding, wearing a crisp black suit and a crisp tie. The pastor asked me, "Mr. Yi Tao, are you willing to marry Miss Susan? No matter whether there are good times or bad times in the future, whether she is sick or healthy, I will always take care of her, tolerate her, and never leave her." I answered without hesitation, "I do." At that moment, a gentle smile was spread between his tough eyebrows. His eyes were deep and distant, full of a mature and steady aura. Then the pastor turned to Susan and asked, "Miss Susan, are you willing to marry Mr. Yi Tao?" I looked expectantly at her opposite. She was wearing a white haute couture wedding dress, with her long hair tied up behind her head, revealing her cool and elegant face. She raised her eyes slightly. Her eyes were calm. Just as she was about to say something, the tightly closed door of the banquet hall was suddenly knocked open. The person who came was Angela, Anthony's agent. I felt a strong sense of uneasiness in my heart and hurriedly signaled the host to continue. But Angela's urgent voice interrupted everything. "Miss Sue, please go see Anthony. He had a car accident on the way here and has been sent to the hospital." Susan's pupils shrank suddenly. I stretched out my hand to stop her and pleaded in a low voice, "Don't leave. At least wait until our wedding is over. Please." But it was too late. Susan said coldly, "The wedding is canceled," threw down the bouquet, and ran towards the door. After a few seconds, her figure disappeared at the door. I stood there in a daze. My heart felt like it had been punched hard, and it hurt so much that I could hardly breathe. At this moment, the phone in his suit pocket vibrated. It was a text message from Anthony. "Susan would rather run away from marriage for me. The person she loves is me. Yi Tao, just give up." I forced a stiff smile. Anthony was Susan's white moonlight. On my birthday in the past, Susan would run to the crew to film with him after receiving his call. I waited in the empty house until 3 in the morning, but never received a happy birthday. On their 7th anniversary, she and Anthony went on a trip abroad. I looked at their happy photos and silently ate the cold candlelight dinner. She even missed the engagement party because of Anthony. I have been with Susan for more than 10 years, loving and protecting her, but I am no match for Anthony. Today, on such an important occasion, she can leave me for Anthony. My eyes were red and full of pain, but after the pain came relief. In fact, I should have realized that her repeated cold violence and indifference had worn away my love. If she had said "I do" today, I would have insisted, but she didn't. When I opened my eyes again, I was clear-headed. I faced the guests with a faint smile on my face. "Thank you all for coming to my wedding today, and thank you all for being witnesses. From today on, Susan and I are breaking up and have nothing to do with each other anymore." Everyone was shocked, thinking I was just pretending to be tough. I ignored them and strode out of the banquet hall. Su Xin walked out from behind the pillar and said gloatingly, "You finally have the chance to marry into the Su family and soar to the top. Are you sure you want to go?" A trace of disgust flashed across my eyes. The Su family had no sons. For the sake of the family business, Su's father raised me as a child, even though both my parents had passed away. Su Xin has regarded me as a thorn in her side since she was a child and has bullied me a lot over the years. I walked past her with a stern look on my face. She was furious and asked her sisters to stop me, mocking me maliciously. "Yi Tao, you've been planning for so many years, but my sister ran away from marriage. How does it feel?" I didn't want to endure it any longer, so I raised my eyes to meet her gaze and said with a half-smile, "Last month, your fiancé abandoned you for a woman at the engagement party. I feel bad, but you should be able to empathize with me the most, right?" Her face instantly turned pale, and she was so angry that she wanted to hit me. I grabbed her wrist tightly, and she screamed. The girls surrounded her, and I pushed them back and they fell into a ball. Su Xin also threatened me that her sister would not let me go if she knew. I curled my lips and sneered. So, what if she knows? I tolerated it before for Susan's sake, but now I broke up with her. If you take the initiative to be a bitch, don't blame me for being rude. A young lady recorded the scene of my fighting and threatened me to apologize. Su Xin also arrogantly asked me to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. I sneered, my eyes full of determination. It's impossible to apologize to you. From today on, I, Yi Tao, will leave the Su family with nothing. I will never marry Susan in this life. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Move out of the Su family. Leave the house with nothing. Visiting Anthony, I went straight back to the company the next day and sat on the office chair in the president's office. My cold face could not hide my fatigue. I closed my eyes and rubbed my eyebrows and subconsciously shouted, Yi Tao, pour me a cup of coffee. Soon the office door was pushed open, and I took the coffee and took a sip without even raising my head. This smell is wrong. I looked up in annoyance. When I saw it was my assistant Tina, I was slightly stunned. Why is it you? Where is Yi Tao? She explained awkwardly. Assistant Yi hasn't come to work yet. I looked at my watch. It was already 10 o'clock. Sue's group started work at 9 o'clock. Yi Tao, as my personal assistant, arrived at 8 o'clock every day. I had a headache from working overtime all year round. When he came to the office, he would make me hot coffee to refresh myself. I was used to the smell. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Tina asked anxiously, Boss Sue, can I go make another cup of coffee? I waved my hands impatiently. No, call Yi Tao now and ask him to come to work immediately. I know he was angry because of the cancellation of the wedding yesterday, but no matter how angry he is, it shouldn't affect his work. How can I let him become a member of the Su family in the future if he acts on impulse like this? Tina hesitated for a moment and handed me the phone. Mr. Su, you should take a look at this first. The phone contained a video of Yi Tao swearing yesterday. From today on, I, Yi Tao, will leave the Su family with nothing. I will never marry Susan in this life. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. I laughed out of anger. He wanted to cut off his relationship with me? He is really getting cocky. Tina asked, Mr. Su, what happened yesterday? Do you want to explain it to Assistant Yi? She has a good relationship with Yi Tao and feels sorry for him. I stood up coldly. No need. Since he won't come to work, all his salary this month will be deducted. The H-Country project he is working on will be handed over to you to coordinate. Now book the flight and go abroad with me for inspection. After saying that, I strode out of the office. He was too willful. I had indulged him too much in the past. If I ignored him for a while, he would definitely bow his head obediently. I returned to the Su family villa and packed up my belongings. I had lived in the Su family for more than 10 years, but I only had 2 suitcases. Dragging the suitcases, I took a taxi to the secondhand small flat I bought in the suburbs. The house is only 60 square meters, not big but very cozy. I bought it with the money I saved after working. It is the only thing that belongs to me. I grew up in an orphanage and longed for a home. I thought I could form a family with Susan, but reality gave me a hard blow yesterday. Now I'm glad I didn't listen to her and sell the flat. Otherwise, I would have no place to live. The house had not been occupied for a long time and had accumulated a lot of dust. I spent the entire afternoon cleaning. Just as I pushed the door open and was about to go downstairs to throw away the garbage, I heard a noise coming from next door. I stopped walking, and the door of the next room was suddenly knocked open, and a girl was thrown out and fell at my feet. The girl's hair was messy and her face was not clearly visible, and her exposed arms were covered with purple scars. I frowned, reached out to help her up, and asked softly, Are you okay? Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. Several tall and strong men came out, glaring at me ferociously, and they were obviously gangsters. When the girl saw them, she trembled all over and cried like a deer. Please, please, I really have no money. I protected the girl behind me and said, Let's talk it over nicely. It's too much for you grown men to bully a girl like this, isn't it? I'm not a nosy person, but when I saw the girl being beaten and bruised all over, I remembered how I was bullied in an orphanage when I was a child. The leader looked at me, raised his chin, and laughed disdainfully. Her father owed us loan sharks because of gambling money. It's only natural for a daughter to pay off her father's debt. What? You want to pay off the debt for her? The girl cried and begged. I will definitely pay it back. Please give me some time. I've already given you 3 days. Since you can't pay it back with your body." The man laughed lewdly and motioned to his men. My men immediately tried to grab the girl. I blocked them by leaning sideways. I grabbed the arm of a man with both hands and threw it over my shoulder. The man was thrown out fiercely, and a huge hole was smashed in the wall with a bang. "Ah!" The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone was stunned, and so was I. I looked down at my hands, my eyes filled with surprise. This power. The girl's eyes flickered as she looked at the stunned people. The men hurriedly lifted up their men who were lying on the ground and yelling, and fled towards the stairs. The leader turned around and threatened, "You're lucky today. If I run into you again next time, I'll make sure you're in big trouble." Soon they disappeared in the corridor. Thank you for helping me." The girl tucked her messy hair behind her ears and thanked me solemnly. I came back to my senses and looked down at her. The girl's pupils were clear and bright. Her eyelashes were curled. Her skin was fair, and she looked very pretty. I quickly looked away and nodded calmly. "You're welcome. What happened to those people just now? Do you need me to call the police for you?" The girl waved her hands hastily. "Don't call the police." After she told me the whole story, I learned the whole story. It turned out that the girl's name was Rose, and her father was a gambler. He borrowed money from a loan shark and couldn't pay it back, so he used her as collateral. Those people came to take her away today, but they didn't expect me to help them. Rose's eyes were red. "They took away all my money, I lost my job, and I can't even pay the rent this month. I am not good at comforting people, so I remained silent. I thought that being betrayed in love was tragic enough, but when faced with life and death, it didn't seem like a big deal." Rose bit her lip, looked at me in confusion, and suddenly bowed deeply to me. "I know it's presumptuous to say this, but can you please help me? Although I really want to help you, but I was kicked out of the Su family. My savings were all spent on the wedding, and my salary this month has not been paid. Apart from the small flat, I have no money on me. Please just give me a place to live. As soon as I find a job and get paid, I'll move out immediately, and I'll pay your rent." Rose looked at me pleadingly, her eyes full of despair. I hesitated for a while and finally agreed. "Okay then, when you find a job, you can move out. Since I have helped, I will help to the end. It would not hurt to provide a place to live." "Yi Tao, thank you." Rose cheered softly. "I will go back to pack my things now." After saying that, she could not wait to go back to the house next door. I don't think I told her my name, right? How did she know it? Before I had time to think about it, my eyes stopped at the dent in the wall, and I remembered the scene of how I had easily knocked that man away. I clenched my fists. Could it be that my strength has returned? Pick him up home in person. 2 weeks later, I finished the project in Country H and returned to China. When I saw the special car picking me up at the airport, my handsome eyebrows couldn't help but frown. "Why are you here? Where is Yi Tao?" The night before I returned to China, I asked my special assistant Xiao Ran to call Yi Tao to pick me up. 2 weeks of ignoring him was enough, and I didn't mind giving him a way out, but I didn't expect that he didn't come. "Boss Su, Assistant Yi hasn't been answering the phone. He hasn't come to work in the past 2 weeks. No one can contact him." While reporting, Xiao Ran opened the car door and respectfully invited me to get in. My eyes were gloomy as I looked at the suitcase Tina was carrying beside me. It was filled with out-of-print shoes worth tens of thousands, bags worth hundreds of thousands, and various luxury goods. The most expensive one was a Richard Miller watch worth tens of millions. These are the gifts I bought for Yi Tao from abroad. I was indeed wrong to cancel the wedding this time, but these expensive gifts are enough to show my sincerity in apology. But Yi Tao actually disappeared, and I felt hot on my face. I asked Tina to put the gift in the trunk, took out my cell phone, and called Yi Tao. He didn't answer the first call, and he didn't answer the second call either. My patience was running out. How could a grown man have to be so fussy? I was responsible for the future of the entire Su family, so I didn't have time to take care of his little emotions. I got in the car and told Xiao Ran, "Go back to the old house." An hour later, we arrived at the old house of the Su family. The old house was full of ancient charm, and the servants were busy in an orderly manner. It was quiet. I entered the hall and looked around. I didn't see Yi Tao, and the coldness in my eyes became even more intense. "Miss, you are back." Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, hurriedly served tea. I sat down on the sofa, took the teacup, and drank it slowly until the cup was empty before I asked, "Where's Yi Tao?" Uncle Zhang looked worried. "Xiao Yi came back that day, packed up some things and left, and never came back again." I called him, but he didn't answer. "Miss, Xiao Yi might be really heartbroken this time. Yi Tao often helped Uncle Zhang with housework in his spare time. They had a good relationship, and Uncle Zhang was really worried about him. He will come back. I looked confident. We had quarreled before, but Yi Tao was always the one who kept his head down. Now he neither goes to work nor goes home. He must be still angry with me for canceling the wedding. I put down the teacup and sighed imperceptibly. Forget it, I'll just bow my head this time. I sent Yi Tao a WeChat message. Don't be angry. Choose a date, and we'll have a new wedding. When the message was sent, the bright red exclamation mark stung my eyes. Yi Tao actually blocked me. I was so angry that my face twisted. Is it really that serious? It's just canceling the wedding. I didn't say I won't get married. Although I was angry, I didn't think Yi Tao was serious. After all, he has loved me for so many years, and everyone in the circle knows it. Now all this is just a way for him to play hard to get. Xiao Ran, take someone to Yi Tao's house in the suburbs and bring him back. I know that Yi Tao bought a small flat in the suburbs of Beijing. He has no parents and doesn't have many friends in this city. He hasn't been back to the Su family for some time, so he must be staying there. Xiao Ran hesitated. Boss Su, what if Assistant Yi refuses to come back? A determined smile appeared on my cold face. You go to pick him up in person, there's no way he won't come back. Xiao Ran is my most trusted assistant, and she almost represents my reputation outside. I sent her to pick up Yi Tao, giving him enough face, and he will definitely calm down soon. Xiao Ran nodded and left the old house. I've been looking for a job for the past 2 weeks. Since I decided to cut off my relationship with the Su family, it is impossible for me to work at the Su group. But I have signed a non-compete agreement with the Su group, and I cannot go to any company that competes with the Su group. The number of companies to choose from has suddenly decreased, and my resume has fallen into the sea. In addition, Su Xin deliberately spread the video of the wedding day on the internet, and many companies were afraid of offending the Su family and did not dare to have anything to do with me. I even applied for a security guard position, but was still screened out after the background check. That day, I decided to try my luck again. Some restaurants would post job openings outside their doors. Ordinary people had no connections with the rich, so maybe they would hire me. As soon as I opened the door, Xiao Ran, dressed in Chanel haute couture, was standing at the door. My eyes instantly turned cold. I felt unlucky. Among the assistants, Xiao Ran and I got along the least. Relying on her position as the chief special assistant, she almost trampled me into the dust. I raised my hand to close the door, but Xiao Ran quickly grabbed the door frame. In addition to her daily work, she was also responsible for protecting my personal safety. She was very good at it and could handle several adult men without any problem, let alone stop me from closing the door. She looked straight at me with a condescending smile, as if she was looking at a random person. Assistant Yi, President Su asked me to take you back. She deliberately did not say the word take so that I could recognize my own identity and status. I simply let go and looked at her mockingly. If you slap yourself a few times, I'll go back with you. Xiao Ran felt insulted. The smile on his face froze. Anger burst out of his eyes. His words were cold and ruthless. Assistant Yi, who are you? What is President Su's status? You're a lowly son-in-law. President Su asked me to come and pick you up. He has already given you a great honor. I advise you to quit while you are ahead. I didn't get angry, but laughed instead. To be honest, I was surprised when I saw Xiao Ran appear at the door. This was the first time in all these years that Susan gave in. In the past, I would be flattered, but now I don't care. I know Xiao Ran is following orders and shouldn't embarrass her. I never like to embarrass women, but Xiao Ran is an exception. Xiao Ran is capable at work and is highly valued by Susan. The salaries of several assistants are checked and issued by her. She always likes to deduct my salary for various reasons. The salary I receive every month is only half of that of other assistants. I went to confront her, and I remember she smiled very viciously at the time. I just can't stand you. If you slap yourself a few times, what will I do to you? Don't even think about complaining. Do you think President Su will believe you or me? I didn't indulge her and told Susan about it directly. Susan became very impatient and said that Xiao Ran might have too much work and checked the payroll incorrectly. She asked me to be more generous and not to make a big deal out of a small problem, which was not manly at all. Finally, Susan handed over the task of checking the assistant's salaries to a specialist. The matter was resolved, but I was not happy. I didn't understand why Xiao Ran held such deep malice towards me when I had never offended her. Until one day, I saw Xiao Ran's cell phone wallpaper, which was the popular actor in the entertainment industry, Anthony. As a grown man, Can you not be so vain? I pulled myself out of my memories and looked at Xiao Ran opposite me with cold eyes. I made it very clear on the wedding day. From now on, Susan and I have nothing to do with each other. Please leave immediately, Special Assistant Zhao, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Ran laughed angrily, his voice full of sarcasm. Yi Tao, you were just playing hard to get for a while. Do you really think you can fool President Su? If President Su really cared about you, he would not cancel the wedding. If you come back with me now, everything can still be salvaged. I clenched my fists so tightly that my knuckles turned white from the force. The pain in my heart spread throughout my body, as if I was back on my wedding day when I lost face in front of everyone. I closed my eyes and decided to let myself go. If Susan really liked me, she wouldn't allow people around her to treat me badly, such as Xiao Ran and Su Xin. Sometimes love or not is really obvious, and I can't deceive myself. I said I won't go back. Why are you being so shameless, Special Assistant Zhao? After all, you're just a dog raised by Susan. You have no right to bark in front of me. Xiao Ran was stunned by the scolding. After she realized what was happening, she was furious. In the past, I was always polite to her in the company. How dare you scold her now? She was about to fight back, but I had already forcefully pried her hands free from the door frame, and then pushed. Xiao Ran's body took a few steps back uncontrollably, and she almost fell. She looked up at me in disbelief. How dare I lay hands on her? Yi Tao, I really gave you face. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped me in the face. If she didn't teach me a lesson, she would not be named Zhao today. I turned my head to avoid her hand and quickly grabbed her wrist. Let go. Xiao Ran struggled hard for a few times, but couldn't get free. She looked at the purple bruises on her wrist, wondering, when did I become so strong? It is a fact known to everyone that I am weak. Although I go to the gym all year round and am stronger than the average man, I have very little strength. Once she just kicked me, and I fell flat on my face in front of her. Are people more powerful when they are angry? Xiao Ran didn't think twice and quickly stretched out her other hand to attack me. I raised my hand to block and easily resolved her attack. Xiao Ran pressed forward step by step, and her moves were fierce. I was agile and avoided them one by one. The more we fought, the more frightened Xiao Ran became. However, I felt an infinite ecstasy in my heart. My strength is back. I was born with supernatural power and great strength since I was a child. Because of this, the children in the orphanage thought I was a monster and bullied me a lot. After being adopted by the Su family, I was very grateful, but the Su family was afraid that my power would threaten Susan, so they sealed my power with a secret medicine. This medicine would make me weak, even worse than an ordinary person. I have repeatedly assured Susan that I will not hurt her, and that my strength will only be used to protect her. But Susan said that she does not need a bodyguard. She only needs a man who stays with her silently, respects her, and loves her. At that time, I thought Susan was worried about me, so I accepted the Su family's arrangement and took the secret medicine every year. Calculating the time, the effect of the secret medicine this year has expired. No wonder I was able to throw that gangster against the wall and make a hole in it last time. With a click, I cut off one of Xiao Ran's arms. Xiao Ran screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but I showed no mercy. Because of what Xiao Ran did to me before, I only cut off one of her arms, which was already very lenient. Xiao Ran covered her arm, her face pale with pain. She glared at me resentfully. If you have the guts, never come back to the Su family. No wonder President Su wants to cancel the wedding. You are not even as good as a hair of Anthony. My face was cold. If you don't get out of here, you'll lose your other arm. Whenever I heard the name Anthony again, I couldn't help but get angry. After all, his existence clearly declared that I was nothing in Susan's heart. Otherwise, why would Susan abandon me again and again? Xiao Ran stared at me coldly for a while, then left without looking back. It would be fine if she didn't want to go back, but if Susan hadn't said so, she would have felt disgusted even by the sight of me. As soon as Xiao Ran went downstairs, he received a call from Susan. Did you get the call? Xiao Ran rolled his eyes and said aggrievedly, Boss Su, Assistant Yi said he has broken up with you and doesn't want to go back. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Xiao Ran continued to persuade him. Mr. Su, I see Assistant Yi is very determined, since he doesn't want to let it go. Xiao Ran, don't let me hear this again. Susan's voice was stern, and Xiao Ran's heart trembled. She made a final announcement. Try every possible means, even if you have to beg, to get him back. After she finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Xiao Ran's face turned pale, and the arm that was removed seemed to be more painful. Susan was serious. As a subordinate, she could not disobey Susan's orders. Even for Anthony, she could only endure it. Xiao Ran bit her lips tightly and could almost smell the blood in her mouth. She comforted herself. I'm just bowing my head to you temporarily. When I return to the Su family, I'll have plenty of opportunities to retaliate. Because Xiao Ran came to cause trouble, I didn't feel like going out. My own strength was restored, which gave me a new idea. I opened the shopping app and placed an order for a few things. Soon, the doorbell rang. I was surprised. Is online shopping so fast? When I opened the door and saw Xiao Ran's face, my handsome eyebrows frowned instantly, with some disgust. You haven't left yet? Xiao Ran's anger suddenly came out, but she couldn't lose her temper. She secretly twisted her thigh, and the pain made her mind clearer. She made a bitter face and lowered her head that had been held high in front of me. Assistant Yi, I had a bad attitude before. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Miss Su knew that you didn't go home and was very worried. She bought you a lot of gifts during her trip abroad. Please come back with me. I raised my eyebrows. What was wrong with Xiao Ran that she would bow to me? And she said Susan was worried about me. Huh. I haven't received any messages from Susan in the past 2 weeks. Is this what she calls worry? As for buying a gift for myself, it's too late. I don't need it anymore. In the past, whenever Susan went abroad to inspect projects, she would buy gifts back. They were all luxury items, but they were all bought for Anthony. Every time I see Anthony posting a 9-square grid of gifts on his moments, I'm very envious. I once jokingly asked Susan if she could bring me a gift next time she went abroad. I still remember clearly the disgust in Susan's eyes. You are a grown man. Can you not be so vain? You work at the Su Group. You don't need luxury goods to show off. Anthony is the only one in the entertainment industry, and luxury goods are his reputation. Do you want to compete with him for this? Chapter 5. We can have a wedding again. Susan scolded me, and I was speechless. I didn't really want a luxury gift. As long as she was thoughtful, even if she brought me a piece of grass from abroad, I would be happy. But she didn't even give me a blade of grass. In the final analysis, she just didn't have me in her heart. Now I had decided to give up this relationship. What is she trying to save? I didn't bother, ignoring Xiao Ran's humble words, and simply closed the door, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. From time to time, I heard her apology from outside the door, but I pretended not to hear it. Until night fell, the sound outside the door finally disappeared, and I knew Xiao Ran was gone. I closed my eyes and could sleep well. Xiao Ran waited until the evening, but I still refused to listen. She ran out of patience, so she left the apartment and drove back to Su Group. She didn't expect me to be so determined. She felt a little uneasy, as if this matter was beyond her control. Boss Su, Assistant Yi is still very angry and doesn't want to come back with me. Why don't we wait a few days, and then I'll go and beg him after he calms down? At the Su Group, Xiao Ran observed Susan's expression and explained carefully. Susan's face was terribly cold. She didn't reply to messages or answer the phone. She even ignored the people she sent. When did I become so angry? No need. Xiao Ran was secretly happy. She knew I had gone too far and upset Susan. Cancel your work tomorrow. I'll pick him up myself. The smile on Xiao Ran's face froze. Did she hear it wrong? Seeing that Xiao Ran didn't move, Susan glanced at her unhappily. What are you standing there for? Go now. Yes, I'll go right away. Xiao Ran didn't dare to reveal her emotions, and hurriedly lowered her head and left. After I regained my strength, I thought about it all night and decided to go to an underground place to fight and make money. The turmoil with the Su family has not yet been resolved, and it is difficult for me to find a decent job. Now I only have a few hundred yuan left. If I delay any longer, I will really starve to death. Although fighting in black boxing is dangerous, I get appearance fees, and I can earn more if I win, which is suitable for my current situation. In the face of survival, emotions are nothing. The next night, I arrived at the underground place called Long Man on Time. It was said that it was affiliated with the largest gang in Beijing. I didn't deliberately learn more about it. Sometimes it's not good to know too much. As soon as I entered the room, I heard loud music. I walked in calmly and observed my surroundings without making any noise. The game hadn't started yet, and the auditorium was almost full. Everyone wore a hollow mask to keep it secret. Waiters dressed as bunny girls come and go from time to time, serving the guests in a gentle voice. I walked to the front desk without looking around and showed the code given by the contact. The front desk immediately gave me a number plate and a mask. Mr. Yi, right? Your number is 6, and you will be the last group to perform tonight. Longmen has 3 boxing matches every night, and guests can bet freely. Some people can become rich overnight by betting more. I put away my things, and a waiter immediately led the way. Sir, the match starts at 8 o'clock. Please go to the locker room to change clothes first. I nodded and followed the waiter. When I got to the locker room, there were already people inside. When they heard the door open, they all turned around to take a look at my figure and laughed disdainfully, thinking, what kind of weakling is this? Is he here to get the appearance fee? Actually, I have a pretty good figure, nearly 1.9 meters tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, long arms and legs, and 8 obvious abdominal muscles due to years of exercise. But compared with professional boxers with full muscles, I am inferior. Seeing their reaction, I was not angry. I came here to make money, and nothing else mattered. I just went into an empty cubicle and started to change clothes. 10 minutes later, I finished changing and walked out of the locker room. The other boxers had left, and sitting on the bench in the middle of the locker room was someone I didn't expect. She was wearing a white skirt suit, with her legs crossed, looking dignified, and her cold face looked indifferent, with an untouchable sense of distance. My pupils shrank slightly. Why was Susan here? Susan obviously saw me as well. She raised her phone and asked expressionlessly, "Why don't you reply to my messages and answer my calls?" Her voice was cold and filled with dissatisfaction. I said simply, "I blocked her." Susan knew I blocked her, and she asked this deliberately just to start a conversation. She stood up. Her slender figure was out of place in this cold locker room. "Let him out, and then come back with me." I smiled self-deprecatingly and looked at her calmly. "Susan, we have broken up." Susan's eyes darkened. "Is it that serious? Just because I canceled the wedding?" I pursed my lips. Of course, it was not just because of the canceled wedding, but the countless disappointments I experienced in the past 8 years led to today's result. Canceling the wedding was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. Susan sighed softly, walked to my side in her high heels, stretched out her hand and gently pulled my sleeve, and said in a tender voice, "Yi Tao, we can choose a date and hold another wedding. Don't be angry." Susan rarely acts like a spoiled brat. She was raised as the heir of the Su family. She has an indifferent personality and only cares about her career. She cannot act like a spoiled brat as a girl should. In the past, when we had conflicts, if she softened her attitude, I would want to give her my heart. But now it's different. I pulled my sleeves away coldly, without even looking at her. "Susan, we have broken up. From now on, we will go our separate ways. We will have nothing to do with each other anymore. You want to break up with me?" Susan seemed to be laughing at something. "You've loved me for so many years, and you've done almost anything for me. Are you sure you want to break up?" He doesn't owe her anything. Susan narrowed her eyes and looked at me with disapproval. My heart felt like it was stabbed hard, and it hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. She knew that I had loved her for many years and was willing to do anything for her, but she still treated my love like trash time and time again. I know that my family background is not worthy of the Su family, but the Su family decided to adopt me. To be honest, I don't know the Su family and Susan anything. When Susan was 18 years old, she was kidnapped by a competitor of the Su family and extorted 1 billion yuan. I saved her from death. I was shot in the abdomen and had to stay in the hospital for half a year. I almost missed the college entrance examination. That was the time I repaid the Su family for their kindness in adopting me. After I became an adult, I never used a penny from the Su family. I worked part-time in my spare time and paid rent and food expenses to Uncle Zhang every month. I had good grades in college, and my advisor secured an opportunity for me to study abroad. Susan found out. She asked me if I could stay for her. At that time, she had just taken over the family company, and because of her identity as a woman, the board of directors looked down on her and joined forces to seize power, and she was attacked from all sides. I felt sorry for her and finally refused to study abroad. In my junior year, I joined Su Group as her assistant and fought battles of wits with the board of directors. In order to gain a firm foothold in the group as soon as possible, Susan often went on business trips to discuss projects. When she was forced to drink, I took the initiative to stop her, even drinking to the point of gastric bleeding. She stayed up late to work overtime, so I stayed up late with her. She didn't want to have a child early for her career, but she thought wearing a condom would affect the experience, so I took the initiative to get a sterilization. At that time, I loved her and was willing to do anything for her. Even though everyone around her looked down on me, ridiculed me, and belittled me, I didn't give up. But now, I am sober. Why should I feel sad for someone who doesn't love me? I don't want to suffer the bitterness of love anymore. I looked at Susan very seriously. I'm sure I want to break up. The oath I made that day was true. There's not a single falsehood in it. Susan observed my features inch by inch, trying to find any signs of lying, but there were none, not even a single trace. I was serious this time. Susan realized this fact belatedly. When I was 18, I rescued her from the kidnappers and was seriously injured. During my recovery, she took the initiative to propose to be together as boyfriend and girlfriend. I was ecstatic at the time, but I kept asking her if she was sure. I didn't want to kidnap her by saving my life. She nodded and said yes, and this relationship lasted for 8 years. When I face her, I am always calm and tolerant, just like the sea, accommodating everything about her. She thought we would always be like this, and even if someone wanted to leave, it would never be me. But now, I said I wanted to break up. My calm and cold expression made her feel extremely strange. She suddenly felt flustered, as if she was losing something important. The tension made her abdomen ache slightly, and her face gradually turned pale. She reached out to hold on to the wardrobe next to her to steady herself, and said tiredly, "Yi Tao, stop it. I've already taken a step back. You can stop while you are ahead, okay?" Susan is a strong-willed woman and a workaholic in the eyes of others. She turned down a whole day's work to pick me up. After finding out that I was fighting underground boxing in a place, they rushed over without stopping. She showed enough sincerity. Why didn't I want to go back with her? I just shook my head and took a few steps back to distance myself from her. "Susan, I don't need you to give in. This is the end of it between us." I looked at my phone. It was almost 8 o'clock. I had to get ready to go on the court. I turned and left the locker room. After a few steps, I heard a scream of pain from behind me, and then the sound of someone falling to the ground. I turned around suddenly and saw Susan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. She was holding her lower abdomen and had fainted. "Susan, what's wrong with you?" When I came to my senses, I was already beside her. After all, we had been together for so many years, so my body still had subconscious reactions. Tina, who had been waiting outside the door, heard the noise and rushed in. "Miss Sue, why are you bleeding?" Tina noticed the blood on Susan's white suit skirt and became very anxious. I thought of Susan's previous reaction, and now I have calmed down. She is having her period. Susan has developed many health problems due to years of working hard, and she is in great pain every time she has her period. I used to feel very sad when I saw this. I would note down the time of her period by medicine and make brown sugar water in advance, and remind her to keep warm. Susan like I did before. Susan was already used to my care and didn't expect to have her period today. She fainted from the pain. President Su looked so distressed. "What should we do now?" Tina was a little flustered. "We need to send her to the hospital immediately." "Did you drive here?" "Yes, we drove here. The car is in the parking lot outside." I hesitated for a moment, but I picked Susan up from the ground and strode out of the locker room. Tina followed closely behind me, and my heart finally settled down. It turns out that after so many years of feelings, it is not easy to let go. I still soften my heart. After this period of awkwardness is over, the two will surely be back to normal, right? In the parking lot outside Longmen, Tina opened the car door first. I put Susan in the back seat and bent over to buckle her seatbelt. Tina was already sitting in the driver's seat, but she saw me get out of the car through the rearview mirror. She was stunned. "Assistant Yi, aren't you going to the hospital with me?" I stood outside the car and said calmly, "I'm not going." I would carry Susan out. Firstly, because Tina was too petite to carry Susan. Second, although Susan and I broke up, we didn't have any mortal hatred, so I wasn't so cruel as to see her get into trouble. Tina advised, "Assistant Yi, you should come with us. President Su even postponed her work to come pick you up. She still values you very much. If Mr. Su wakes up, he will definitely hope that the first person he sees is you." I smiled, and my tone did not soften at all. "No, I still have a game, and it will start soon." After saying that, I turned around and left. "Assistant Yi." Tina looked helpless, looking at Susan's pale face in the back seat, bit her lip, stepped on the accelerator, and sent Susan to the hospital first. Chapter 7, Susan Rejects Anthony. Yi Tao quickly puts Susan's matter behind him. Susan has so many people around her who care about her. So who am I? In the Longmen underground boxing ring, Yi Tao's performance was stunning. He knocked down his opponent within 3 moves and became the biggest dark horse of the night. Before the boxing match started, because Yi Tao was a newcomer, few people bet on him to win. After the boxing match, those who bet on him became rich overnight. Having tasted the sweetness, They ran to the front desk to inquire about Yi Tao's news as soon as the game was over. Longman does a good job of keeping secrets and will not easily disclose the player's information. Those people asked for a long time and only found out that Yi Tao's code name was 6, and they knew nothing else. Yi Tao, he went to the locker room and changed back into his previous clothes as soon as the game was over. Longman's manager brother Lu personally handed him a wad of money and said, "Tonight's reward is 12,000. Count it." Yi Tao took the money without hesitation and counted it carefully. "Yes, thank you, Brother Lu." Brother Lu is the contact person that Yi Tao had contacted online before. Brother Lu patted his shoulder appreciatively and said, "You performed very well tonight. Are you interested in signing a long-term cooperation agreement with us?" Yi Tao's heart moved. Brother Lu continued, "Play 2 games a week with a guaranteed salary of 100,000. If you win all the games in a month, your salary will increase tenfold. In other words, if there is a defeat, you can only get the minimum salary." Yi Tao agreed without much hesitation. He is very short of money now, and no decent company wants him, so he is eager to receive this opportunity. With a job and income, Yi Tao's life began to get better in the following days. Susan woke up. She found herself lying in a hospital bed. I put a hot water bottle on my stomach, which was very warm and relieved a lot of the pain in my lower abdomen. "Boss Su, are you awake?" Xiao Ran walked in carrying a bag, and when he saw Susan was about to get up, he hurried forward to help her. Susan was half leaning on the bed with a pillow behind her waist. There was a hint of weakness on her beautiful face, which made her look extremely pitiful. She looked behind Xiao Ran. "Why are you the only one here? Didn't Yi Tao come to the hospital to accompany her?" Xiao Ran thought she was asking about Tina, so she explained, "It's already early in the morning, and I switched shifts with Assistant Fan." Seeing that she looked unhappy, he hurriedly opened the plastic bag in his hand and said, "Boss Su, please eat something. I specially packed this for Zuixinlu." Zuixinlu is the most famous restaurant in Beijing. Its dishes are colorful, fragrant, and delicious, and very popular. Xiao Ran set up a small table next to the hospital bed and placed the food on it. Susan looked at the exquisite meals, but she had no appetite at all. In the past, when she had her period, Yi Tao was always by her side to take care of her. The first day of her period was the most painful. She could only lie in bed and had no interest in anything, not even eating. Yi Tao was afraid that she would starve to death, so he would cook for her in different ways. In the beginning, Yi Tao's cooking skills were not very good, and he almost burned down the kitchen while cooking a pot of porridge. In order to get her to eat more, he used his free time to take a chef certification exam. Later, I slowly took the exams for the pastry chef qualification certificate and nutritionist certificate. Susan was well taken care of by him, and most of the illnesses she had from work were cured. And now, she is lying on the hospital bed, but the person who took good care of her is no longer by her side. Susan recalled the scene of Yi Tao turning and leaving before he fell into coma. So decisive and ruthless. An uncontrollable feeling of loss welled up in my heart. Susan ate a little and put down her chopsticks. I couldn't help but ask, "Didn't Yi Tao come to the hospital?" Xiao Ran, "I heard from Assistant Fan that he put you in the car and left." Susan pursed her lips tightly, and it was impossible to tell the emotion in her eyes. Xiao Ran was a little angry. "Boss Su, you were so nice to Assistant Yi, but you fainted and he didn't even send you to the hospital. This is really too much." Susan glanced at her sharply. "Xiao Ran, this is a matter between Yi Tao and me. I don't need you to interfere." Xiao Ran was so scared that he quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I crossed the line. Get out, you're not needed here." "Yes." Xiao Ran left the ward in embarrassment. "It feels like there is a fire burning in my heart. Why did Yi Tao win Susan's favor? For an orphan without a father or a mother, letting him stay in the Su family is already giving him face." Susan was the same. She actually tolerated Yi Tao again and again. If this continues, perhaps something unexpected will happen. She took out her cell phone and called the PIN number. The next day, Susan felt much better. The company still has a lot of things to deal with, and Yi Tao's issue has not been resolved yet. She can't waste any more time. After completing the discharge procedures, Susan decided to go to Yi Tao's place to find him in person. As soon as I left the hospital, my cell phone rang. "It's Anthony." "Hello." "Sister." Anthony's voice was clear and crisp. "I heard you went to the hospital. What happened? Is it serious?" "I was just feeling unwell. I'm fine now." "Is that so? Then can you come and see me? I haven't seen you in the past few days I've been in the hospital," he said somewhat pathetically. Sorry, I'm busy. Susan hesitated, but finally refused. Is it because of Yi Tao? I saw that video, and I know that canceling the wedding was a big blow to him. If I hadn't had the car accident, he wouldn't have broken up with you in such a rage. If you need me to, I can go and apologize to him. Susan's eyes were cold. How can a patient apologize to him? This is not your fault. I know Yi Tao has always been bothered by my existence. He always thinks I am using the grace of saving your life to blackmail you. But sister, I really don't mean that. Please don't misunderstand me, okay? Anthony's voice was soft, like a little puppy, which made people feel soft. Susan rubbed her brows and comforted him. I will take care of this matter. Don't think too much and have a good rest. Sister, can't you come and see me? The weather's been bad recently, and my right leg hurts again. 5 years ago, Anthony's right leg was broken while saving Susan. He later went abroad for treatment, and although he recovered, he still had a chronic illness. My right leg will limp if I walk fast, and it will hurt when the weather is bad. Susan softened her voice. The leg specialist I arranged for you will give you a follow-up examination. I'm really busy here. I'll come back to see you later. Yi Tao's matter can't be delayed any longer. She must resolve it as soon as possible. Anthony was a little disappointed. He still agreed with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for my sister. Angela, who was sitting next to the bed, asked anxiously, How is it, did President Su agree? Anthony's face gradually cooled. His slightly childish eyes were filled with hostility. He raised his hand and threw the phone away with force. With a bang, the phone smashed against the wall and broke into pieces. Yi Tao, this bitch. He only knows how to play hard to get and pester my sister. Chapter 8, I will announce to everyone that you are my Susan's man. Brother Anthony. Who made you angry? Why are you so angry? Su Xin walked into the ward carrying a fruit basket and saw the broken cell phone on the floor. Anthony immediately put away his sinister expression and smiled warmly at Su Xin. Xin, why are you here? Su Xin put the fruit basket on the table and looked at his left leg covered in plaster with concern. Let me take a look at your leg. How is it? Is it feeling better? Angela rolled her eyes and sighed. Fortunately, it was his left leg that was injured in the car accident that day. Anthony's right leg couldn't withstand a secondary injury. Mr. Su was going to come to visit. But Yi Tao. As soon as Su Xin heard Yi Tao's name, her face was filled with disgust. Is he pestering my sister again? A grown man always likes to play these little tricks. My sister was right not to marry him. Anthony glanced at her in reproach. Ah, Xin, don't say that. Yi Tao and your sister have been together for so many years. They will get married sooner or later. Su Xin snorted coldly. Yi Tao is worthy? I will never admit that he is my brother-in-law. After saying that, she patted her chest and vowed, Brother Anthony, in my heart, only you are worthy of being my brother-in-law. Anthony's cheeks turned slightly red, and he coughed lightly in embarrassment. Ah, Xin, what are you talking about? If others hear it, they will misunderstand. Su Xin held his hand and said seriously, Brother Anthony, I know you have always liked my sister. Now that Yi Tao has taken the initiative to withdraw, you should seize the opportunity. With your ability, my sister will definitely choose you. Anthony hesitated. But I'm just an actor. What actor? You are the youngest actor in the entertainment industry. Aren't you more worthy of my sister than that Phoenix man? You have to have confidence. You are kind-hearted and handsome. How can Yi Tao compare with you? Don't worry, I will help you. Anthony looked at Su Xin with a touching expression. Xin, you are so kind to me. But if Yi Tao knew, would he blame you? Su Xin smiled disdainfully. In love, the one who is not loved is the mistress. What right does he have to blame me? If he wants to blame someone, blame him for not being able to capture my sister's heart. You. Anthony tapped Su Xian's forehead lovingly, and the two of them had a good atmosphere. After leaving the Su family, Yi Tao adapted quickly. Now he goes to Longmen to play twice a week. The rest of the time, he cooks for himself, exercises, and occasionally goes out to the supermarket to buy groceries. Compared to staying at the Su family and being busy every day with no time for himself, he likes the quiet and peaceful life now. Rose, I hardly see her since she moved in. She was busy looking for a job and only came back to rest at night. This roommate is quite worry-free. That night, Yi Tao came back from Longmen after playing a game and received a long-awaited call. It's Guoxia, the director of the orphanage. Yi Tao, if you have time, can you come back tomorrow? The children miss you. Yi Tao was adopted by the Su family. He did not cut off contact with the orphanage. Instead, he would regularly send money to the orphanage to improve the lives of the children. He was very grateful to Guoxia for seeking justice for him when he was bullied. He was able to leave the orphanage thanks to Guoxia's help. He always kept this kindness in his heart. Okay, I happen to be free tomorrow. Are the kids all well? Guoxia smiled kindly. They are all like monkeys. Only you can control them. Yi Tao also laughed. After chatting for a few more sentences, he hung up the phone. The next morning, Yi Tao took a taxi to the orphanage. After a 2-hour drive, he walked into the orphanage carrying large and small bags. The children were playing Eagle Catches Chicken in the yard. When they saw him, they stopped playing and rushed over. Brother Yi, you are here. Brother Yi, why did it take you so long to come and see us? We missed you so much. Brother Yi, can you play with us? A smile also broke out on Yi Tao's usually serious face. He distributed the gifts in his hand and touched everyone's head. What do you mean by missing me? Are you missing the gift that my brother brought? Tuanzi has been eating well lately, and his cheeks are plump when you pinch them. Xiao, have you been good and obedient when I was away? Have you not played pranks on the teacher? After playing with the children for a while, Yi Tao realized that the little girl Miao Miao was not there. He looked at Teacher Chu Han, who was always smiling at the children, and said, Teacher Chu, where is Miao Miao? Teacher Chu's face flashed a trace of difficulty, but soon returned to normal, and said with a smile, the child caught a cold recently. I'm afraid he will infect others, so he is staying in the room to recover. Yi Tao didn't think much about it and handed Miao Miao the gift. Thank you for passing it to Miao Miao. Is the dean in the office? Chu Han took the gift and nodded. It's here. Just go there directly. Yi Tao walked through the corridor and came to the office door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dean, come in. Yi Tao felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Without giving it any time to think, I pressed the door handle. Sitting in the chair behind the desk, Susan's face was cold and noble, like a snow lotus on the top of Tianshan Mountain, which did not match this simple office at all. Yi Tao lowered his eyes, turned around, and was about to leave. Stop him. The two tall bodyguards standing behind, Susan immediately stepped forward and stretched out their hands to block Yi Tao. Mr. Yi, you can't leave. Yi Tao laughed angrily. He simply turned around and looked at her indifferently. What do you want to do? Susan was not angry. She pointed to the chair opposite and said, come and sit down. He was distant. That's not necessary. Susan did not force it and said softly, come back with me. I've already picked a date. The 10th day of next month is suitable for marriage. I will hold a wedding for you. Yi Tao's cold eyes. He didn't expect Susan to go to this extent. She has always been decisive in business and quick and efficient in real life. In these days, she has been following his steps several times, showing rare patience. In the past, he would have been extremely touched, but now he just felt bored. Susan stood up, wearing a slim red dress that wrapped around her slender figure. She walked up to Yi Tao and said in a sweet voice, I know that canceling the wedding has made you lose face. You have every right to make a scene like this. I promise that this wedding will be a grand one, and I will announce to everyone that you are my Susan S. man. Yi Tao took a step back, unmoved. No, I can't afford it. He curled his lips and sincerely wished Susan well. I know it was me who stood in the way of you and Anthony. You don't have to take Mr. Su's words before he died to heart. There is no sin in pursuing true love. I believe Mr. Su won't blame you. Chapter 9. Susan just treats him as a younger brother. Yi Tao and Susan was arranged by Mr. Su. Mr. Su has been dead for many years, so no one would say anything even if this marriage doesn't go ahead. Susan frowned and sighed helplessly. Anthony saved my life. I just treat him as a brother. Why do you always misunderstand us? Yi Tao was a little annoyed. Whenever Susan talked about Anthony, she always said that she treated him as her younger brother. But everything she did clearly showed that she was in love. He really didn't want to be part of their play anymore. I don't care what your relationship with Anthony is. It has nothing to do with me. Susan, I just hope we can part ways amicably and not drag it out any further, okay? Susan narrowed her eyes, and a chill covered her face. Part ways in peace? Why didn't you say so when you were adopted by the Su family? Yi Tao's face froze. He knew that he owed the Su family a lot. Whenever he mentioned the Su family's kindness, he would always be inferior to Susan. Susan realized that she had said something too much and was about to explain when she was interrupted by Yi Tao. I know that I can get to where I am today because of the Su family. I owe you and the Su family a lot. I will try my best to repay the money the Su family has spent on me over the years. Susan dropped instantly, and she stared at him coldly. Do you think I want you to pay me back? Yi Tao said nothing and turned and left. Susan looked at his back and felt very annoyed. She knew she had made a mistake in canceling the wedding. But everyone makes mistakes, and she has already promised him to re-hold the wedding. So why does Yi Tao keep holding on to it? It's really a bit stingy. She glanced at the two bodyguards. The bodyguard immediately stepped sideways to block Yi Tao. Susan, this matter has not been resolved yet. You can't leave. Yi Tao smiled self-deprecatingly. It happens again. Every time there was a conflict between them, Susan always acted righteous, as if he was being unreasonable. And I always have to accommodate her. If he got a little angry, she would say he was not generous and not manly at all. But can't men have their own little temper? He didn't look back and looked coldly at the two bodyguards blocking his way. Get out of the way. The bodyguard was very firm. The young lady has ordered that you cannot leave. Yi Tao's eyes turned cold, and his figure moved so fast that an afterimage appeared. The two bodyguards didn't even see how he moved his hands. With a loud bang, his body flew out and hit the ground with the office door. Susan opened her eyes wide, with a look of disbelief on her face. Your power is back? The last time she found out that Yi Tao was in Longman, she just thought that he couldn't find a job, so he went to work as a handyman in that kind of shady place. So, he went there to fight underground boxing at that time? Yi Tao turned his head and looked at her deeply. The effect of the medicine has expired. I will not take the medicine anymore. If you keep pestering me, do you think that sick Anthony can withstand my punch? Yi Tao started taking medicine to suppress his strength during his junior year. The reason was simple. He found out that Anthony had sent indecent photos to Susan, and he was so angry that he beat him up and sent him to the hospital. At that time, he and Susan had been dating for 3 years and were deeply in love. He could not tolerate other men coveting his woman. Susan knew the whole story. She explained for Anthony, said he had no ill intentions and just sent it by mistake. Soon after this, she had him take a secret medicine to control his powers, saying that the Su family was worried that his powers would bring danger. He was deeply in love with Susan at that time and believed it easily. I took this medicine for 5 years. He was stupid too, as he didn't realize that Susan was afraid that he would hurt Anthony again. Now that he has regained his strength and Anthony's safety is threatened, there is no way Susan will continue to persist in her delusion. Sure enough, a trace of anger appeared in Susan's eyes. This is a matter between us. Don't involve irrelevant people. Yi Tao felt sad. Even though I already knew that Anthony was Susan's sweetheart, I still felt bad when I heard her protecting him like that. After all, they grew up together, dated for 8 years, and he had admired her for 8 years. This feeling is not going to disappear so easily. But it doesn't matter. He believes that as long as some time passes, he will be able to get over it. Yi Tao ignored Susan and walked out. Yi Tao, if you dare to leave, I will stop Meow Meow's treatment immediately. Susan's threatening voice came from behind. Yi Tao turned his head suddenly, veins on his forehead throbbing. What did you say? What happened to Meow Meow? She has acute lymphoblastic leukemia, and Director Gua contacted me and asked me for help. My condition is that you let me see you. Susan said it without any burden, as if it was just a deal. Yi Tao suddenly realized. No wonder the dean, who hadn't been in contact for a long time, called him last night. It turned out that all this was arranged by Susan. He smiled bitterly. Susan always knew how to handle him. Now, come back to the Su family with me immediately, Susan said, and walked out first. The two bodyguards hurriedly got up from the ground and chased after him. Yi Tao bit his lips unwillingly and clenched his fists again and again. Finally, he took a step and followed. When he reached the gate of the orphanage, Yi Tao saw the director, who had not shown up. After not seeing her for a while, she seemed older and had more white hair. The resentment that had been building up suddenly died down. From the dean's perspective, what did she do wrong? The orphanage has limited funds, just enough for everyone to barely keep themselves fed and clothed. Meow Meow was seriously ill, and hospitalization was a huge expense. The dean must have known his current situation, so he had to ask Susan for help. When Guoxia saw him, she felt very guilty. Yi Tao, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Dean, this is not your fault. Is Meow Meow okay? Well, President Su has arranged for Meow Meow to be hospitalized, and her condition is under control. That's good. Seeing that Susan had already gotten in the car, Guoxia lowered her voice and said earnestly, Yi Tao, I have also heard about what happened between you and President Su. You have been together for so many years, It is normal for your relationship to have some bumps and bruises. Just talk it out. Relationships need to be maintained by each other. Mrs. Su is a girl and thin-skinned. As a man, you should be more generous. Yi Tao knew that Guixia was doing this for his own good, so he just nodded and said, I know. Dean, I'm leaving now. I'll come see you next time. Yi Tao turned around and got into the car. In the car, the driver kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, not daring to look back at all. Yi Tao and Susan sat together in the back row. The distance between the two people is enough for another person to sit down. They both looked at the other side of the window, and the silence filled the small space, making it feel suffocating. Susan glanced to the side from time to time, feeling extremely annoyed. When she was angry in the past, Yi Tao would always notice it quickly and then try his best to make her happy. He always advised her not to keep her temper to herself, as it would only harm her health. If you're angry, just vent it out to him. But now, he didn't even look at himself. Did she really do something wrong? Chapter 10 Susan's Initiative. The old house of the Su family. Miss, you're back. Xiaoyi, you're back too. Uncle Zhang was overjoyed when he saw Yi Tao following Susan. Yi Tao smiled at him politely. Susan went straight upstairs. Come to the study. Yi Tao pursed his lips and climbed the stairs. In the study, Susan took out a transparent glass bottle from the drawer and handed it to him. Take the medicine. Yi Tao lowered his eyes and glanced at the bottle, but didn't take it. I don't want to eat it. Yi Tao, be obedient. Susan's voice was a little higher, with unquestionable dominance. If you eat this, everything that happened before will be written off, and we will get married right away. Yi Tao was helpless. Susan know what she is talking about? His determination to break up has been so obvious. Why can she still talk about getting married as if nothing has happened? In the final analysis, I just didn't take his words to heart. In this relationship, he has always been the weaker party and has no say at all. For the past 8 years, he has been giving and has also been led by Susan. And Susan was used to giving him orders in a condescending manner. Just like now, Yi Tao took a step back and said, Susan, I have said it many times. I will not take medicine and I will not marry you. Belated affection is cheaper than grass. Besides, Susan had no deep affection for him. Since she refused to break up, Yi Tao would not be so self-indulgent as to think that she loved him. It was just because he was the one who broke up first, and she was angry and felt frustrated. When she let out her anger, she let go. Susan sensed his indifference, softened her expression slightly, and approached him. Yi Tao, you've never gone against me before. Just be good and take the medicine, okay? She lowered her posture, as if she was persuading an ignorant child. Yi Tao smiled. After taking this medicine, people will become extremely excited and need a woman to relieve them. Are you willing? The biggest side effect of this secret medicine is that it will cause you to be burning with sexual desire after taking it. Yi Tao didn't know about this side effect when he took the medicine for the first time. Susan was not around at the time, so he couldn't get relief, and a high fever almost killed him. It was the housekeeper, Uncle Zhang, who noticed something was wrong and sent him to the hospital. When he took his medication later, Susan would stay and help him relax. It's funny that they have been together for 8 years, but have done it only a few times. 3 years ago, the two naturally had a relationship. Yi Tao had just started having sex and had opened the door to a new world. He was a little distracted and often asked Susan for sex. Out of 10, Susan refused. When asked the reason, she said she was afraid of getting pregnant and didn't want to have a child so early. Later, he had a vasectomy, but Susan's reactions in bed were still cold, so he gradually lost interest in her. In a year, the two will only have sex on the day they take the secret medicine. Susan's reluctant attitude made Yi Tao feel resentful. Not happy at all, just feeling tortured. Susan placed the glass bottle in Yi Tao's palm and inserted her index finger into his collar, entwining it with him ambiguously. As long as you are willing to take the medicine, you can do whatever you want later. She stood on tiptoe again, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, no matter how many times it takes, it's fine. Ms. Su, please be careful. Yi Tao reached out and pushed Susan away. Susan felt a strong force coming at her, and she staggered a few steps and hit the edge of the table. A sharp pain spread from my waist. Susan was stunned. Yi Tao actually pushed her away. They had been together for so many years, and this is the first time Yi Tao has laid hands on her. A strong feeling of humiliation surged into my heart like magma. She raised her head, her face as cold as snow. You want me to be careful? When you asked me for sex before, why didn't you know how to be careful? Didn't you want it very much? Why are you pretending to be noble now? Yi Tao did not back down and stared back at her coldly. Yes, I liked you in the past and loved you so much that I couldn't help myself, so I wanted to be in harmony with you. This is human nature. Honestly, if it weren't for the secret medicine, I wouldn't even want to do it that time. What man would like to fuck a piece of wood? If you don't like it, I feel pain too. After these words fell, the entire study room fell into deathly silence. Susan's face flushed with shame and anger. Anyone would be angry if they hear their boyfriend say that she is worse than a piece of wood in bed. What's more, she was born a favored child of heaven and has always been respected and praised by others. Yi Tao actually humiliated her like this. It was really outrageous. You really don't want to take medicine? Susan took a deep breath and didn't get angry. No. Okay, then I won't take the medicine. His attitude was too straightforward, which made Yi Tao suspicious. Susan is a person who never gives up until she achieves her goal. Susan pretended not to see his expression, put away the glass bottle, and naturally mentioned another matter. We haven't eaten together for a long time. Let Uncle Zhang add a few dishes tonight, and you can stay and eat with us. Yi Tao immediately refused. No thanks. What's the matter with eating at the same table with your ex-girlfriend? Susan smiled at him and said, Don't think too much. We're just having a meal together. After the meal, we can part ways amicably. Yi Tao was really surprised this time. Based on Susan's previous attitude, he thought they would continue to be entangled like this for a while. I didn't expect that she actually figured it out. Very good. This 8-year relationship can finally come to an end today. Is it really enough to just have a meal together? He confirmed again. Yes, really. Do you need me to cook? In order to ensure that Susan got enough nutrition for every meal, Yi Tao used to cook at home, with the cook helping her. Susan's eyes flickered. No need. You can take a rest today and let the cook do it. Yi Tao didn't insist. He just asked casually. After confirming that they would have dinner together in the evening, Yi Tao left the study. He still had some things left at the Su family, so he took this opportunity to pack them up. After dinner, he will have nothing to do with the Su family and Susan anymore. The Su family had dinner very early today, and it was ready at 6 o'clock. In the restaurant, Susan and Yi Tao sat on each side. Yi Tao glanced at the dishes on the table. Very rich. There were 8 dishes and 1 soup, almost all of which he liked. He raised an eyebrow. This was very unusual. He has a strong taste and prefers spicy food. The dishes he made were lighter in taste to please Susan. Today, almost all of the 8 dishes on the table are spicy. Susan picked up the chopsticks and said, Let's eat. After saying that, he took the lead in picking up a piece of chopped pepper fish head with chopsticks and put it into Yi Tao's bowl. Yi Tao really wanted to throw away the food with chopsticks. But thinking that I can leave after dinner, it's better to do less than more. He picked up the chopsticks. The meal was eaten in silence, with only the sound of chopsticks. Susan picked up some food for Yi Tao from time to time, but she didn't eat much herself. Yi Tao finished the bowl of rice with a frown and put down his chopsticks impatiently. I'm full. Susan motioned to Uncle Zhang to add more rice. Eat more. You always started with 2 bowls before. Uncle Zhang hurriedly picked up the bowl and said, Yes, Xiaoye. We cooked so many dishes tonight, don't waste them. Don't you hate waste the most? No, I have no appetite. Yi Tao stood up and walked upstairs. I'll leave after I get my things. Susan looked at his departing back, her eyes growing colder. She put down her chopsticks and said, Put them all away. No matter what noise you hear later, you are not allowed to go upstairs. Uncle Zhang was complaining in his heart, thinking about what was going to happen next. He felt that the eldest lady's pursuit of her husband would become increasingly difficult. But he was just a housekeeper and had no way of interfering with Susan's decision, so he could only agree. Yes, Mississippi. Chapter 11 Yi Tao. You need me now. Yi Tao left at the Su family were very few and could be packed in a plastic bag. He picked up the plastic bag and was about to leave when he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. It was as if someone had suddenly ignited a raging fire that kept spreading throughout his body, burning him so much that he felt uncomfortable all over and desperately wanted to find an outlet to vent his anger. This feeling is all too familiar. In a flash, he remembered the dinner he had just had. Susan put a secret drug in the food. Without time to think, he stumbled to the bathroom. Facing the toilet, he started picking his throat to induce vomiting. Fortunately, I had just finished dinner and vomited it all out. An indescribable smell instantly filled the air. Yi Tao was sweating profusely and pressed the flush button with his finger. The sound of water splashing was heard. He had no strength left and could only move to the sink with difficulty. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to clear my mind. He couldn't lose his power, otherwise he would be controlled by Su Xin again. Fortunately, he vomited out the food in time, and the remaining effects of the medicine would only cause physical impulses, but would not make his strength disappear. Yi Tao looked at himself in the mirror, his face flushed and his eyes blurred, clearly controlled by desire. The water on his face dripped down his smooth jawline onto the ground, leaving dark marks on the white blanket. He held onto the wall to support his weak body and moved step by step towards the door. The body is like a stove that has just been filled with firewood, and the hot breath exhaled is about to melt the air. I don't know how long it was before I finally grabbed the door handle. He gritted his teeth and pressed down hard. The door was open from the outside first. Yi Tao didn't stand firmly, and his body fell backwards due to inertia. A soft hand supported him. The coolness on his skin cleared his confused mind for a moment. He raised his head with difficulty, and when he saw what the person in front of him was wearing, he was visibly stunned. Su Xin was wearing a black lace bra that barely covered her key parts, revealing a bright white skin that looked like fine white jade, which made Yi Tao's eyes red. He was furious. "Su Xin, you actually drugged me." Su Xin curled her lips and said softly, "Yi Tao, don't be angry. Since you don't want to eat, I can only use this method." There was no trace of guilt in his words. She reached out her hands, put one hand on his waist and the other on his shoulder, and helped him walk towards the big bed. Yi Tao didn't want to leave. He hated this feeling and wanted to stay away. Be led to the bed by Su Xin like a doll. She held on firmly, with no intention of letting go. Soon, Yi Tao fell on the bed. Yi Tao bit his lip tightly and glared at her. "What do you want to do?" Su Xin stood by the bed, her fingers on her bra, slowly unbuttoning it. The corners of his lips curved into a tender smile. "Yi Tao, you need me now." Yi Tao was confused. "Uncle Zhang? Uncle Zhang!" He shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to attract the attention of the people downstairs. But he had been drugged, and the sound he made couldn't even get through the door. "Everyone in the old house has a day off tonight. Don't worry, no one will come to disturb us." Yi Tao felt a chill. He didn't expect that Su Xin would do such a shameful thing to keep him. He had feelings for her before, so he was naturally willing to do such things. Now he just felt disgusting. Su Xin quickly took off all her clothes. Yi Tao turned his face away, not wanting to even give her an extra glance. Su Xin felt a sudden pain in her heart. She inherited good genes from her parents and has a good look and figure. The flesh on her body grows in the right places, with a curvy figure and exquisite curves. It has a fatal attraction for men. Yi Tao was also obsessed with her body. But now, he treated it as if it were a worn-out shoe, as if he was looking at something dirty. Su Xin's proud self-esteem made her not believe that she had lost her charm to Yi Tao. Leaned her soft and white body towards Yi Tao. "Yi Tao, I know you want it now. Don't suppress your desire, okay?" She softened her voice, and a hint of tenderness appeared on her cold face. Yi Tao avoided it like a snake or scorpion, grabbed the quilt under him with both hands, and tried his best to move backwards. Su Xin was still tempting. "We haven't done it for more than a year. Don't you want to? You don't need to do it this time. I can take the initiative." As he spoke, Yi Tao had nowhere to retreat, and his body hit the back of the bed. Su Xin took the opportunity to reach out. Feeling the clear touch, she raised her eyebrows. "Your body is more honest than your mouth." Yi Tao groaned uncontrollably. He didn't feel comfortable. He just felt extremely humiliated. When he wanted it before, Su Xin always made excuses. Now he doesn't want it anymore, but she comes to him. And she was willing to humble herself and do all this just to make him lose his power and prevent him from hurting her sweetheart Anthony. Thinking of Anthony, Yi Tao felt like something was stuck in his throat. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped away Su Xin's hand that was fanning the flames. A crisp sound echoed in the room. Su Xin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and anger flashed in her eyes. "Who are you pretending to be? Whether you are willing or not today, I will do it to the end." She raised her legs, sat on Yi Tao, and reached out to pull his clothes. Yi Tao lost both the bottom and the top at the same time, and was extremely shocked and angry. He wanted to throw Su Xin off the bed, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Her shirt was ruthlessly torn off, and Su Xin leaned against his chest. When the two came into contact, the heat became even stronger. The slender fingers wandered across the chest, causing a tingling sensation. Yi Tao bit his lips almost until they bled. "Su Xin, I'm here." Su Xin lowered her head and kissed his neck. Yi Tao's mind was becoming blurred, and his vision was becoming more and more blurry. "No, wake up!" He yelled at himself, frantically in his mind. He didn't want to go back to the past, guarding a relationship that was in name only and being tied to Susan. While he was in a trance, the corner of his eye fell on the table beside him. Susan easily unbuckled Yi Tao's belt. When she hooked her fingers around the waistband and pulled it down, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm. She lowered her eyes and saw a cut on her arm with bright red blood oozing out. She raised her head and looked at the person opposite her in disbelief. Yi Tao was holding a fruit knife in his hand, which was shaky. In those eyes that were once filled with love, there was now undisguised disgust and hatred. My heart felt as if it was pierced deeply by a needle, and the pain was excruciating. "Yi Tao, are you hating her?" "Susan, you make me sick. I hate you." Yi Tao straightened up and rushed towards the wall with lightning speed. With a bang, blood instantly oozes from the forehead. He collapsed and passed out. Chapter 12. Just canceling the wedding, but it has come to this. It all happened so fast that it took Susan more than 10 seconds to realize what was happening. "Yi Tao? Yi Tao?" Yi Tao lay on the bed with a pale face, and the blood on his forehead burned Susan's eyes. She ran out of bed trembling and called her family doctor using the landline on the table. At the same time, a huge feeling of powerlessness surged in my heart. The bloody wound on her arm seemed to be mocking her self-righteousness tonight. Everything is out of control. Yi Tao really doesn't want to look back. In order to avoid having sex with her, he would even rather bang his head against the wall. Susan's eyebrows were twitching wildly, and she realized it so clearly for the first time. Yi Tao, perhaps he no longer loves her. Just canceling the wedding has caused such a mess? She really doesn't understand. Yi Tao woke up. He found himself in the Su family's private hospital. "Uncle Zhang is taking care of me." When Uncle Zhang saw him wake up, he finally felt relieved. "Xiao Yi, you've been in a coma for a whole day and finally woke up. Come, I've made you some red dates and black glutinous rice porridge, which is specially for replenishing blood. Drink it while it's hot." Yi Tao eagerly. Yi Tao was indeed hungry at this moment, so he said thank you, took the porridge and started drinking it. When Uncle Zhang saw that he looked calm after waking up, he almost fainted when he thought of everything he saw last night. In the room at that time, Yi Tao was lying on the bed with blood on his forehead, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The eldest lady standing under the bed had an injured arm, and she looked so distraught that Uncle Zhang had never seen her before. If the two of them weren't planning on doing that kind of thing, how could it end up with bloodshed? But he didn't dare to speak or ask, and just helped the family doctor deal with the scene. Susan had a cut on her arm, but luckily the wound wasn't deep and just needed a bandage. Yi Tao's condition is much more serious. His head was bruised and his body was poisoned, so he had to be sent to the hospital for injections. Yi Tao's situation made Uncle Zhang sigh. From his point of view, Yi Tao is one of the few good family men. He has no ambition, no machismo, and no arrogant self-esteem that most men have. He could take a back seat to Susan, and as long as Susan treated him sincerely, he would give her everything from his heart. In the past 8 years, he has been devoted to Susan and has hardly ever been angry. The only time he would get a little mad was when it came to Anthony. But that's understandable. Who doesn't want their lover to only have them in their eyes and heart? She hurt Yi Tao, as hard again and again for Anthony. Uncle Zhang saw it all and sometimes felt sorry for Yi Tao. This incident has pushed Yi Tao, who is kind and gentle in character, to this point. The young lady has really stepped on a big landmine. Yi Tao drank his porridge quietly and listened to Uncle Zhang telling him what happened last night. It seemed that after what happened last night, he became even quieter. Uncle Zhang couldn't read any emotion from his face and sighed heavily in his heart. How could such a good child end up in such a mess with the eldest daughter? "Xiao Yi, I know you can't force love, but you and Miss grew up together as childhood sweethearts and have been dating for 8 years. Are you really willing to give up this relationship? Moreover, over the past few years, the eldest lady's alienation towards you has obviously been reduced a lot, and she is willing to marry you. You have worked so hard for so long. Are you really going to fail at the last moment?" Yi Tao keenly noticed the loophole in his words. What gap? Uncle Zhang then realized that he had said the wrong thing, and his face became visibly embarrassed. Seeing Yi Tao looking at him seriously, he hesitated for a while and finally spoke. 5 years ago, Anthony was hit by a car and his right leg was broken while trying to save the eldest lady. Some people suspect that you secretly instructed someone to do this. Anyone doubt it? Yi Tao sneered. This person must be Susan. No wonder that on the day when Anthony's leg was broken, Susan came back from the hospital late at night and angrily asked him, "Did you do this?" He was completely confused by the questions and had no idea what was going on. Susan didn't ask any further questions. From that day on, Susan became increasingly cold towards him. He thought he had done something wrong to make her angry, so he carefully smiled and ran around just to make her happy. It turned out that she was putting the blame of Anthony's broken leg on him. A belated anger burned in his heart. At the same time as I was angry, I also felt an inexplicable disappointment. According to people at the time, the car was heading directly for Susan. It was Anthony who noticed something was wrong and pushed Susan away, but he himself was seriously injured. Yi Tao thought that he and Susan had been together for so many years, and there was basic trust between them. He loved her so much at that time. How could he hurt her? He would never hire someone to kill her, just out of jealousy. But Susan suspected that he did it without even investigating it thoroughly. Ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Uncle Zhang, I didn't do this. Xiao Yi, of course I believe you are not that kind of person, but you also know that the eldest lady is very suspicious. At that time, you beat Anthony so badly that he was hospitalized. The young lady asked you to take a secret medicine to suppress your strength. Then the attack happened. The young lady thought you were dissatisfied, so she mistakenly believed that this incident was related to you, and a rift between them developed. Yi Tao had a blank expression on his face. What happened next? The driver wasn't caught. He was caught, but he claimed that he was drunk and driving. However, anyone with eyes can see that there is a murderer behind him, but it's a pity that he has not been found yet. So it's a cold case? All these years, Susan has been suspecting that he was involved in this matter, so that's why she is so lukewarm towards him. He suddenly laughed out loud. He is so stupid. It turns out that he was a joke from the beginning to the end. Xiaoye, what's wrong with you? Why are you laughing so loudly? Is the wound on your head still hurting? Uncle Zhang felt uneasy when he saw the smile on Yi Tao's face. Yi Tao quickly stopped smiling and returned to his previous calmness. Uncle Zhang, I'm fine. The injury on my head isn't serious. It's already late. You don't have to stay here. Go back and rest. Uncle Zhang is old and can't stay up late. Since last night, he hasn't slept much in order to take care of Yi Tao. That's fine. I'll go back and rest first, and I'll bring you food tomorrow morning. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang left the ward carrying the lunchbox. Yi Tao carefully recalled every word Uncle Zhang had said before. That car accident was clearly a deliberate frame-up. Whoever benefits the most is most likely the murderer. Yi Tao would never take the blame for others. He will definitely find out the murderer behind the scenes and give himself justice. Chapter 13. The child died, and you started to breastfeed. Night bar. The sound was deafening, and men and women were pressed together in the dance floor, twisting their waists and sweating profusely. Susan sat alone at the bar, drinking one drink after another, and there were already many empty glasses in front of her. There were many men wandering around her, wanting to approach her and chat with her, but they were hesitant because of her aura that kept strangers away. Yi Tao knew how you drink. He would definitely give you a lecture. A melodious female voice sounded. Susan paused in her drinking, and a shadow fell beside her. She turned her head and smiled at the woman beside her. Yeah, you're here. Jiang Jiyue, the eldest daughter of the Jiang group, is a family friend of the Su family and a good friend of Susan. From Susan's cold and aloof temperament, Jiang Jiyue is charming and good at having fun. She always travels around the world, saying that she is enjoying life, and the men around her are all different. Jiang Jiyue snatched the wine glass from Susan's hand, and the blue wine in the glass reflected a beautiful light under the light. She raised her eyebrows and said teasingly, "Wow, Blue Enchantress, you're so drunk? Aren't you really afraid of Yi Tao's nagging?" Susan curled her lips and smiled bitterly. He won't, never again. When she thought of Yi Tao's words, "I hate you," before he fell in a coma, she felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe. My heart seemed to be immersed in ice water, so cold. She didn't have the courage to go to the hospital to visit Yi Tao, so she could only come here late at night to get drunk in an attempt to numb herself. Jiang Jiyue was surprised. "You and Yi Tao haven't reconciled yet? He's been making trouble for a long time this time." Jiang Jiyue, who travels all over the country, has heard about Yi Tao's breakup. But according to the previous routine, Yi Tao always bowed his head first in the end. Yi Tao, as friends, know how much he loves Susan. When the two of them officially announced their relationship, almost everyone was pessimistic about this relationship, and everyone was guessing when they would break up. As a result, They had been dating for 8 years and even sent out wedding invitations this year. I thought this relationship was finally coming to fruition, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the worse. Susan ran away from the marriage and Yi Tao broke up with her. Looking at Susan's current expression, it seems that she regrets it. The first person to bow her head was actually her good sister. Jiang Jiyue felt quite surprised. Susan was already tipsy. She asked Jiang Jiyue in confusion, "I just canceled the wedding. Why is he so angry?" And I also explained that I would hold another wedding for him. Jiang Jiyue blinked her beautiful eyes. From my perspective, I don't think there's anything to be angry about. Men are like clothes. If they don't work, we can change them. With your status and position, what kind of good man can't you find? But Jiang Jinbai, my father's illegitimate son, has always been fighting for Yi Tao. He thinks that the scene at your wedding made Yi Tao lose face and become a joke in the entire Beijing circle. Jiang Jiyue's brother Jiang Jianbai is the current head of the Jiang family and has a good relationship with Yi Tao. Jiang Jiyue and this illegitimate brother have never gotten along. Because of Yi Tao's matter, the two of them have been arguing a lot recently. Jiang Jianbai said Susan is the king of the sea, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Jiang Zhe naturally stood with her good sister. There's nothing wrong with raising a few fish in a fish pond. It's not illegal. My marriage to Yi Tao was arranged before my grandfather passed away. I can't break up. Susan looked a little depressed. But Yi Tao said he wanted to break up no matter what. I don't know what to do. Just break up? Yi Tao is not worthy of you in the first place. You can find anyone in the circle of rich families who is better than him. Jiang Jiyue couldn't understand Susan's dilemma. In her mind, men are just for fun, and it is impossible for her to be sincere to them. Even if you want to get married, you should choose someone who is of equal social status. What's the matter with marrying an orphan without parents? Susan frowned and looked at Jiang Jiyue with a little dissatisfaction. Don't say that about him. Jiang Jiyue shrugged, not taking it seriously. I'm telling the truth. What good is there in marrying him? He has no money and no family background. I think Anthony is much better than him. Seriously, you should let Anthony marry into your family. He's an award-winning actor after all. Jiang Jiyue's words reflect the thoughts of most people. The Su family is one of the most powerful and wealthy families. Even if they have no male heirs and need a son-in-law, there are many candidates to choose from in the wealthy circle. Even if I had to choose with my toes, I would not choose Yi Tao, who has no background at all. Indeed, Yi Tao is handsome and could be a good gigolo to entertain people. But wanting to support the Su family, that's wishful thinking. All right, Susan interrupted Jiang Jiyue and looked really angry. Jiang Jiyue was shocked. Sister, are you okay? Are you really in love? Yi Tao many times in front of Susan before, but she never reacted so strongly. Susan pursed her lips, not knowing how to describe her current mood. She looked down at the swaying wine in the glass, feeling anxious and confused. It's over. I'm really stuck. According to Jiang Jiyue's experience of walking through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on her, Susan was moved without realizing it. Su, as someone who has been through this, listen to me. Let go in time before you get too deeply involved. This is the end for you and Yi Tao. With Yi Tao, Susan's heart suddenly ached. After that incident a few years ago, she did think about letting go, so she was very cold to Yi Tao. But Yi Tao didn't care about her indifference at all. He worked hard and treated her well, almost giving everything for her. He kept her life in order and was her best helper at work. Unconsciously, Yi Tao has filled her life, and her presence can be seen everywhere. Just like air, its presence is not strong, but once it leaves, it is fatal. Asking her to let go, she can't do it now. Jiang Jiyue has been hanging out with the crowd for years and is good at interpreting people's emotions. One look at Susan's expression made it clear what was there to not understand. She sighed deeply. Su, I think you're going to chase your husband to the crematorium. You were indeed too cold to Yi Tao before. It feels a bit difficult to redeem it now. When the two of them first got together, everyone laughed at Yi Tao for being a bootlicker, willing to do anything to make Susan happy. On his birthday, Susan did not attend, but went to the crew to accompany Anthony. Yi Tao actually chose to forgive this behavior, which was similar to being cuckolded. Susan on Valentine's Day, or her anniversary. Even their engagement party was arranged by Yi Tao. Susan only showed up at the beginning and was not seen throughout the rest of the show. It was said that she went to accompany Anthony. Being slapped in the face again and again like this will turn even the warmest heart cold. Yi Tao licked to the end and was left with nothing. Yi Tao is mentioned in the circle. It is treated as a joke. But now it seems that Susan is the joke. The child died, and you are the one who feeds him. The daylilies are cold. Chapter 14, deliberately drinking to make Yi Tao feel distressed. Yi Tao may seem gentle, but he is actually very strong-willed. Jiang Jiyue was rarely serious. Su, don't blame me for telling the truth. I don't think your relationship is a good one. If you don't want to be too sad in the end, you'd better get out of it as soon as possible. I didn't ask you to come here to throw cold water on me. Susan slammed a glass of wine in front of her. Stop talking and drink. Jiang Jiyue had said all the advice she could, and without saying anything more, she picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Susan also drank one glass after another. I want to use this to numb my overly clear brain. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yi Tao's family background and status are not worthy of her. But only she knew what a good man Yi Tao was. He was patient, gentle, considerate, devoted to her, and his heart and eyes were filled with her. Most importantly, he was willing to step back and be the man behind her. She really didn't want to marry Yi Tao before, because they grew up together and are too familiar with each other. There is no novelty at all. In love, lack of novelty is fatal. Later, Yi Tao took a bullet to save her. When she was in the most difficult time as the president of the group, he was willing to give up the opportunity to study abroad and stay with her to help her. How could she not be moved when he did this much for her? So, she decided to fulfill the marriage arranged by her grandfather and marry Yi Tao. She really wanted Yi Tao to be her husband, and the two of them to walk hand in hand in the future. Her starting point was obviously good. Why did it turn out like this? Is all this her fault, or Yi Tao's fault? After Uncle Zhang left, Yi Tao's head started hurting again, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, he smelled a pungent odor of alcohol and opened his eyes almost immediately. There was no light in the ward, and it was pitch black. He was startled for a moment when he saw the figure sitting beside the bed. But he soon realized that the figure was very familiar. It's Susan. Did she go drinking? There was a strong smell of alcohol, and it looked like he had drunk quite a bit. In the past, if Susan dared to drink so much, Yi Tao would have patiently advised her against it. Susan had stomach problems, and her condition improved a lot over the years thanks to his careful care. He never dared to let her drink, and whenever they went out to discuss projects, he would always rush to the front to block the wine for her. Now, he is too lazy to care, so he closed his eyes again and pretended not to see it. You're awake, aren't you? Although it was a question, Susan's voice was affirmative. Just as Yi Tao was familiar with her, she was also familiar with Yi Tao. I know he is pretending to be asleep. Yi Tao was not embarrassed to be exposed. He slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Susan didn't need to guess. She knew how cold his expression was. She spoke with a little expectation. I drank. Oh, so you came to the ward drunk and crazy in the middle of the night? Yi Tao sneered. Susan's heart was shattered into pieces. It shouldn't be like this. Yi Tao should first warn her about the harm of drinking, and then considerately cook a bowl of sobering soup for her. It seems like a reproach, but it is actually pampering. Instead of being as cold as a stranger like now. After a long silence, Susan spoke again. I've been drinking. Don't you have anything to say? What to say? Yi Tao had something to say. If you want to act crazy, please move somewhere else and don't disturb my sleep. After saying this, he turned around and faced away from Susan. There was complete indifference between words and actions. His heart was completely dead when he learned that Susan suspected that the car accident had something to do with him. The friendship they had developed from childhood to adulthood was not even as strong as that of Anthony, whom they had only known for a few years. There is not even a little trust between them. After that incident, he also asked Susan if she had any feelings for Anthony. If there is, he will definitely withdraw without saying a word. He is not the kind of person who likes to cling to others, and there is no point in forced feelings. Susan answered very confidently at the time, saying that she only regarded Anthony as her savior and her younger brother. She took better care of him out of guilt. Yi Tao believed it. Susan was absent on his birthday, Valentine's Day, and their anniversary because of Anthony. He did not blame her, but chose to forgive her. Because he thinks the most important thing between lovers is trust. Who knew that Susan never believed him? Yi Tao closed his eyes. Just think of it as all his previous sincerity was thrown to the dogs. Susan looked at Yi Tao's back, and she could hardly suppress the disappointment in her heart. She drank on purpose tonight, just to use this opportunity to reconcile with Yi Tao. But Yi Tao didn't say a word of concern and even drove her away. This was an answer she had never imagined. She felt that although Yi Tao was angry, he still cared about her health. After all, her body was taken care of by Yi Tao day and night. She was so abused, and he didn't even say a word of comfort. Forget it, Jiang Jieyue is right about something. Don't push too hard, otherwise it will only backfire. Yi Tao wants to separate, then let's separate for a while. He is not an emotional person. Maybe if he is left alone to calm down for a while, he will be able to think things through. When the time comes, she will let him return to the Su family in glory. Susan gathered her thoughts. He stood up and took one last look at the bed. Only then did he lighten his footsteps and leave the ward. Yi Tao slept until he woke up naturally. Although I said I woke up naturally, it was actually only 8 o'clock. At this time, every day in the past, he would get up to make breakfast for Susan. It had become a biological clock. At 9 o'clock, Uncle Zhang came to bring him breakfast. The breakfast is very light, mainly blood-replenishing porridge. Yi Tao knew that this was Uncle Zhang's kindness, so he ate it all without leaving a drop. Uncle Zhang packed up the lunchbox, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he hesitated, as if he had something to say. Uncle Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. Xiaoya, Uncle Zhang said cautiously. The eldest lady drank a lot of wine last night, and she had a stomachache when she woke up this morning. She has been refusing to take medicine. Can you help Uncle Zhang persuade her? Yi Tao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Uncle Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. How can I not help? It's just a few words. Uncle Zhang watched Susan grow up. Susan's father and mother died early, and he has long regarded Susan as his own daughter. Uncle Zhang. Yi Tao interrupted with a faint smile. Your body is your own. If you don't take good care of it, what can others do? Chapter 15. Anne is looking for trouble. Yi Tao can't stand it. This one sentence left Uncle Zhang speechless. In fact, before he opened his mouth, he more or less had a premonition that Yi Tao would not agree. But when he heard the result, he still felt uncomfortable. Yi Tao gets stubborn. Even 10 oxen can't pull him back. Since he said they wanted to break up, it meant he really wouldn't care about Susan anymore. Uncle Zhang had seen Yi Tao's meticulous care and devotion to Susan. He spent 8 years trying to impress Susan, but still lost to others. Now that he has come to his senses and taken back his love, Uncle Zhang can't blame him for anything. After all, in this relationship, Yi Tao was the one who gave the most, and also the one who was hurt the most. Hey, I know what you mean. He was unwilling, and Uncle Zhang couldn't persuade him with such a shameless face. He didn't want to hurt either of these two children. Uncle Zhang left with the lunchbox. Yi Tao picked up the mobile phone on the table and sent a message to Brother Liu from Longmen. He can't fight in a boxing match for the time being because of a head injury. The doctor said he needs to rest for at least half a month and wait until his injury is fully recovered before he can do strenuous exercise. In fact, he controlled the strength when he hit the wall. The blood looked horrible, but the wound was not very deep. I estimate that I could be discharged from the hospital after staying in it for another 1 or 2 days. Knock, knock. Just after sending a message to Brother Liu, there was a knock on the door. He looked up. When he saw the person coming, he was very surprised. Jianbai, why are you here? Jiang Jianbai was wearing a black haute couture suit and a straight tie, looking like a typical domineering president. The assistant following behind him was carrying large and small bags of supplements. Brother Yi, I heard that you were injured and hospitalized, so I came to see you. Jiang Jianbai walked towards the bed and signaled his assistant to put all the supplements on the table. Yi Tao knew his character, so he didn't bother to be polite with him. He smiled and thanked him. Thank you, I'm sorry for the expense. Jiang Jianbai saw that Yi Tao's head was wrapped in circles of white gauze and said angrily, Brother Yi, who hurt you? Tell me, I will deal with him for you. Jiang Jianbai is the most loyal person. Back then, he was bullied at every turn because of his illegitimate status, but Yi Tao did not follow those people to add insult to injury. Instead, he lent a hand to him in the cooperation project with the Jiang family. Jiang Jianbai successfully completed the cooperation with the Su family and completely established his foothold in the Jiang family. Always kept in mind Yi Tao as timely help and always wanted to repay him. Yi Tao didn't like to say bad things about people behind their backs, so he just smiled and waved his hands. No one hurt me, I just bumped into it accidentally. It looks scary, but it's actually a minor injury and will heal soon. Seeing that he seemed to be hiding something, Jiang Jianbai didn't ask any more questions. He brought up another topic. Brother Yi, you and Susan, have you really broken up? He has been on business trips to other cities this month and has not received timely news from Beijing. He heard from Jiang Jiyue after he came back that Susan left Yi Tao for someone else at the wedding. Then he saw the video that Su Xin posted online, and he was so angry that his liver hurt. Yi Tao looked determined. Yes, we broke up. Jiang Jianbai was overjoyed. Congratulations, Brother Yi, you're single again. He had long felt that Yi Tao's love was too humble. She even secretly reminded him to be wary of the relationship between Susan and Anthony. As a result, Yi Tao was in love at the time and said that he believed Susan and that she would not do anything rash. Having said that, he couldn't say anything more. But in the end, Susan ran away from the wedding on the day for Anthony. Fortunately, Yi Tao saw through Susan completely through this incident. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Brother Yi, the old must go before the new can come. If you want women, I can introduce you to as many women as you want. Don't go back to your old lover. Jiang Jianbai said this with a serious face, which was inconsistent with his attire. Yi Tao was amused. My originally depressed mood has improved a lot. He promised seriously, don't worry, I will never look back. While the two were talking, Yi Tao's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the incoming call, a hint of disgust flashing across his eyes. But soon he picked up the phone. A haughty female voice came from the other side. Yi Tao, I'm back from my trip to Australia. You must drive to the airport to pick me up within half an hour. If you dare to be late, you know what the consequences will be. This hospital is far from the airport, and it takes at least 2 hours to drive there. She is blatantly making things difficult for him. Yi Tao was not angry, and his magnetic voice even contained a hint of smile. Mrs. Fong, you already know about my breakup with Susan, right? Mrs. Fong said disdainfully. So what if we broke up? Even if we broke up, you still have to work hard for my Su family. Come pick me up quickly. I don't have time to wait for you. With a beep, the phone was hung up. Yi Tao looked at the phone interface and narrowed his eyes slightly. Fong Honley, Mrs. Su's elder sister and Susan's aunt. After Su's father and mother passed away, Fong Honley had just divorced, so she moved to the Su's house openly as an elder, saying that she would take care of the two sisters Susan and Su Xin. And her attitude towards Yi Tao was disgusting to the extreme. She always felt that Yi Tao killed her sister and brother-in-law. Otherwise, why did they die in a car accident just a few years after adopting Yi Tao? It must be that Yi Tao's fate is not good. Over the years, she has relied on her status as an elder to bully Yi Tao a lot. She treated Yi Tao as her own personal servant and would order him around whenever there was something going on. The excuse is, he lives and eats for free at the Su's house, so he must put in some labor, right? Fong Honley likes to travel around and often calls Yi Tao at 3 in the morning to ask him to drive to the airport to pick her up. When moving, he deliberately did not call the mover, leaving him to run up and down the stairs carrying things by himself. Sometimes when she was craving for something, she would ask him to drive 3 hours to buy her favorite dessert. In the past, Yi Tao wanted to stay with Susan and tried his best to please Fong Honley in order to gain the approval of this elder. Now that Susan doesn't care about him anymore, who does Fong Honley, this fake elder, matter to? Brother Yi, you're not really going to pick her up at the airport, are you? You're still injured. Jiang Jianbai's face was full of worry. Yi Tao knew that he respected Fong Honley as his elder. Of course not. Yi Tao blacklisted Fong Honley's phone number. Jianbai, I want to ask you for a favor. Jiang Jianbai's eyes lit up immediately, and he patted his chest and said, Brother Yi, just give me your instructions. I will definitely do it for you. Chapter 16, Susan still chooses Anthony. A cold front has hit Beijing recently, and the outdoor temperature has plummeted. Fong Honley and her sisters had just returned from a trip to Australia, a country as warm as spring. They were all wearing suspenders and little skirts. The group waited at the airport for 2 hours and were all shaking with cold, but they didn't see Yi Tao. Mrs. Zhang, who was traveling with us, couldn't stand the cold anymore and complained. Lily, Yi Tao hasn't even married into the Su family yet, but he's already acting so arrogantly. He made us wait for so long. He doesn't even take you, his elder, seriously. Another little sister folded her arms and echoed. Yes, I think you are usually too nice to him, so he dares to neglect you like this. A man who wants to marry into your family doesn't know how to be humble and try to please you, but instead puts on airs in front of you, his elder. You have to teach him a lesson. Fong Honley usually orders Yi Tao around like a dog, but she never expected that today the dog would dare to disobey her orders, causing her to lose face in front of her sisters. Her face was burning, and she was about to call Yi Tao angrily. As soon as I took out my cell phone, a broken tricycle drove over from a distance. The big speaker hanging on the handlebars kept blaring. Garbage. Collect the garbage. Collect as much as you can. Why is there a garbage truck at the airport? A lady asked suspiciously. As they were talking, the tricycle had already stopped in front of everyone. The car owner was a burly man with an untidy beard. He squinted at Fong Honley, the leader, and said, "Are you Fong Honley? Is this the car you called? Get in quickly. I'm in a hurry." Fong Honley was so shocked that she even forgot to make the call. "When did I call a taxi?" The back of the tricycle was filled with garbage and was about to overflow. The garbage emitted an extremely foul stench, and flies were flying around on it from time to time, making a buzzing sound. The other ladies covered their noses and took a few steps back, looking at the scene in confusion. The big man looked impatient. "So your name is Fong Honley?" "My name is Fong Honley, but I didn't call a taxi." She clearly asked Yi Tao to drive over to pick them up. A fierce light flashed across the big man's eyes, and he immediately turned over and got out of the car. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he picked up several large bags of garbage and threw them at Fong Honley, cursing as he did so. "You stinky bitch, are you kidding me? You called a car, but you didn't take it. Do you look down on my car?" Before Fong Honley could come to her senses, garbage was thrown all over her head. A bag of garbage was thrown right in front of her chest, and you could see maggots wriggling inside the garbage. It was disgusting. "Ah! Help! Help!" Fong Honley screamed and stomped her feet to shake off the garbage on her body as if she was electrocuted, looking like a crazy woman. The other ladies were afraid of being implicated, so they stepped back and did not dare to step forward to help. The main reason was that the big man looked ferocious and they didn't dare to help. After all the garbage on the car was thrown away, the big man drove away on the tricycle. Fong Honley sat in a pile of smelly garbage, trembling with anger. She had already reacted by now. This must have been done by Yi Tao. It's his revenge. Yi Tao numbered tremblingly. She must scold him to death. The phone rang over and over again until it hung up automatically. Fong Honley couldn't believe it. She was actually blocked by Yi Tao. How dare he? Watching the airport video sent by Jiang Jinbai, Yi Tao was in a good mood. Fong Honley cares most about face. Having lost face today, she probably won't dare to go out for a long time. Fong Honley had done so many excessive things to him in the past, so it was not excessive for him to fight back a little this time. In the next few days, Jiang Jinbai often came to the hospital to visit. Yi Tao refused several times, asking him to focus on his work, but he insisted on coming. "There's nothing I can do but let him go." At noon that day, Jiang Jinbai came to pick Yi Tao up from the hospital. "Brother Yi, you must be tired of eating porridge every day during the past few days in the hospital. I will take you to a feast later." "Okay." His mouth was really dry, and he was now eager to eat meat, spicy one at that. After packing up my things, I suddenly received a text message on my phone. "It's from Susan. I will pick you up from the hospital at 12 o'clock. I specially cooked your favorite dishes today." The accompanying picture is a photo. The photo shows a food box that is 8 layers high. Each layer has been opened, and you can see the dishes inside. They are all spicy and meat dishes, which Yi Tao likes to eat. It's just that the dish doesn't look very good, and you could tell it was made by a novice. This was Susan's first time cooking. Yi Tao looked at it and felt nothing in his heart. Jiang Jinbai also saw the photo, and his eyebrows knitted up instantly. "Brother Yi, you're not soft-hearted again, are you?" It's no wonder that he was suspicious. In the past, as long as Susan lowered her head slightly, Yi Tao would rush to forgive her. Yi Tao smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject. "I remember that Anthony was also recuperating in this hospital, right?" Anthony injured his leg. He would go to the Su family's private hospital for treatment, and this time was no exception. But the strange thing is that the other party should have known that he was here for a long time, but he didn't come to trouble him in the past few days. Jiang Jinbai nodded. "Yeah, when I came here just now, I saw his agent pushing him downstairs to bask in the sun." Jinbai, send someone to tell him that Susan is coming to pick me up from the hospital. Jiang Jinbai was puzzled. "Brother Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Tao's smile did not reach his eyes. "Don't worry, Susan will not come to pick me up." Although Jiang Jinbai didn't quite understand his operation, he thought it was a good thing and immediately called his assistant to pass on the message. When it was almost 12 o'clock, the two went downstairs together. Yi Tao walked out. He saw Susan, who was about to enter the elevator opposite him. She was holding a food box in her hand, and looking down at the watch on her wrist. A hint of anxiety appeared on his usually calm and self-possessed face. Zhang Jinbai obviously saw her as well, and looked at Yi Tao beside him with an inquiring look. Yi Tao shook his head. Susan wasn't looking for him. The elevator opposite goes directly to the orthopedic department on the 3rd floor. She was going to see Anthony. Even though he had guessed this result a long time ago, Yi Tao still felt a pang of pain in his heart. The elevator door opposite closed, and he looked away. Let's go. Brother Yi, did you know that Anthony would do something naughty and deliberately leak the news to him? Zhang Jinbai felt very uncomfortable and thought that Yi Tao was really pitiful, being the one who was always left behind in this relationship. Yi Tao looked ahead, unable to tell the emotion in his eyes. Well, I know she will choose Anthony. In the past, he might have been sad and upset because of this, but now he just feels lucky. With Anthony to restrain Susan, she finally stopped bothering him. Zhang Jinbai sighed. I saw it with my own eyes today. I really didn't wrongly accuse Susan. She is such a scumbag. Chapter 17. You're the one who bullied my girlfriend? In the ward, Anthony looked at the sumptuous food box in front of him with a face full of surprise. Sister, did you make all these by yourself? Susan sat on the bedside and looked at his leg in plaster. You said on the phone just now that your leg hurts. How do you feel now? Anthony's eyes curved up and he showed a puppy-like smile. Sis, you came to see me. I feel much better. Sis is my painkiller. After saying that, he fixed his eyes on the food box and swallowed his saliva. Sister, can I have a taste of these? Susan frowned. These are all spicy dishes. Don't you dislike spicy food? Yi Tao with the intention of checking on Anthony's situation, but she didn't expect Anthony to see the food box in her hand and said he was very interested. So she opened it and showed it to him. But this is made by my sister. I really want to eat it. I haven't had lunch yet. Anthony looked at her eagerly. His puppy eyes were wet and made people feel soft-hearted. Susan wanted to say that she made this for Yi Tao, but seeing his hopeful look, she couldn't bear to refuse and finally nodded. You eat it. Sister is so nice. Anthony cheered and couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and start eating. Susan turned on her phone. Sorry, I was delayed on the way. I will pick you up later. The other side of the dialogue box is blank. Yi Tao did not reply to her message. Susan felt irritated. She wanted to take the opportunity of delivering the meal to give both of them a way out, but she didn't expect Yi Tao to have no reaction. The idea of cooking was proposed by Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang has been going to the hospital to bring blood-replenishing porridge to Yi Tao recently. He happened to mention that Yi Tao had been drinking porridge for so long that he was a little sick of it, and asked her if she wanted to try cooking and bringing meals to Yi Tao. Susan has never had to do housework since she was born. She had never thought about cooking, as it was something a cook should do. But for Yi Tao, she could try. After spending a whole morning, and with the personal guidance of the cook, she managed to prepare 8 dishes. On the way to the hospital, I received a call from Anthony, saying that his leg injury had worsened. Anthony saved her life and was her benefactor, so she couldn't ignore him. Anthony first. As a result, Yi Tao never replied. Did he leave the hospital without waiting for her? Thinking of this, Susan could no longer sit still. She stood up suddenly and said, I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Elder sister. Anthony reached out to pull her up anxiously, but his body lost his balance and he fell off the bed. With a thump, the leg in plaster fell to the ground. Ah, my legs, he screamed. Susan paused for a moment and turned back to help him up. Anthony. Anthony's face was pale, but he still smiled bravely. Sister, if you have something to do, go first. I'm fine. I'll be fine when the doctor comes. Susan hesitated for a moment, then quickly shook her head. I'll help you sit on the bed first. I'll leave after the doctor comes and make sure everything is all right. Won't it delay my sister's business? Thinking that Yi Tao never replied to the message, Susan's heart couldn't help but turn cold. It won't delay you. Just listen to me. I'll go get the doctor now. Anthony lay on the bed. Watching Susan leave, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yi Tao is dreaming. If he wants to fight him, Susan could only be his. Zhang Jinbai wanted to take Yi Tao to eat, was very close, only half an hour's drive away. In the 5-star restaurant, Zhang Jinbai asked Yi Tao to order first while he went to answer a phone call. Yi Tao flipped through the menu and ordered a few dishes that they all liked. The process of waiting for the food to be served was a bit boring. Zhang Jinbai had not come back yet, so he took out his mobile phone to check his circle of friends. When I refreshed the page, the top one was the 9-square grid that Anthony had just posted. Close-ups of the 8 dishes, coupled with Anthony's by selfie, and half of Susan's body can be seen in the background. A luxurious meal made by my sister, delicious. I like it. There is not a single like below. Yi Tao knew that Anthony had said it, so that only he could see it. I posted this specifically to show off to him. A sarcastic smile appeared on Yi Tao's lips. This is Anthony's normal operation. Every time I'm with Susan, I'll post every little thing on WeChat moments. They were all sent to him to stimulate him. It had really upset him in the past, and he was so heartbroken that he was numb. Although I am still not completely indifferent, it is much better now. He could look through all those photos calmly and even give them a thumbs up. Yi Tao, why are you here? Yi Tao looked up. I saw Su Xin holding a man's arm across from me, looking at him with a ghostly look on her face. Yi Tao had nothing to say to her, so he looked away and continued to browse his phone. Su Xin felt ignored and was very angry. Xian, do you know this man? Yu Jingchuan stared at Yi Tao with an unfriendly look. He was Su Xian's new boyfriend. Su Xin rolled her eyes and immediately put on a frightened expression, snuggling up to her boyfriend. We know each other. Jingchuan, let's go quickly and don't provoke him. Perhaps wanting to show his sense of security in front of his girlfriend, Yu Jingchuan hugged her and coaxed her. Did he bully you? Tell me. I'll help you teach him a lesson. Su Xian's eyes were red, and she cried softly. He is my sister's fiancé. He often bullies me when my sister is not at home. I wanted to tell my sister, but he threatened me, saying that he would beat me to death if I dared to complain. Yi Tao watched her perform leisurely. I have to say, Su Xian's ability to confuse right and wrong is really amazing. Look at her boyfriend. His eyes were bloodshot after hearing what she said, and he wanted to rush up and beat him up. Don't cry, baby. I'll help you teach him a lesson. Be good, stand away. I'm afraid his blood will splash on you. Su Xian obediently stood aside. Where Yu Jingchuan couldn't see, he cast a provocative look at Yi Tao. It was his bad luck today that he bumped into her. Her new boyfriend learns Taekwondo. Yi Tao will definitely be taught a lesson today. When she thought of the miserable situation that Yi Tao and others would face, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Yu Jingchuan rolled up his sleeves, revealing the bulging muscles underneath. He stepped forward, grabbed Yi Tao by the collar, pulled him up from his seat, and asked fiercely, Are you the one who bullied my girlfriend? Yi Tao looked calm and glanced at his face casually. Yu Jingchuan was irritated by his nonchalant look. He raised his fist as big as a sandbag and smashed it towards his face. Look at UX. Su Xian opened her eyes wide with excitement, wanting to remember the tragic scene of Yi Tao with a bloody head firmly in her mind. Unexpectedly, Yi Tao raised his hand and easily caught Yu Jingchuan's fist. How is that possible? Su Xian covered her mouth in disbelief. Then she watched helplessly as Yi Tao swung his other hand, hitting her boyfriend's face crooked, and his body flew out, brushing past her and smashing a decorative glass baffle next to it. A piece of glass shard splashed onto Su Xian's face, leaving a deep mark. Su Xian raised her hand and felt blood on it. She screamed immediately. Ah, my face. Chapter 18. Junior Brother Yi, would you be willing to accompany me for dinner? The chaos here soon attracted the restaurant's lobby manager. Guess what happened? When the manager saw Yi Tao, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Su Xian covered her injured right face and yelled at the manager. What's wrong with your restaurant? How dare you let this poor guy in to cause trouble? He beat up my boyfriend. Why don't you get him kicked out? The manager looked suspicious, and a waitress who had watched the whole process hurriedly whispered the whole story. The scene just now was so violent that she didn't dare to step forward to persuade them. After listening to this, the manager had an idea in mind. He smiled politely at Su Xian. I'm sorry, ma'am. Our restaurant welcomes everyone to dine in, regardless of status. And we have employees who can testify that it was your boyfriend who started the trouble. Su Xian's chest was heaving with anger. She raised her hand, her fingers almost poking the manager's nose. You know who I am, but you're still speaking for him? I'm the second daughter of the Su family. If you don't want your store to close, kick him out immediately. The manager frowned. Of course he knew the Su family. Who in the circle doesn't know the reputation of the Su family? He gave a look to the waiter next to him, and the waiter immediately went downstairs to call security. Yi Tao saw clearly the quarrel between the two. I sighed in my heart. Su Xian is really despicable. She actually uses the Su family's name to bully others. You didn't think he was wrong just now. People have shit on your head. How can you tolerate this? But it is really unnecessary to involve innocent shops. He picked up the things on the seat and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Su Xin immediately stepped forward to block him and said arrogantly, "Want to leave? It's not that easy. It would be too easy to let him go like this." She had to get someone to kick him out and throw his face on the ground and stomp on it hard. Only then could she get rid of the hatred in her heart. Soon, the waiter came over with 2 security guards. Su Xin pointed at Yi Tao and said, "He's the one causing trouble. Drag him out and throw him on the street." Yi Tao's face turned cold. "Su Xin, don't go too far." Su Xin laughed sarcastically. "What's wrong with me going too far? You, a lowly person, can only bear it." Seeing the 2 security guards standing still, he glared at them fiercely. "What are you still standing there for? Drag him out now." The security guard looked at the manager hesitantly, and the manager nodded. The security guard got permission and then stepped forward. One of them dragged up Yu Jingchuan, who had fainted on the ground, and the other held up Su Xin. The smile on Su Xian's face froze. After realizing what was happening, he started to curse. "Are you blind? I asked you to drag him out. Why did you drag me?" Yi Tao was also surprised. The manager said calmly, "Excuse me, Miss Su Er. Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of our restaurant." After saying that, he glanced at the 2 security guards and said, Why don't you ask Miss Su Er and her boyfriend to leave quickly?" The security guard hurriedly dragged people out. Su Xin was so angry that she punched and kicked, struggling all over. "Let go. Let me go. I'm the second daughter of the Su family. I will definitely let my sister buy your restaurant and fire all of you." When the security guard heard that she was the second daughter of the Su family, he didn't dare to use too much force and accidentally let her break free. Su Xin slapped him in the face. "How dare you touch me with your dirty hands, you filthy thing." The security guard covered his face, angry but not daring to say anything. Yi Tao aggressively raised her hand and slapped him in the face. All the humiliation she suffered today was because of him. Yi Tao smiled coldly, easily restrained her wrist, then raised his foot and kicked her on the back of the knee. With a thump, Su Xin knelt firmly on the ground with her legs. "Ah, Yi Tao, I'm going to kill you." Su Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and she was about to go crazy. The next moment, a mobile phone screen appeared in front of her. Yi Tao's slow and magnetic voice sounded above his head. "Are you sure you want to continue making trouble? Then I don't mind sending this photo to your bestie to help you verify whether your relationship is just a fake one." Su Xin opened her eyes wide and stared at the phone screen. It was a photo of her and a man making love in bed. The photo was very high definition, and her and the man's faces were clearly captured. Su Xin was horrified. Yi Tao get this photo? How did he know that she had cheated on her best friend's boyfriend? And when did he take the photo? She was so careful. She stretched out her hands suddenly to grab the phone. Yi Tao had already been prepared for this move and quickly took a step back. Su Xin missed her target and fell face down on the ground, bleeding from her nose. "If you don't get out of here, I'll send it out now." As he said that, he was about to press the send button. "Don't send it." Su Xin crawled to her feet from the ground, her eyes filled with hatred for Yi Tao, but she dared not do anything for fear that he would send the photos out. "Don't send it. I'm leaving now." Su Xin glared at Yi Tao with resentment and left the restaurant with a look of unwillingness on her face. One day she will get back at this debt. At that time, she will want Yi Tao to kneel down and kowtow to her in front of everyone. Yi Tao didn't expect this photo to be so powerful. This is also a coincidence. 3 months ago, an anonymous account sent this photo to his email, demanding 5 million to buy out the photo. Otherwise, it would be exposed. Yi Tao was busy preparing for the wedding at that time. He was afraid that the exposure of the photos would affect the reputation of the Su family, so he borrowed 5 million from Jiang Jianbai to buy the photos. I wanted to wait until the wedding was over to find an opportunity to ask Su Xin what was going on, but then that incident happened. Su Xin had been aggressive today, and that's why he remembered this photo. Su Xian's best friend is not someone you can easily mess with. Her possessiveness over her boyfriend is simply too strong. If she knew that her boyfriend was having an affair with Su Xin, tearing her apart would be the least of her worries. If Su Xin dared to provoke him again, he wouldn't mind making these 2 good sisters become enemies. The troublemakers left, and order was quickly restored in the restaurant. The manager bowed to Yi Tao apologetically and said, "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Yi. To express our apology, we will waive all your meal expenses." Yi Tao was suspicious. "If I remember correctly, this is my first time dining in your restaurant. How do you know my last name is Yi?" Of course I told him. Yi Tao looked towards the source of the sound. Zhang Jianbai and a woman were walking side by side. The woman was tall, with big, wavy burgundy hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a red trench coat, high boots, and black stockings, which made her look sexy and bold. "Senior Wei, are you back home?" Yi Tao's eyes were full of surprise. The manager greeted respectfully, "Boss." Wei Chen waved her hand, and the manager tactfully left. Yi Tao looked at Zhang Jianbai, asking him what was going on. Zhang Jianbai shrugged. Could he say that this was just a coincidence? "I was answering a phone call outside just now, and I happened to run into my senior. She knew you were here, so she said she wanted to have dinner together." Yi Tao, with a pair of affectionate eyes and curved her red lips. "Junior brother Yi, would you be willing to accompany me for dinner?" Chapter 19. Will Junior Yi give me a chance? Yi Tao with an expression of anticipation for a good show. Yi Tao ignored his teasing look and responded with a smile. "What do you mean by honor? Senior sister Wei rarely comes back to China, so I should treat you to this meal." The three of them changed to a private box. When sitting down, Wei Chen deliberately sat next to Yi Tao. Zhang Jianbai bumped his shoulder and said, "When Senior Wei heard that you and Susan broke up, she quickly dealt with her work abroad and came to see you as soon as she got off the plane today." Zhang Jianbai did not lower his voice deliberately. Wei Chen heard it clearly, but did not refute it. Yi Tao frowned slightly. "There's nothing wrong between me and senior sister Wei. Please don't ruin her reputation." Wei Qian's beautiful eyes were glued to him. She did not hide her feelings at all and smiled charmingly. "There was nothing between us before. As for the future, will you give me a chance, brother Yi?" Yi Tao was embarrassed, "Senior Wei. You are joking. How can I be worthy of you?" Zhang Jianbai immediately retorted. "How can you not be a good match? You and the senior sister are a perfect match, talented and beautiful. If you had agreed to the pursuit of the senior sister in college, you would definitely have a child now. Why would you still have to endure Susan's anger?" Yi Tao didn't know how to respond, so he lowered his head and continued to boil his chopsticks with hot water. Wei Chen secretly looked at the man beside her. "I haven't seen him for a few years, but he is still as handsome as ever. Compared to before, he is more mature and stable. When she was in college, she and Yi Tao were in the same student union. She had heard a long time ago that this junior had a girlfriend. His girlfriend is the famous eldest daughter of the Su family." Wei Chen initially treated Yi Tao as just a junior, but as they participated in more activities together, they gradually became friends. Later, she fell in love without realizing it. After a student union dinner, she confessed her love to him under the influence of alcohol. Yi Tao rejected her on the spot, saying that he loved Susan very much and would not consider anyone else. Although she had expected this result, she still felt sad. Yi Tao's name was on the school's list of students studying abroad. She was so happy that she couldn't sleep the whole night. Although we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, it's good to continue to be friends abroad. However, Yi Tao refused the opportunity to study abroad for Susan and even chose to intern at the Su family's company. She was sad and disappointed when she found out. It's sad that Yi Tao really loves Susan and can give up everything for her. Disappointed, Yi Tao sacrificed his career for love. He could have had a better future. Later, she went abroad to study alone. After graduation, it was natural for me to stay and work abroad. During this period, many outstanding men showed their interest in her. But she could never forget Yi Tao in her heart and could not start a new relationship. During these years abroad, she has been secretly paying attention to his affairs. Know that he is engaged to Susan. Knowing that he had sent out invitations to all his friends to attend his wedding with Susan. It wasn't until a few weeks ago that she saw the video that Su Xin posted online. She was shaking with excitement. "I finished my work abroad as quickly as possible and flew back home." This time, she wanted to compete with Susan openly. "Senior Wei, you can eat now." Yi Tao handed the scalded chopsticks to Wei Chen and Zhang Jianbai respectively. All three of them started eating. The dishes on the table were very rich, and all three of them enjoyed them very much. When Wei Chen talked about her experiences abroad over the years, Zhang Jianbai was very supportive and responded very naturally. Yi Tao mostly listened and occasionally responded with a few words. An hour later, the three finished their meal. Yi Tao went to the front desk to pay the bill. The manager kept saying it was free of charge. After all, Wei Chen was their boss. Moreover, Wei Chen had explained long ago that Yi Tao didn't have to pay whenever he came to their restaurant to eat. Yi Tao was very persistent and paid the money anyway. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor for no reason. In the end, the manager couldn't resist and accepted it. When I returned to the box, Jiang Jianbai was gone. Jiang said he had something else to do with the company, so he went back first. Yi Tao was ashamed. It was obvious that this guy did it on purpose. Wei Chen patted the seat beside her and motioned for him to sit down. Shall we talk? No, Senior Wei. I have something else to do at home, so I have to leave first. You've already broken up with Susan? What else could be going on at home? Yi Tao. Senior Wei's personality is still as straightforward as ever. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I really need your help with something. Wei Chen straightened her expression and said, there is a jewelry charity gala tomorrow night. I don't have a male companion to attend, so I would like to ask you to be my male companion. Wei Chen studied jewelry design in college. She has developed very well abroad in recent years and has become quite famous in the circle. Yi Tao quickly refused. This is not appropriate. Don't be so quick to refuse. Wei Chen tapped the table with her fingertips, her movements graceful. I won't let you help me for nothing. This charity party will be attended by many celebrities, and the donations raised will be used to support some orphanages in Beijing. I happen to be friends with the organizer of the charity party. If you accompany me, I will ask him to add the name of Liu Orphanage. Liu Orphanage is the orphanage where Yi Tao had stayed before. Yi Tao hesitated. He knew that the director was always worried about the orphanage's funds, and the money he sent was far from enough. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. If we can get some donations, the children will be able to have a good year with enough food and warm clothing. Seeing him hesitate, Wei Chen smiled and said, don't think too much. Although I like you, I won't force you to accept me, nor will I ask for favors. I know that love cannot be forced. I've been living abroad for many years and have almost lost contact with my friends in China. I'm more familiar with you, so I thought of asking you for help. Tao's tense expression suddenly relaxed a little. Wei Chen saw this and felt a little disappointed. Okay, I promise. Thank you. I'll send you the dinner invitation by express delivery. Just send me the address on WeChat. Yi Tao nodded. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, said goodbye, and went home. Su Group. Boss Su. Come in. Susan sat in her office chair, rubbing her temples with her fingers. Her migraines have been getting worse lately. Did you find out? Xiao Ran nodded and repeated what he had found out. Yesterday, President Jiang came to pick up Assistant Yi from the hospital. After they were discharged, they had a meal together and then went home. Boss Jiang? Jiang Jianbai. Yes. Susan was a little surprised. She knew that Yi Tao had helped Jiang Jianbai before, but she didn't expect that their relationship was so good. From this point of view, Yi Tao didn't deliberately stand her up yesterday. As for why he didn't reply to her message, it was probably because he was still in a bad mood. Susan's mood instantly improved, and even her headache didn't hurt as much. Okay, I understand. You can go down. Boss Su, there is a jewelry charity gala at 8 o'clock tonight. Do you want to watch it? No, I'll postpone it. Xiao Ran hesitated. Almost all the wealthy families in Beijing will attend this charity party. The famous jewelry designer Wei Chen also returned to China to attend this party. Wei Chen? Graduated from Beijing University? Susan's head shot up. Chapter 20. Her male companion tonight is Yi Tao. Xiao Ran was busy looking through the information in his hand. Yes, she graduated from Peking University. President Su, do you know her? Susan looked grim. Of course I know him, and I have a deep memory of him. After all, this woman has always wanted to steal her man. Although Yi Tao rejected Wei Chen's confession at first, it still left a thorn in her heart. Especially when she learned that Yi Tao and Wei Chen were both on the list of those studying abroad. She was extremely angry. So she made an excuse, saying that the company was under attack from all sides, and asked Yi Tao to stay and help her. Yi Tao quickly agreed, gave up the opportunity to study abroad, and joined the company to be her assistant. Wei Chen went abroad alone, never came back over the years. Why would he return home just to attend a charity dinner? Is it because... Susan thought of a possibility, and her expression became even uglier. Xiao Ran was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. Mr. Su's expression was truly terrifying. Get ready and be there on time at 8 p.m. Boss Su, the banquet requires a male companion to attend. I have my own arrangements. Yes. Xiao Ran left the office. Susan picked up the phone on the table and sent a text message to Yi Tao. At 8 p.m., accompany me to a charity dinner. Shengjing Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Beijing, is now crowded with celebrities. The organizer of the dinner rented a 1,000 square meter back garden of the hotel. On both sides of the back garden, there were hundreds of glass display cabinets of high-priced jewelry. In the center of the garden, A band specially invited by the organizer was playing popular music. Celebrities dressed in exquisite clothes, holding champagne, gathered in twos and threes to view the exhibition, and the atmosphere was very wonderful. When Wei Chen appeared with Yi Tao's arm around her, there was a big commotion among the crowd. There were several daughters who used to get along well with Wei Chen, and they immediately came forward to say hello. Zhang Man, the daughter of the Zhang family, said in a familiar tone, Qian, when did you return to China? Why didn't you tell me so that I could pick you up? Wei Chen raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes curved with a smile. I decided to return home at the last minute, and my schedule was a bit tight, so I didn't tell you. Yi Tao beside her tentatively. Who is this person next to you? My date tonight. Her answer was simple, but it aroused endless imagination among everyone present. Of course, they knew who Yi Tao was, but they were just curious as to why he hooked up with Wei Chen so soon after breaking up with Susan. Yi Tao naturally felt the gazes of everyone present. He looked indifferent and kept a perfect smile on his face. He just needs to accompany Wei Chen tonight. What other people think is none of his business. Fortunately, although everyone was curious, no one asked any further questions. After all, we are all adults, and we know very well what we should and should not do. Wei Chen asked Yi Tao, I'm going to say hello to some friends. Do you want to accompany me? Or do you want to go shopping by yourself? Yi Tao noticed that her standing posture was a little awkward. What's wrong with your feet? Wei Chen coughed lightly, a little embarrassed. I haven't worn high heels for a long time. My heels are a little worn out. Yi Tao looked around and helped her sit down on a bench nearby. Sit here for a while. I'll go to the front desk and ask if there are any band-aids. Don't bother. I'll just get used to it. His expression became serious. If you rub your heels for too long, they will bleed. You sit down. I'll go to the front desk. After saying that, he turned and left. Wei Chen didn't even have time to stop it. After a long moment, she smiled softly. Yi Tao really hasn't changed at all. Still as gentle and considerate as before. 10 minutes later, Yi Tao came back with 2 band-aids. Wei Chen was sitting on a chair. Seeing him coming, she quickly stretched out her hand and said, Give it to me. I'll put it on myself. Yi Tao glanced at her and quickly looked away. Let me do it. Wei Chen was surprised. Yi Tao hurriedly explained. Don't think too much. I don't want to take advantage of you. The clothes you are wearing today are not suitable for bending over. Wei Chen subconsciously looked down at her clothes. She wore a low-cut satin slim red dress today, which perfectly accentuated her figure. Her chest reveals a proud cleavage, and when she bends down slightly, you can see a large area of fair skin underneath. She had gotten used to dressing like this in the past few years abroad, and if Yi Tao hadn't pointed it out, she really wouldn't have noticed it. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Wei Chen winked at Yi Tao playfully. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Tao smiled, bent his knees, and half knelt in front of Wei Chen. She was wearing a pair of pumps tonight, which she took off easily. Yi Tao tore off the packaging of the bandage and reached out to hold her fair and slender ankle. Without distraction, he put the band-aid on his heel, which was already bleeding from being rubbed. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from behind. Yi Tao, what are you doing? The sound instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Yi Tao stood up. Susan, who came to attend the party, and next to her was her best friend, Jiang Jiyue. Both of them looked unhappy. Yi Tao looked at Wei Chen in front of him. You just said you were going to say hello to some friends. Go ahead. I have something to take care of here. Wei Chen nodded readily, knowing that he didn't want to involve her in his affairs with Susan. She was touched by Yi Tao's thoughtfulness. She turned and left. Almost as soon as Wei Chen left, Susan came over. She reached out and grabbed Yi Tao's arm and walked quickly to a corner. She angrily questioned, Why did you accompany Wei Chen to the dinner? You are obviously my fiancée. Yi Tao's face was cold. It's not the case anymore. I didn't agree to break up at all. Breaking up is not marriage. As long as one party agrees, it's fine. You. Susan's face looked extremely ugly. Yi Tao never liked to argue with others before, and that was what she liked most about him. But since when did he become so aggressive? Jiang Jiyue, who came with her, spoke up for Susan. Susu sent you a message asking you to accompany her to the dinner, but you didn't even reply. Yi Tao, tell me the truth. Have you betrayed Susu and hooked up with Wei Chen a long time ago? Yi Tao smiled, not angry at all. Miss Zhang's heart is really dirty in everything she sees. Jiang Jiyue was so angry that she fell backwards. This man used to tolerate being beaten and scolded, but now he's standing up for himself? Yeah, he is not that kind of person. Susan glanced at her best friend with dissatisfaction. She believed in Yi Tao's feelings for her and would never cheat on her. It must be that woman Wei Chen who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Jua laughed angrily. Okay, I helped you and you're not happy, okay. I won't care about your mess anymore. Zhang Jua waved her sleeves and left. Chapter 21. When Susan wanted to get married the most, she gave up. Susan doesn't have the extra energy to take care of Jiang Jiayue now. She will apologize to her after the matter is over. Now, she just wanted to find out about the banquet. She once again questioned, "Why don't you accompany me to the dinner?" Yi Tao said impatiently, "You know it very well." "What's the meaning?" Seeing her confused look, Yi Tao suddenly felt angry. She clearly said those words herself, but now she has forgotten them completely? It turns out that it won't hurt unless the stick hits you. He curled his lips, his face calm as if he was talking about someone else. At the end of the year before last, at the Beijing Wealthy Businessman Exchange dinner, you said backstage at the dinner that I was not presentable and that I didn't need to attend such dinners anymore. Susan's pupils flickered. She remembered. The Beijing Rich Businessman Exchange dinner 2 years ago was the first time she brought Yi Tao to such a formal occasion. During this time, no one knew what happened, but Yi Tao knocked over the champagne tower on the table, and the red wine spilled all over him, making him look extremely embarrassed. The eyes of the guests at the scene fell on them from time to time, as if they were mocking them. She felt ashamed and pulled Yi Tao directly to the backstage. I was so angry at the time that I said a few words to him, but this was just a momentary angry remark. Didn't she always invite him to every banquet she had afterwards? On the contrary, he refused every time. I was just angry at the time and said that. Anthony accompany you to all the banquets from now on. Yi Tao's voice was sarcastic. Susan frowned and became a little angry. Some banquets require a male companion. It was because you didn't want to accompany me that I asked Anthony to replace you. When did I say I didn't want to? When he learned that Anthony could accompany her, he felt extremely envious. Susan looked disappointed. You don't have to lie to me. I asked Xiao Ran to ask you at every banquet, and you refused. Do you want to say that Xiao Ran was lying to me? Xiao Ran never asked me from beginning to end. Noticing the weirdness in Yi Tao's words, Susan finally realized something was wrong. Could it be that Xiao Ran really lied to her? But how is this possible? In fact, this matter is already past. Whether or not to attend the banquet is of no importance to Yi Tao now. But Xiao Ran pretended to obey her, but secretly helped the master behind her to step on him to get to the top, and he could not tolerate this hatred no matter what. He took out his cell phone and called Xiao Ran. The call was picked up quickly. The person on the other end seemed very surprised. Yi Tao? Why are you calling me? Yi Tao changed his tone to one of complacency. Assistant Zhao, you didn't expect that after all the planning, I would still be the one to accompany Susan to the banquet tonight. Zhao Ran sneered. What are you so proud of? It's just this time. President Su just feels sorry for you. You turned down the previous banquet without even asking me. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Susan? Zhao Ran laughed loudly, not caring at all. So, what if I tell President Su? Do you think President Su will believe you or me? And how can you, with your lowly status, be worthy of attending the banquet with President Su? Only someone like Anthony is suitable to be with President Su. Yi Tao hung up the phone decisively. Susan's face was clouded. How dare Zhao Ran? Are you really not afraid that she will hold you accountable for your actions while openly pretending to obey her? Where on earth did she get the courage? You knew she did this. Why didn't you come and ask me? Susan looked at him steadily. I ask you, will you believe it? Susan opened her lips, but no words came out. At that time, she might really not believe it. Whether or not the question was asked is just a matter of words. There is no actual evidence at all. She would just think that Yi Tao was deliberately making things difficult for Zhao Ran. And did Yi Tao really not ask at the beginning? Yes, I have asked. When her salary was deducted, Yi Tao came to ask her about it. How did she answer at that time? He was making a fuss out of nothing. It was impossible for Zhao Ran to deliberately deduct his salary. It was probably because he was too busy that something went wrong. Is it because of this that Yi Tao completely doesn't believe her? The regret that swept over her at that moment almost broke Susan down. She is biased and doesn't trust the person next to her, but she trusts her subordinates. How long did the situation last? 2 years? 3 years? Or longer? She doesn't remember. Yi Tao naturally saw the regret on Susan's face. He just felt it was ironic We've already said everything that needs to be said. If we meet again in the future, we'll just pretend we don't know each other." Susan's eyes were sore. She held Yi Tao's hand and said something apologetically for the first time. "I'm sorry, I trusted the wrong person." Yi Tao reached out and pried open her fingers one by one, with a gentle smile on his handsome face. "You don't have to say sorry to me. This is your business. It has nothing to do with me." He clearly didn't say anything harsh, but Susan felt very uncomfortable. She watched his figure disappear in front of her and no longer had the courage to move forward. She didn't expect that her unintentional words at that time would hurt Yi Tao so deeply that he would remember it for so many years. In recent years, whenever a male companion was required to attend a banquet, Anthony would accompany her. Anthony is an actor. He is easygoing in conversation and has elegant and calm manners. Every time she brought him with her, people around her looked at her with envy. Gradually, she got used to it. After that, every time there was a banquet, she would symbolically ask Xiao Ran to ask Yi Tao. Every time Xiao Ran said that Yi Tao would not participate, she never thought of asking him in person. Perhaps he subconsciously felt that Yi Tao could not compare to Anthony in big situations. The reason why Xiao Ran acted so recklessly was that he relied on her trust. She had indeed done something wrong. She admitted it. She paid too little attention to Yi Tao. Yi Tao will accompany Wei Chen to attend the banquet tonight to make her aware of this problem, right? It wasn't that he didn't want to accompany him. It was because Xiao Ran stopped him. It's all her fault. She didn't know people well enough. It is understandable that Yi Tao is unwilling to forgive her. At the following banquet, Susan did not deliberately look for Yi Tao. She went to see Jiang Jianbai. After hearing her words, Jiang Jianbai's mouth twitched. "You want to hold a new wedding and ask me to help convince Brother Yi?" Susan nodded. "I want to win him back. I know it was wrong of me to cancel the wedding before. I will give him a more grand wedding than the last one. Then, I will invite all the celebrities in Beijing to attend." "No, Mr. Su, please don't do this." "Why?" Jiang Jianbai spread his hands. "Because Brother Yi would never agree. When he wanted to get married the most, you gave up. It's too late to make up for it now." If it weren't for Susan's powerful position, his words would probably have been even more unpleasant. When a child dies, you know how to feed him. When snot comes into your mouth, you know how to shake it off. Why are you pretending to be reluctant and affectionate now? Chapter 22. Fong Honley wants Yi Tao to accompany her for one night. "Boss Su, I advise you to let it go as soon as possible. If you do it now, you can still leave a good impression on Brother Yi. It would be too disgraceful to really go to the point of breaking up with him." Before he met Yi Tao, Jiang Jianbai had admired Susan very much. He was an illegitimate child and was neglected and oppressed since childhood. And Susan is the child of other people's family, with good looks and outstanding abilities. Although she is a woman, she is decisive and ruthless. She single-handedly supports the Su family and stands tall among the wealthy families in Beijing. With Yi Tao, Jiang Jianbai realized that no one is perfect. Susan, who is very successful in her career, is actually confused in her relationships. Yi Tao suffered countless cold violence from her and could only endure it silently. He felt sad just watching it. Susan looked determined. "I will not break up with Yi Tao. We will get married, and he will be a part of the Su family in the future." Jiang Jianbai was too lazy to persuade him anymore. What if Susan doesn't want to? Anyway, it's impossible to save Yi Tao's situation. "Sorry, Mr. Su, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Jiang Jianbai greeted him distantly and turned away. Susan pursed her lips and stood there in silence for a long time. Finally, she took out her cell phone and called her assistant Tina. "I'm going to hold a wedding at the end of this month. Have someone prepare it right away. Use the most expensive and best items. Send out wedding invitations to all the celebrities in Beijing." Tina was confused. "Who is the groom? Who else could it be except Yi Tao?" "Yes, Mr. Su. I'll arrange it right away." After saying a few more words, the other party hung up the phone. Tina wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and showed a sincere smile on her face. Yi Tao finally got his reward after all the hardship. Xiao Ran, who came to get the information, saw how happy she was and joked. "You won the lottery? Why are you so happy?" Tina said with a smile. "It's not me who won the lottery. It's Assistant Yi. President Su said that the wedding will be held again at the end of this month. So I have to hurry up and make arrangements. Susan is going to rehold her wedding with Yi Tao. How is this possible? And even if they were going to have a wedding, why didn't she be the one to plan it?" She was obviously Susan's most trusted assistant. Thinking of the strange phone call from Yi Tao just now, Xiao Ran suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. I didn't hold the documents in my hand firmly, and they fell to the ground. Tina was startled. What's wrong with you? You look distracted. No, I'm just happy for Assistant Yi. Xiao Ran forced a smile and quickly picked up the documents that fell on the ground. These documents are urgently needed. I'll leave first. After saying that, he hurriedly left the office. There is a longmen boxing match tonight. Early in the morning, Yi Tao started practicing boxing on a sandbag. I practiced for 2 hours and was sweating profusely. Just as I was about to take a shower, I suddenly heard a series of shouting and cursing from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of fierce kicking on the door. Who would come to his house and act crazy so early in the morning? Yi Tao opened the door with a gloomy face, and the woman's saliva almost splashed on his face. Yi Tao, you coward! Open the door! How dare you order people to throw garbage at me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Fong Honley was dressed in branded clothes and bags, with a ferocious look on her face. She stood at the door with her hands on her hips and cursed like a shrew. Was there any trace of her former elegant image as a lady? Yi Tao leaned against the door frame, folded his arms, and looked at the crazy woman in front of him leisurely. Mrs. Fong, did you find the wrong door? The mental hospital is in the second ring road of Beijing City. This is in the suburbs. How dare you call me a psycho? Fong Hongley's words suddenly stopped. Yi Tao greedily. She knew Yi Tao had a good figure, but she didn't expect it to be so good. He was wearing a black vest on his upper body. Perhaps because he had just finished exercising, the vest was wet with sweat and stuck tightly to his body, outlining his 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles. The lower body is wearing a pair of gray sweatpants, which wraps around the slender and strong thighs, especially the bulging part in the middle, which is particularly noticeable and looks very useful at first glance. Coupled with his fair and handsome face, he was even more attractive than most male models she had seen. Fong Honley couldn't help swallowing. My own niece really doesn't know how to enjoy life. She has such a wonderful thing, but doesn't use it. She is frigid every day. If only I could come with him once. Yi Tao noticed her look and got goosebumps all over his body. He reached out, quickly took a windbreaker from the hanger behind the door and put it on. Fong Honley looked away regretfully. Yi Tao asked impatiently, "What on earth are you doing here? I don't have time to waste with you." Fong Honley remembered the purpose of his visit, and his expression immediately became arrogant, but it was a little less aggressive than before. "I have already investigated clearly. The garbage truck at the airport a few days ago was the one you arranged to have done. Yi Tao, you must apologize to me right now." Yi Tao raised his eyebrows. Has Madame Fong gone mad? Why should I apologize to you for something I didn't do? So, what if he did it? It would be impossible for Fong Honley to find out with her brain. The reason I say this is that I'm used to suppressing him. Stop pretending to be stupid with me. You don't have to apologize if you don't want to. Fong Honley's eyes turned to him, and she said in a condescending tone, "If you sleep with me for one night, this debt will be written off." Yi Tao thought he had heard it wrong. Fong Honley asked him to sleep with her for one night? She is Susan's aunt. Although he had always known that Fong Honley was a playboy, keeping a different male model every month and changing the men around her one after another, he had never thought that she would set her sights on him. He felt instantly nauseous. Perhaps it was because Yi Tao's disgusted expression was too obvious. Fong Honley was so angry that her face turned green, and she pointed at his nose and cursed. "I asked you to spend a night with me, and you still rejected me? I have maintained myself so well, and I look less than 30 years old. How many men would want to climb into my bed? I am giving you this opportunity, and it is a great honor for you. Mrs. Fong, please leave the opportunity to those who need it. I can't afford it." Yi Tao's cold eyes made Fong Honley feel humiliated. She was furious. "You don't want to, right? I'll call my niece right now. If you dare to bully her aunt, you'll never be able to enter the Su family in your life." Staying in the Su family and staying with Susan is Yi Tao's weakness. As long as she threatened him like this, Yi Tao would agree to anything. Fong Honley's hand stopped on Susan's phone number. She raised her chin and looked at Yi Tao defiantly, waiting for him to give in like he did before. But she waited, and Yi Tao didn't say a word. Finally, he got tired of waiting and said, "Mrs. Fong is old and has dementia. She can't even make a phone call. Why don't I make the call for you?" Chapter 23. Yi Tao is a poor boy, not worthy of entering our Su family. You? Fong Honley didn't expect him to react like this, and felt like she had punched cotton. "I thought I was here to find trouble with Yi Tao today so that I could scold him to death, but I ended up hurting myself instead. Where is Yi Tao going for further studies? This indifferent look made her hate him so much. She took out her ultimate weapon. Don't think that playing hard to get will work on me. I'm telling you. When I get back, I'll ask my niece to cancel her engagement with you and let Anthony marry into her family. He's rich and has a high status, much better than you. She knew that Yi Tao and Anthony didn't get along. In the past, whenever she mentioned that he was not as good as Anthony, he would endure it even if it was a huge injustice and dare not speak out. But this time, the other party was not angry at all. She even nodded in agreement and said, "This is a great idea. Go and tell Susan right now. I fully support it." Fong Honley was stunned. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Hasn't he always cared about Susan the most? Why do you have such an indifferent attitude now? Her niece is the president of Su Group. Yi Tao have such an attitude? Yi Tao, my niece, is the youngest and most promising woman in the entire Beijing city. How many wealthy families want to marry her? You are just lucky to be adopted by my sister and brother-in-law, so you can get the upper hand. Otherwise, you don't know where you would be in the stinking ditch. Yi Tao angrily, her face full of gloom. Yi Tao did not argue, but shrugged calmly. Oh, what does her excellence have to do with me? I'm not going to marry her. Fong Honley had better tell Susan these words exactly as they were, so that she wouldn't bother him again. It's very annoying. After 8 years of long-distance relationship, let's end it completely. After hearing what he said, Fong Honley was stunned. What did you say? You are not going to marry her? Yi Tao looked at her with a half-smile. Mrs. Fong is pretending to have amnesia. You were also present at the wedding on the day. Fong Honley, who was sitting in the front row of the guest seats, could not have failed to hear clearly what he said at the wedding. But I just didn't take him seriously and didn't take his words to heart. Susan as before. After hearing this, Fong Honley gradually calmed down. An idea quickly came to my mind, and I was ready to act. She licked her scarlet lips with a haughty attitude. You are self-aware and know that you are not worthy of my niece, so you chose to withdraw. You left the Su family with nothing, and now you can't even find a job, right? Why don't you become my underground lover? Serve me 20 times a month, and I will give you 10,000 yuan a month. Although Fong Honley looked down on Yi Tao's background, she was very impressed by his young and strong body. In the past, it was difficult to take action because he was my niece. Now, since her niece doesn't want him, it's okay for her to enjoy him, right? Yi Tao felt so nauseous that he almost vomited out his breakfast. This woman has absolutely no boundaries. Fong Honley was a very active person. He immediately reached out and touched Yi Tao's lower body. She had been imagining about that for a long time. Just as she touched the edge of the clothes, she was thrown out by a huge force and fell in front of the elevator door opposite with a scream. Yi Tao, you lowly bastard. How dare you lay hands on me? Fong Honley got up from the ground in a panic, with shame and anger on her face. The next second, with a ding sound, the elevator door opened. Susan took Xiao Ran out. When she saw Fong Honley, who was in a dishevel, her brows furrowed slightly. When Fong Honley saw Susan coming, she immediately found a supporter and burst into tears. Niece, you have to make the decision for me. Yi Tao is disrespectful to his elders and even hit me. He doesn't even take you seriously. Susan turned her gaze to Yi Tao, her expression not looking good. Did you fight with your aunt? Yi Tao was surprised. Today is not the weekend, and it is at this time. Why is Susan here? Shouldn't she be working in the company? With a mocking smile on his face, he said, some people have to come to me and act like a jerk. Don't they deserve to be beaten? Susan was not used to his sharp words, so she endured it and said, anyway, you are a grown man. It's not right for you to fight with a woman. He is a man, and he must give in everything. What kind of logic is that? He unabashedly rolled his eyes. Fong Honley immediately added fuel to the fire. Niece, Yi Tao is a poor boy. He is not worthy of entering our Su family. You should kick him out and marry someone who is more suitable for you. I think Anthony is a good match. He is handsome and has a career. He's just right for you. Susan's already unhappy expression became even uglier. She stared at her confused aunt. Aunt, you have no right to interfere in the matter between Yi Tao and me. And Anthony and I are not in the relationship you think. Don't mention it in the future. Be careful of your mouth. Also, why are you here today? Fong Honley became visibly panicked. She spoke up for her with good intentions, so why did she blame herself? Niece, don't blame me for what happened today. This is all Yi Tao's fault. I asked him to pick me up at the airport a few days ago, but he actually called a garbage truck and threw garbage at me, causing me to lose face in front of my sisters. My face represents the face of the Su family. Isn't he trying to embarrass me on purpose? Susan looked grim. The Su family has a special driver. Why do you insist on letting Yi Tao pick you up? He is not your servant. Fong Honley looked embarrassed and muttered unconvincedly. But I ordered him around before, and you never said anything. Why did you just— All right. Susan interrupted her harshly. Don't bother Yi Tao again if you have any problems in the future, and don't interfere in my affairs. Just be a rich wife, peacefully. If I find out that you are causing trouble again, I will stop your card. Niece, are you crazy? You want to suspend my card for a stranger? I am your mother's biological sister. Your aunt? Susan's cold face was full of frost. If you don't leave, I will have your card suspended immediately. Fong Honley was like a snake being pinched by 7 inches, his old face flushed red. Ever since she was kicked out by her ex-husband, she had no money and no house, and lived in poverty for a long time. When she learned that her sister and brother-in-law had been in a car accident, she couldn't wait to enter the Su family under the name of Aunt Susan. Susan was also generous to her and gave her a considerable amount of alimony every year, which enabled her to live a life of luxury today. If her card is suspended, Fong Honley's body shook violently. No, she doesn't want to go back to the days of eating instant noodles every day. Chapter 24. I'm already a son-in-law, so how can I still have dignity? Fong Honley bit her lip and had to swallow her anger. Her niece is cold-tempered and always keeps her word. Yi Tao had invested 8 years of love in her, but ended up being kicked out of the house. She didn't dare to take the risk. She forced a smile on her face, as ugly as it could be. I always listen to my niece. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. She picked up the bag on the ground and turned back to glare at Yi Tao. Only then did he reluctantly enter the elevator. Yi Tao enjoyed the farce in front of him. As to think that Susan scolded Fong Honley for her own sake. Susan hated people who disobeyed her without her permission the most, and Fong Honley just happened to fall into this trap. Otherwise, why didn't she come out to smooth things over when Fong Honley had done so many excessive things to him in the past? Having seen enough of the show, he raised his hand to close the door. A hand grasped the door frame. He looked impatiently at the woman standing outside. What's the matter, President Su? Susan's face. Do we have to be so unfamiliar with each other? Yi Tao raised his eyebrows and smiled. I dare not try to make friends with President Su. President Su said this himself. Whether at home or at work, I have to call you President Su. I can't confuse the difference between the superior and the inferior. For the first 3 years of their relationship, he always called her Susan. Later, when he joined the company as her assistant, he continued this habit. Once, she scolded me harshly and told me to call her General Manager Su. How can she establish her authority in front of others with the indiscriminate address of Susan? So he gradually changed his way of addressing her and called her General Manager Su, no matter at work or at home. Thinking of the past, Susan's face turned pale, and she opened her lips. Yi Tao, Yi Tao raised his hand. Stop. I'm not interested in your explanation. He had no interest in bringing up old matters or listening to her excuses. His time was very precious right now. Okay, since you don't want to listen, I won't say anything. Since the two of them had a falling out, Susan's temper seemed to have mellowed a bit. I came to see you this time because I want you to go back to the company with me. I have resigned. There are several projects that you are specifically responsible for. If you don't go back to hand over, the project can't continue. This is your own hard work. Are you going to watch them go to waste? Yi Tao was persuaded. Those projects took up a lot of his energy, and he was unwilling to give up just like that. And all that's left is some finishing work, which can be done in 1 day. Susan continued, the bonuses for these projects are quite high. Once you have completed the handover, I will arrange for the finance department to deposit the bonuses into your account. No one can resist money, especially for Yi Tao, who is short of money now. If he can get the prize money, he can buy New Year gifts for the children in the orphanage. I can promise you, but I have a condition. Susan was relieved when he agreed and said cheerfully, what are the conditions? You tell me. I will hand over all projects today, and then I will ask the HR department to issue a resignation certificate, and the non-compete agreement I signed will also be invalidated. If he can get a certificate of resignation and the non-compete agreement is invalidated, he can find a proper job again. Although the Su family has many industries in Beijing, they are not involved in all of them, so he can always find a suitable job. Susan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I promise you. It's just a certificate of resignation and a non-compete agreement. She will make Yi Tao change his mind. Yi Tao will become a member of the Su group again. Xiao Ran, who had been standing silently by the elevator door, heard their conversation clearly. While the two were talking, she picked up her cell phone and went to the corridor to make a call. Yi Tao was facing the elevator and naturally saw her little movements. I also knew who she was going to call. He didn't say anything to stop it. This play can only begin when another protagonist appears, right? Su Group. When Susan and Yi Tao appeared in the group building, the employees all looked incredulous. The farce at the wedding was specially recorded by Su Xin and posted on the internet. They have all seen the video. Didn't Yi Tao cut off ties with the Su family? Why did he appear in the company? But considering Yi Tao's feelings for Susan, it doesn't seem so difficult to understand. This time, it must be Yi Tao who lowered his head first, right? Hello, Mr. Su. The employees greeted Susan one after another. Hello, Assistant Yi. Several female colleagues greeted Yi Tao with a smile. Yi Tao similet find hello. The female colleagues nodded with red faces and went downstairs with the documents. Even after walking away, I could still hear their whispers. Assistant Yi is really back. That's great. Yeah, finally we don't have to face those ugly guys all day. Assistant Yi is really here to help us clean our eyes. Susan's eyebrows twitched slightly. She knew that Yi Tao was very popular among the female employees in the company. He is handsome, steady, and easygoing. Although he doesn't talk much, he is always willing to lend a hand when others ask him for help. He is polite and gentlemanly. He never takes advantage of the female employees in the company. He also never flirts with some female employees who deliberately approach him, but always refuses them with a firm attitude. He also has excellent working ability, and none of his employees are dissatisfied with him in any project he handles. When passing by the tea room, Susan suddenly heard the voices of several men coming from inside. Hey, I heard Yi Tao is back in the company? TSK. I guess he would come back a long time ago. How could he bear to leave behind such a big thigh, like President Su? A gigolo who relies on selling his body to get ahead. He acts so noble all day long, and President Su also spoils him. I really don't know what President Su likes about him. He's just an orphan, not even as good as me. I'm already a son-in-law. How can I still have dignity? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of shrill laughter from the tea room. Susan's face turned cold. Yi Tao beside her. The other party looked calm, as if he didn't hear what the person inside said. Her heart suddenly ached. Has he endured the slander from these people in the company all these years? They said he was clinging to someone powerful, that he was selling himself to get to the top, and that he was a son-in-law. Xiao Ran. She ordered in a deep voice. Xiao Ran immediately raised his foot and kicked open the door of the tea room. With a loud bang, the huge noise attracted the attention of the people inside. They turned around. When he saw the person standing outside the door, he immediately showed a look of horror. Su, President Su. Susan looked at them with a pair of beautiful eyes, both of which were cold. Xiao Ran. Have someone take them to the Human Resources Department and complete the resignation procedures today. Those people hurriedly begged for mercy. Boss Su, we were wrong. We shouldn't have said bad things about Assistant Yi. We really know we were wrong. You are so magnanimous. Please forgive us this time. Boss Su, please. Susan ignored it. Those people looked at Yi Tao for help, with obvious pleading in their expressions. Yi Tao looked away indifferently. He is not a saint. Why should he help those who slander him? These people often said bad things about him in the company. In the past, he was too lazy to care about it, thinking that the innocent would be innocent. Now they are reaping the fruits of their own actions, which is retribution. Xiao Ran came over quickly with security guards. Seeing that there was no hope of getting help, those people were taken away in disgrace. The other employees were afraid of being implicated, so they dared not watch the show anymore and left one after another. Yi Tao, Susan, and Xiao Ran were left in the huge corridor. Susan's eyes were deep when she saw Xiao Ran standing beside her with his head bowed respectfully. She suddenly said, Xiao Ran, you also go to the Human Resources Department and complete the resignation procedures before leaving Get Off Work. Chapter 25. Anthony speaks for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was struck by lightning. She hurriedly said, Boss Su, did I do something wrong at work? Just tell me. Please give me a chance to correct it. Since morning, she had been feeling inexplicably uneasy. After Susan said she was going to the suburbs to meet Yi Tao, she asked Tina to go with her. She was afraid that Yi Tao would say something nonsense, so she took the initiative to offer to go with him. Susan looked at her deeply at that time, said nothing, and agreed. Along the way, Susan's attitude seemed no different from before. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that maybe she was overthinking it. She boasted that her status and value in Susan's heart were higher than Yi Tao's. Even if Yi Tao used some tricks, Susan might not believe him. But unexpectedly, as soon as she returned to the company, Susan suddenly attacked and said she wanted to fire her. Upon hearing the news that Susan and Yi Tao had returned, another assistant, Tina, also rushed over. She glanced at Xiao Ran, but didn't speak to plead for her. Yi Tao was surprised that Susan wanted to fire Xiao Ran. Doesn't she trust this assistant the most? Susan's expression was cold and merciless. You know what you did wrong. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Resigning voluntarily is the last bit of dignity I will leave for you. Xiao Ran pleaded in a low voice. Boss Su, I really didn't do anything. When Xiao Ran saw Yi Tao beside Susan, he suddenly understood. Yi Tao intently. If eyes could kill, he would have died hundreds of times by now. Yi Tao, this matter has something to do with you, right? You must have been the one who was trying to sow discord in front of President Su and get rid of me. You were so cruel. You are not as skilled as others, so you used tricks to get me away. President Su must have been deceived by you. Yi Tao felt that he must have not checked the almanac before going out today. Otherwise, why is he always blamed? Xiao Ran was fired by Susan, but she did not question Susan. Instead, she took her anger out on herself. She really had given her too much face in the past. How many dirty and rotten things have you done under the name of Susan's personal assistant? You deserve to be fired, and you can blame me for it? If you fall on the street, do you want to say that I tricked you? Yi Tao never argued with anyone before, because there is no point in arguing without reason. During the days he was in the hospital later, Jiang Jianbai kept cursing in his ear. Although he is not talented, he has learned a little bit. Arguing is meaningless, but it makes people feel good. Seeing Xiao Ran's face turn purple, he felt really good. Yi Tao, stop trying to change the subject. It must be you who whispered something in the president's ear. Otherwise, the president wouldn't want to fire me. Xiao Ran was so angry that he rushed over to hit Yi Tao. You bitch, you are so vicious. With a crisp pa sound, Xiao Ran was slapped hard in the face. Susan used all her strength in this slap. Xiao Ran staggered a few steps, and his right cheek instantly became red and swollen. Susan unwillingly. Susan was wearing 7-centimeter high heels and was half a head taller than her. She looked down at her with a fierce and imposing manner. How dare you insult him in front of me, Xiao Ran, who gave you the courage? Susan's heart was filled with anger, and her sharp and cold eyes shot at Xiao Ran like a knife. Yi Tao a lot when she was not around. Yi Tao made at the dinner yesterday, and the anger in her chest almost burst out. Two-faced and hypocritical, her personal assistant is really good at disguising herself. Even she was fooled. She said coldly, "Get lost. Never show up in front of me again." There was dead silence in the corridor. Xiao Ran had never seen Susan so angry. Knowing that it was useless to say more at this moment, she turned around angrily. A tall figure suddenly appeared from the end of the corridor. A clean male voice without a trace of impurities sounded. Sister, what happened? Why are you so angry? Anthony has fair skin and handsome features, with a pair of slightly childish eyes revealed under his fluffy hair. He was wearing a loose light blue sweatshirt with no extra decorations. He looked clean and tidy, like a male college student who was still in school. It was originally a beautiful picture, but the crutch in his left hand destroyed the harmony, and there was a thick plaster on his left leg. Anthony walked up to Susan on crutches, his expression gentle and obedient. Sister? When Xiao Ran saw Anthony appear, his eyes involuntarily glued to him. There was a flash of fascination, obsession, and reluctance in his eyes. She lowered her voice and said aggrievedly, Mr. Chung, President Su wants to drive me away because of Yi Tao. Yi Tao with resentment. Anthony's curled eyelashes trembled, and his clear eyes looked at Susan worriedly. Sister, Assistant Zhao is your personal assistant and works diligently. Why do you suddenly want to kick her out? My sister is intelligent and sensible. She will definitely not listen to the instigation of certain people. There may be some misunderstanding. Anthony said these words. He didn't even look at Yi Tao. It seemed as if he was speaking for Xiao Ran simply out of a sense of justice, without any other purpose. When Jiang Jianbai mentioned Anthony T before, Yi Tao didn't believe it. Today he finally saw it with his own eyes. His tea talk is so exquisite that he deserves to be the best actor. Anthony wanted to pretend, but Yi Tao didn't want to join him. He only tells the truth. Mr. Su is already an adult and will make his own judgment when doing something. Anthony, are you questioning Mr. Su's decision? Anthony's expression changed slightly. I didn't question my sister's decision. I just wanted to say that there might be a misunderstanding. Yi Tao did not refute, but nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Ran ignored me at every banquet without President Su's consent. It was a misunderstanding. Xiao Ran bullied me in the workplace and asked me to kneel before paying me. It was a misunderstanding. Xiao Ran used public resources for personal gain and took kickbacks from projects to chase celebrities. It was also a misunderstanding. He spread his hands and laughed wantonly. There are so many misunderstandings, don't you think? Anthony frowned and looked at Yi Tao with disappointment. Brother Yi, even if you have a grudge against Assistant Zhao, you can't say such words to slander a girl. Don't you know how important a girl's reputation is? How can she live like this in the future? Zhao Ran's eyes were red as she looked at the only man who spoke for her with emotion. Yi Tao sneered and didn't give him any face at all. Don't try to be related to me. I'm not your brother. You said I slandered Zhao Ran. Can Zhao Ran swear that he didn't do these things? Otherwise, he will be struck by lightning and die miserably. Anthony looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran's face was pale, his lips trembled, and he didn't dare to swear. Chapter 26. Do you think you were quite affectionate? A cold, murderous look flashed in Susan's eyes. Yi Tao once mentioned the issue of salary to her, but she didn't take it seriously. I thought Zhao Ran was too busy at work and made a mistake, but I didn't expect that she would dare to make Yi Tao kneel down and beg her. Yi Tao was already her fiancé at that time, and Zhao Ran's behavior showed that he didn't take her seriously at all. She gave Zhao Ran power and a high salary, but she didn't expect that she would turn out to be an ungrateful person. Anthony was dissatisfied. Yi Tao, if you hadn't interfered, how could my sister have fired Assistant Zhao? Yi Tao looked at her as if she were a fool. If I had this kind of influence, would I have tolerated her jumping around until now? After saying that, he looked at Zhao Ran and said, Zhao Ran, what do you think? Zhao Ran was so angry that his body reacted first. Attacked Yi Tao with her fists raised. Ah, go to hell? Susan's eyes darkened, and just as she was about to move sideways to block, Yi Tao had already raised his foot and kicked Zhao Ran in the lower abdomen. With a loud bang, Zhao Ran's body fell to the ground like a pile of garbage, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Yi Tao was filled with hostility and looked at her as if he was looking at a dead person. Back then you took advantage of my weakness, attacked me from behind, and kicked me in the knees to make me kneel down. Today I will pay you back. Yi Tao is not a vindictive person, but his experience over the past 8 years has taught him that blindly giving in will only make people push their buttons. Susan, he didn't want to care about it or make a big deal out of it. Now, for his own sake, he will never let go of anyone who bullies and humiliates him. Yi Tao with a pair of resentful eyes. Tina covered her mouth, too scared to say a word. Zhao Ran is really desperate. He provokes Yi Tao again and humiliates Susan. She put herself in too high a position and looked down upon Yi Tao. After all, she is just a subordinate. Yi Tao he is still Susan's fiancé. Anthony saw Zhao Ran spitting blood on the ground, and he felt sorry for him and pleaded softly. Sister, Assistant Zhao was just impulsive. Yi Tao's kick was too heavy. He made her vomit blood. We need to call a doctor right away. That's enough. Susan glanced at Anthony sharply. You keep speaking well of her. What benefit did she give you? Just now Yi Tao said that Zhao Ran used public resources for personal gain and secretly took commissions from projects to pursue celebrities. Chasing stars, who to chase? Susan had a vague answer in her mind. No, I just don't want my sister to be kept in the dark and misunderstand a good person. Anthony explained hesitantly, with a very innocent and pitiful expression on his face. Susan rebuked coldly. I have eyes, I can see for myself. This kind of parasite should have been kicked out of the company long ago. Anthony pursed his lips and dared not say a word. Susan looked at Tina and ordered coldly. Notify the company's investigation team to investigate whether Zhao Ran has committed favoritism, corruption, or bribery. Once discovered, prosecute directly. Tina responded hastily, and seeing Zhao Ran still vomiting blood on the ground, she hesitated and asked, what about Assistant Zhao now? Send someone to take her to the hospital. Don't let her run away. Yes, Mr. Su. Tina called the security guard and carried Zhao Ran to the hospital. Yi Tao, come with me to the office. The president's exclusive elevator opened, and Yi Tao followed Susan into the elevator. Anthony tried to catch up, but Susan refused. This is not the place for you. Your leg is not healed yet. Go back. With a ding sound, the elevator door closed mercilessly. Anthony's face lost all color in an instant, and his whole body was chilled to the bone. Susan actually rejected him for Yi Tao. This has never happened before. Just because he just spoke up for Xiao Ran? No, that's definitely not the reason. He remembered what Xiao Ran told him on the phone, that Susan was going to re-hold her wedding with Yi Tao. Could it be that Susan really fell in love with Yi Tao, and today's killing of the chicken to scare the monkey was just to give Yi Tao a chance? A huge panic surged in Anthony's heart. He absolutely couldn't let this happen. He wanted Susan to focus on him again, to only see him. Hey, it's raining outside. Do you have an umbrella? Didn't the weather forecast say it wouldn't rain today? Never mind, I'll just go to the convenience store and buy one when I get off work. Anthony, chatting. Rain? Anthony's eyes moved, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. In the elevator, there was a moment of silence. Yi Tao took the initiative to speak. Why didn't you let Anthony in just now? He had disliked Anthony before and hated him hanging around Susan. But now it's different. He hopes Anthony will pester Susan so that she has no time to pay attention to him. Susan remained silent. The elevator quickly reached the top floor. Susan held Yi Tao's hand and took him in her own office. As soon as the office door closed, Yi Tao shook her hand away. My office is next door. Susan and Yi Tao were facing each other. Susan tilted her head slightly and looked directly into his eyes. Why didn't I let Anthony come with me? Yi Tao frowned and looked away, taking a step back to distance himself from her. Susan didn't let him go and stepped closer again. Yi Tao stepped back until there is no way to retreat and they are forced into a corner. He lost his patience. Susan, what do you want to do? Susan suddenly reached out and hugged his waist. Yi Tao's body stiffened. Susan leaned against him and said in a low voice, showing weakness, Yi Tao, I did this for you. Fire the talkative employees. Fire Xiao Ran. I did all this for you. You don't have to be so pompous. Yi Tao held her shoulders and tried to push her away. But Susan held her so tightly that he couldn't push her away. Yi Tao, please believe me. I want to win you back. I really mean it. Yi Tao curled his lips. Sorry, I don't accept your redemption. He used all his strength to force Susan away from him. Susan didn't bother him anymore, just looked at him seriously. I really don't know what Xiao Ran did to you. If I knew she was that kind of person, I would have fired her a long time ago. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again in the company. I'll let you be the chief assistant, and all the assistants will be under your charge. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Yi Tao's eyes were cold, and his heart was calm. The damage has been done, and he wants to be forgiven with just a few words of assurance. Is Yi Tao such a despicable person? He knew that Susan's apology and assurances were sincere, but this made him feel even more ironic. The things he had tried his best to get before were actually delivered to him after he gave up. He asked sincerely, Susan, do you think you are quite affectionate? Chapter 27, Susan runs to Anthony again. Susan, in the past, I would give you my life if you gave me a little response. Now, I hope you don't have to do anything like before. He had no expectations of her. He doesn't want or desire belated compensation. He hoped that after today, they could be strangers. Susan was deeply hurt by the indifference in his eyes. Her voice was slightly hoarse. I know it was my fault to cancel the wedding. I admit it. But Yi Tao, I want to marry you. I have asked someone to prepare a better wedding at the end of the month. By then, everyone will give us their blessings. She said softly, when the time comes, I will become your wife. Isn't this your dream? Yi Tao lowered his eyes and looked at Susan. This was the first time she said so many soft words. For the first time, I acted like a little woman, coaxing him in a gentle voice. But her focus was off from the beginning to the end. He wanted to break up with her, and it was never because of the cancellation of the wedding. But in these 8 years of relationship, he saw almost no response from her. So tired. I'm really tired. Yi Tao looked back at her calmly. I've long forgotten about the wedding. Susan, can we break up and let each other go? Susan shook her head, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, with a hint of innocence and great tenderness. She restrained all her edges and corners, revealing the gentlest look ever. Yi Tao, we're not breaking up. If you tell me what I did wrong in the past, I will change it. We have been together for so many years. You can't sentence me to death right away. You have to give me a chance to reform. I will prove it to you at the wedding at the end of this month. Can you trust me again, please? She gently shook Yi Tao's hand and acted coquettishly, with the pampered nature of a little girl. Yi Tao was a little dazed for a moment. His eyes fell on Susan's overly beautiful face. My heart feels sore and swollen, and I am unsure about what to do. It turns out that she also knew that they had been in love for so many years. So why hasn't change been made before? He took 99 steps toward her, and she only had to take the remaining step. He waited for 8 years but never got there. Now that everything is irreversible, she is finally willing to take that step towards him. But he had decided to turn around and leave. He shook his head. Susan, let's just say. There was a rapid knock on the door. An anxious female voice came from outside the door. Boss Sue, it's bad. It's raining outside. The ground is slippery. And Mr. Chung fell down near the company's traffic light. Yi Tao's hand, which had been held, loosened, and Susan, who was standing in front of him, rushed out almost instantly. Where is Anthony? Take me there. The anxious tone was still echoing in the office, and Susan's people had already entered the elevator. The remaining warmth on the fingertips completely dissipated. Yi Tao twisted his cold fingers and finally came to his senses. No need to guess, this is another one of Anthony's doing. His purpose is self-evident. He once again proved to Yi Tao that as long as there was a situation where she had to choose between the two, Susan would definitely run towards him firmly. Are you sad? Are you upset? Yi Tao asked himself. Actually, it's okay. This has happened countless times over the past 8 years. The most painful time is over. The remaining pain can only cause a little ripple. Soon, this ripple will disappear. It's ridiculous that he was actually persuaded and wanted to try to continue his relationship with Susan. Reality shattered his fantasy. It also shattered the last bit of affection he had for Susan. There is no possibility for him and Susan in this life. Anthony broke his leg near the traffic light in front of the Sue group. Susan arrived. Anthony was sitting on the ground in a mess, soaked by the heavy rain, with his crutches lying beside him. He raised his head like a poor homeless puppy in the rain and cried out weakly and helplessly, "Sister." Susan immediately asked the bodyguard to take him to the car and drove to the Sue family's private hospital as quickly as possible. When we arrived at the hospital, our agent Angela also rushed there after hearing the news. In the ward, Anthony had changed into dry clothes and was lying on the bed. After the doctor finished a series of examinations, Angela stuffed a big red envelope into his coat pocket and said with a smile, "Doctor, you know how to tell President Su, right?" The doctor's eyes flickered and he pushed up his glasses. Mr. Chung had a serious fall. The heavy rain caused him to have a high fever and fall into a coma. He needs to be hospitalized for observation for a period of time. "Thank you, doctor." Angela smiled and watched the doctor leave the ward. As soon as the door of the ward was closed, she immediately walked to the chair beside the bed and sat down, and said in a very happy mood, "Still pretending to sleep? President Su has been waiting outside for you to wake up." Anthony opened his eyes, no longer showing the fragility and helplessness he had before. He showed a determined smile. "Yi Tao is still in the company. I don't want my sister to go back so early, so I can only wake up later." Angela was a little worried, but it's not a good idea to keep pretending to be sick to gain sympathy. "I heard that President Su and Yi Tao are going to hold a wedding again at the end of this month." Anthony's handsome face became distorted in an instant. His eyes were sinister, and he swept everything on the table to the ground. "It's because that bitch Yi Tao has been pestering me. I only agreed to this marriage because he took a bullet for her. In terms of status, how can he compare to me?" Angela's eyebrows jumped, and she hurriedly comforted him. "Anthony, don't be angry. Yi Tao is grateful to President Su, and you are also grateful to President Su. In this respect, you are evenly matched. If you work harder, maybe President Su will choose you." Anthony and Susan had no intersection at the beginning. At that time, Anthony was still a minor actor on the 18th line and was an unknown little star. At a banquet, he saw the cool and elegant Susan and fell in love with her at first sight. Susan, the head of the famous Su family in Beijing. She was out of reach, and he was low in the dust. It seems that these two people have never met in their lives. By chance, he learned that Yi Tao was Susan's fiancée and that he was shot for Susan. Only then did Susan agree to date him. An idea came to his mind. He began to look for various opportunities to get close to Susan, and even worked hard to sign a contract with an entertainment company under Susan and became their artist. He was assigned to Angela's management. But Angela had too many artists at that time and didn't pay enough attention to him. After careful consideration, he told Angela his plan. "This is a plan where you have to fail or you will die. But whether it succeeds or not, Angela will not lose anything." So she agreed, and the two worked together to plan the car accident. 5 years ago, after the annual meeting of the Su group, a car rampaged towards Susan. Anthony stepped forward and broke his right leg while trying to save Susan. After this incident, he successfully became Susan's benefactor. Chapter 28. Breaking off relationship with Anthony. In order to repay her kindness, Susan helped Anthony set up an artist-only studio and let Angela be responsible for only him. With the Su group backing them up, all kinds of large investments and productions are commonplace. From then on, Anthony's life seemed to be on the rise. He became increasingly popular, gained over 100 million fans, won numerous awards, and became the youngest actor in the entertainment industry. He thrived in the entertainment industry, gaining both fame and fortune. But he was not satisfied. He has not yet won Susan's love. Susan almost agreed to everything he asked, but it was all out of guilt and responsibility towards him. Anthony touched his right leg. After the car accident, Susan found the best medical team for him, but his right leg still suffered sequelae. If I walk a little faster, my right foot will limp a little. He lost the right to run. He said in hatred, I paid such a painful price, and Yi Tao was just shot and nothing happened. How can he be worthy of snatching my sister from me? Angela sighed. Then you have to hurry up and win Mr. Su's heart. I don't think Mr. Su's feelings for Yi Tao are fake. Anthony interrupted sharply. I know what to do. You don't need to teach me. Angela fell silent immediately. Ever since Anthony gained Susan's favor, he has taken her as his agent less and less seriously. But what can we do? He is the only artist she has now, and she is counting on him to make money. Angela quickly calmed herself down. She stood up and said with an apologetic smile, You should have a good rest. It's not good to keep President Su waiting. I'll go talk to her. Anthony looked gloomy and didn't answer. Angela quickly left the ward. Outside the ward, Susan has learned about Anthony's condition from the doctor. Her brows were furrowed and her face did not look very good. Seeing Angela coming out, she asked, Is Anthony asleep? Angela sighed. Well, he has a high fever and is still in a coma. To avoid infection, Mr. Su should not go in. Susan had no intention of going in either. Yi Tao, who was left in the company by her. She left in such a hurry that she didn't have time to explain to Yi Tao. I sent several text messages, but the other party didn't reply to any of them. Angela asked tentatively, Boss Su, why did Anthony fall suddenly? His legs have almost recovered recently, so I thought of going to the company to tell you the good news. I heard that Assistant Yi is also in the company. Did something happen? Susan looked at her coldly. What do you think happened? Angela waved her hands hastily. No. I just thought that Assistant Yi and Anthony have always been at odds. Assistant Yi even beat Anthony before. Maybe what happened today. Although he said no, the direction of his words was very clear. Angela is targeting Yi Tao. He said these words deliberately to make her dissatisfied with Yi Tao. Susan narrowed her eyes and looked at the woman in front of her, and suddenly found it a little ridiculous. In their eyes, is she someone who can be provoked by just a few words? Angela felt uneasy when she saw Susan didn't say anything. Manager Dong. Susan finally spoke, but she was scolding. You have no right to manage or judge Yi Tao's affairs. Angela's face turned pale. I asked you to take good care of Anthony. You knew his leg wasn't fully healed yet, so why did you let him run out? Is this how you take care of him? No, that's not it, Mr. Su. Anthony really wants to see you, but you haven't had time to come visit him. So he wanted to go to the company to meet you. Susan interrupted. He is an artist. He should focus on his work instead of worrying about these trivial matters. Angela's eyes widened. What does this mean? Is she ending her relationship with Anthony? Susan gave her a meaningful look and said, Anthony is at the rising stage of his career. As his agent, you should provide the right guidance. Angela choked and couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. After a long silence, he spoke with difficulty. Boss Su, you should know how Anthony feels about you. Angela, I regard Anthony as a benefactor. Nothing more. My fiancé is Yi Tao, and the only one who can stand by my side in the future is Yi Tao. I can agree to any help Anthony needs, but as for other things, it is absolutely impossible. Susan is not a slow person in terms of emotions. Anthony liked her. She had always known it. Yi Tao, because of this. She didn't interfere because she knew Yi Tao was magnanimous and wouldn't care. Sometimes, she even subtly enjoyed Yi Tao being jealous of her. But not now. Yi Tao misunderstood the relationship between Anthony and her and wanted to break up with her. She realized that what she was doing was wrong. If she wants to win back Yi Tao, she must draw a clear line between herself and Anthony. She didn't want to lose Yi Tao. I will marry Yi Tao at the end of this month, and I don't want Anthony to get into a car accident again by then. Sister, don't marry him. The door of the ward was suddenly opened, and Anthony limped out and hugged Susan tightly, as if he was holding some rare treasure. Sister, please. Whatever Yi Tao can give you, I can also give you. Please look at me, okay? Susan felt the wetness on her cheek, and her body stiffened for a moment. But when she thought of Yi Tao's disappointed eyes, she reached out and firmly pushed Anthony away. She raised her head and looked at him seriously. Anthony, you are an artist and you are very popular now. You should not be trapped in a relationship. You have finally come to where you are today. Do you want to ruin it? Anthony's eyes were wet and tears kept flowing down his cheeks. When a beautiful woman sheds tears, it is particularly pitiful. Sister, please don't cut off your relationship with me, okay? I just want to stay by your side, and I don't ask for anything else. If Brother Yi doesn't agree, I can kneel down and beg him. Angela comforted him softly. Boss Sue, Anthony just wants to stay by your side and will not compete with Assistant Yi for anything. It will not affect your career. Susan's eyes were cold, and she was not moved at all. There will be no other men around me. Only Yi Tao. Anthony's eyes were blurred with tears. He couldn't believe that in such a short time, he had fallen from heaven to hell. He fell down on purpose to make Susan abandon Yi Tao and choose him. But Susan said that only Yi Tao was worthy of standing by her side. He made so many efforts. Was it all in vain? Susan felt a little bit reluctant when she saw him crying. She took the handkerchief from her pocket and put it in his hand. The doctor said that your leg will be fully recovered by the end of the month. There is a movie directed by a famous director that is very suitable for you. You can join the crew directly when the time comes. Anthony held the handkerchief in his hand in a daze. Was she afraid that he would ruin her and Yi Tao's wedding? So she just let him join the group? You still have a fever, so don't get too excited. Angela, help him in and let him have a good rest. Susan said, and turned to leave. Anthony looked at her resolute back and cried out with sobs, Sister, can you please stay? Susan never looked back once, until it disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 29. Xiao Ran embezzles Yi Tao's bonus. Angela went forward to help him up with concern. Anthony, Mr. Su has left. Shall we go in? Roll! Anthony pushed Angela away and yelled at her frantically. Get out! All of you get out! Angela was pushed and staggered a few steps, almost falling down. Anthony, who was emotionally broken, and knew that it was useless to persuade him at this moment, so she could only leave first. Anthony's eyes were filled with sinister hatred, and he punched the wall hard. With a bang, sticky blood flowed down the snow-white wall. Blinding red. Anthony's eyes were red, and he blamed Yi Tao for everything. Yi Tao must have said something in front of his sister again. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so determined. Yi Tao, he wants him to die. After Susan followed the others away, Yi Tao did not leave, but went to his previous office. He pushed open the door and found the office was exactly as it was when he left it, with no signs of being disturbed. I felt a little relieved. Turn on the computer and start organizing the information of those projects. As long as the handover is completed today, you can go to the Human Resources Department to resign. The working hours passed quickly, and it was noon in a flash. Susan didn't come back. Yi Tao didn't care. He went to the company cafeteria to have lunch alone, and then returned to the office to continue working. During this period, Jiang Jianbai called him. Brother Yi, have you returned to the Su group? Yi Tao was surprised. Well, how did you know? Someone took a photo and posted it online. The news that you returned to the Su group has spread throughout the entire Beijing circle. Yi Tao, are these people so bored that they pay so much attention to what he does? The voice on the other end of the phone was very disappointed. Brother Yi, you are not soft-hearted and have changed your ways again, are you? What did you promise me last time? It's only been a few days and you regret it. I don't regret it. I just returned to the company to hand over a few projects. These projects are not my own hard work, so I can't just abandon them like this. Jiang Jianbai didn't quite believe it. You are too naive. This is Susan's plan. If the project is handed over one after another, you might not leave. Yi Tao said firmly, No, I told Susan that the project can be handed over today. In exchange, Susan will give me a certificate of resignation. So that's how it is? I thought. Jiang Jianbai hesitated and did not continue. Yi Tao was curious. Why? Susan spread the news that she would marry you at the end of the month. There was a lot of heated discussion in the circle, and everyone said it was impossible. As a result, today we saw the photo of you following Susan back to the Su group. Everyone thought you had bowed your head and begged for peace. I was afraid that you would step into the fire pit again, so I wanted to ask for clarification. Yi Tao chuckled, then realized what was going on belatedly. It turns out that in everyone's eyes, he is such a humble person. It turns out that so many people are not optimistic about his relationship with Susan. Brother Yi, Susan seems to be serious this time. Why do I feel like she really likes you? Yi Tao did not comment. After 8 years together, there must be some feelings, but whether it is love or not is still debatable. I'm more inclined to believe that she's used to my presence, and now I'm leaving, and she just can't accept it for the time being. She's a decisive person, and she won't let herself indulge herself. After a while, she'll figure it out and let go. Susan is a strong woman. In her heart, career is the most important thing. Men are just the icing on the cake. They have been together for 8 years, and even if they had a dog, they would have feelings for it, let alone a person. Susan just couldn't get used to his leaving for a while. After a long time, she will choose to let go. After hearing what he said, Jiang Jianbai finally felt relieved. Brother Yi, I'm glad you figured it out. A good horse never turns back. I'm free this weekend. I'll introduce you to a girl. Yi Tao cursed with a smile and hung up the phone. He saw the text messages from Susan out of the corner of his eye, but he ignored them and continued working. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Susan returned to the company. She went back to the president's office immediately, only to find that Yi Tao was not there. She panicked and was about to make a call when she suddenly remembered that she had been blocked by him a long time ago. Tina in the next office saw the president's look and kindly reminded him, Boss Su, Assistant Yi is still here, handling work in his office. Susan's heart suddenly fell. No. She took a step forward and went to Yi Tao's office impatiently. Yi Tao heard the sound. He didn't look up, but just focused on the work at hand. Susan pursed her lips and sat down on the sofa. Why don't you reply to my message? She asked. Yi Tao stared at the computer, typing quickly on the keyboard. No need. No need. 3 very clear and concise words. Susan smiled bitterly. She never thought that one day she would be looking forward to his replying to her message so much. In the past, Yi Tao would send her long messages. She only occasionally replied with a few words. Sometimes I get so busy with work that I may not reply for 10 days or half a month. But as long as she comes back, Yi Tao will never fall behind. Instead of just choosing to ignore it like we are doing now. Is this a slap in the face? Susan's head started to hurt again. She rubbed her eyebrows, and fatigue was obvious between her cold eyes. She didn't know what to do to make Yi Tao forgive her. She really didn't like this feeling of being helpless. Knock, knock. Tina's voice rang out from outside the door. Mr. Su, there is a document that needs urgent processing. Come in. Tina pushed open the office door, walked in quietly, and handed Susan a document and a tablet. She lowered her voice and reported, It's about Xiao Ran's dereliction of duty. These are the materials sorted out by the investigation team. Susan's eyes darkened slightly. Tina left with a tactful look. Susan opened the document first. It contains detailed evidence of how Xiao Ran took advantage of his position to collect kickbacks from various projects over the years. The amount involved in the case actually reached tens of millions. One of the data made her furious. During the years when she asked Xiao Ran to check the assistant salaries, Xiao Ran not only withheld Yi Tao's salary, but also embezzled his project bonuses and year-end bonuses. So during those years, Yi Tao could only receive the basic salary every month, and that was at a discount. But every time it was her birthday, Valentine's Day, or anniversary, Yi Tao would buy her gifts, and they were quite expensive. Yi Tao, who was working hard opposite her, she noticed that he was wearing washed-out clothes and pants, and a pair of unbranded sneakers. It seems like he always wears the same few sets of clothes over and over again. None of them are brand names. She had once asked him with some disdain why he didn't buy some better clothes after receiving his salary, and what he did with his money. He always smiled and said that he had enough clothes. Later she stopped asking. The person who accompanied her to the party became Anthony. Anthony would never dress cheaply and embarrass her. It turns out that Yi Tao was being so stingy with herself in order to use the money to buy her gifts. A tear slid down Susan's beautiful face. Chapter 30 Xiao Ran regrets, provoking Yi Tao. Yi Tao seemed to sense something and looked in her direction. Susan lowered her head and pretended nothing had happened. She didn't want Yi Tao to see her in such a state. Putting the stack of documents on the coffee table, she put on her Bluetooth headphones and turned on her tablet. There is a surveillance video on the tablet. Look at the date in the upper right corner. It happened 3 years ago. In the video, in the corridor, Yi Tao stopped Xiao Ran and asked her why she had deducted his salary for no reason. Xiao Ran had a bad attitude and, made up an excuse. Yi Tao refused to accept and insisted that she give an answer. Xiao Ran crossed his arms over his chest, his expression sarcastic. I just can't stand you. If you slap yourself a few times, what will I do to you? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Susan? Xiao Ran seemed to have heard a joke. Go ahead and see if President Su will believe you or me. Yi Tao turned and left. Xiao Ran frowned and kicked Yi Tao on the back of his knee. With a thump, Yi Tao fell to his knees defenselessly. Xiao Ran laughed happily. They all said that you were weak and your strength was not even as good as that of girls. I didn't expect you to be such a loser. How could someone like you compare to Anthony? You're not even worthy of licking his shoes. If you still have a bit of shame, you should leave President Su and the group on your own initiative instead of being an eyesore in front of us every day. You still want to marry into the Su family? President Su is just playing with you. How could he take you seriously? You are a waste. You should just run into a wall and die. Don't waste the air on the earth. Xiao Ran insulted Yi Tao for more than 10 minutes. During this time, Yi Tao wanted to get up, but she kicked him to the ground again and again. It was not until Xiao Ran had laughed enough that he let him go and walked away. The video ends here. Susan's hands were shaking violently as she held the tablet. Her face was extremely ugly, filled with crazy, murderous intent. She chose Xiao Ran to be her assistant because, firstly, she was impressed by her work ability, and secondly, she had a black belt in Taekwondo and could protect her closely. But unexpectedly, she actually used it to bully Yi Tao. During those years, Yi Tao was extremely weak due to taking secret medicine and was unable to resist at all. She couldn't imagine how many times Xiao Ran had bullied him like this in private. How did he endure such verbal and physical insults? Do you think you can't make the decision for him, so you don't say a word? Xiao Ran, where did she get the courage to be so arrogant? Susan felt the blood in her body rushing to her head frantically, and the anger in her chest almost bursting out of her chest. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, and her huge movement caused Yi Tao to look up. She took a deep breath so that he wouldn't notice anything. I have something to do, so I'll be out for a while. Yi Tao did not comment. Susan almost rushed out of the office and went to the company's legal department as quickly as possible. She threw the stack of documents and the tablet in front of Lu Yang, the legal manager. Find out everything Xiao Ran did in the company, collect evidence, and sue him directly. Sue him to death. Lu Yang had never seen the CEO so angry before. He nodded his head like a rattle. Yes, President Su, I'll do it right away. In fact, the investigation team had already investigated most of what Xiao Ran had done. Bribery, corruption, workplace bullying, abuse of public resources for personal gain. There is irrefutable evidence for all of these. The Ministry of Justice and the investigation team worked together to investigate the case and quickly compiled a thick stack of information. On the advice of his lawyer, Lu Yang called the police directly. In the hospital, Xiao Ran had just woken up from the hospital bed when he received a call from the police. The Su group actually wants to sue her? She was injured like this, and Susan wanted to sue her. Xiao Ran felt his vision go dark, his chest ached, and he vomited blood. She has worked in the Su group for so many years, so she naturally knows how professional the group's legal team is. As an ordinary person, she had no chance of winning against a top team of lawyers. And for the things she has done, she will be punished for at least 10 or 8 years. Xiao Ran's face was pale, and his body was shaking constantly. Fear was sweeping over him like a tsunami. No, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She picked up the phone with trembling hands and called Susan. She worked diligently beside Susan for 5 years, and even if she had no credit, she had worked hard. Susan killed all her loyal subordinates just for Yi Tao, who was not worthy of being here. As long as she bravely admits her mistake and promises not to make it again, Susan will definitely let her off. With this expectation, Xiao Ran called Susan. As soon as the call was connected, she cried and apologized. Boss Su, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I promise I won't do it again. Susan's voice was cold and emotionless. Xiao Ran, I promoted you to be the general assistant so that you could share Yi Tao's worries. But your sharing of worries turned out to be bullying him in the workplace. No, Mr. Su, don't believe Yi Tao's one-sided words. I have never bullied him. Besides, how can I, a woman, bully a grown man like Yi Tao? Susan sneered, the hatred in her voice almost penetrating the phone. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Do you think the company's surveillance is dead? Xiao Ran opened his mouth wide. His throat felt like it was being strangled. and he couldn't utter a word in defense. Of course, she knew that the company had surveillance, but she is confident enough in herself. Yi Tao was bullied, so what? Susan would never stand up for him anyway, so she has nothing to fear. She never thought that Susan would settle the score with her later. She swallowed and tried to explain with a trembling voice. Boss Su, please believe me, this is all a misunderstanding. If Yi Tao hadn't picked a fight first, I wouldn't have fought back. You know, I've been very busy at work, but he always deliberately picked on me, and I insulted him when I got excited. Susan sneered. Just insults? You made him kneel down to you. Boss Su. I. Xiao Ran wanted to explain, but his mouth felt like it was covered with glue, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. She slapped herself on the mouth angrily. Speak up, you idiot. This is the last chance. The butcher's knife that had been hanging over your head has fallen. She heard Susan say. Xiao Ran, you will pay the price for everything you did in the past. After that, the phone was hung up. With a click, the phone fell to the ground. Xiao Ran stared blankly at the broken phone on the ground, feeling a huge panic in his heart. Finished. She's finished. Susan insists on pursuing the matter. Her life will be ruined. She shouldn't be so self-righteous. She shouldn't have thought that Yi Tao had no status in Susan's heart, so she bullied him unscrupulously. Susan obviously cared about Yi Tao very much, so why was she so blinded by greed that she didn't realize it at all? Chapter 31 Anthony's Provocation. Xiao Ran regretted it. She pounded her head frantically. What should I do to make Susan let her go? Tears of regret kept flowing out. Through tearful eyes, a white and slender hand picked up the mobile phone on the ground. A gentle male voice broke into my eardrums. Assistant Zhao, why are you crying so sadly? Zhao Ran raised his head and saw Anthony's extraordinarily handsome face in front of him. She wiped her eyes hard in disbelief and asked in a hoarse voice, Mr. Chung? Anthony smiled softly and handed her the phone. Yeah, it's me. Zhao Ran wiped away her tears and quickly took the phone. Seeing that he was still leaning on a crutch with his left hand, he quickly jumped out of bed and brought him a chair. You sit down first? Anthony smiled and sat down, looking at the woman in front of him calmly, with a gleam in his eyes. Zhao Ran stood awkwardly, looking shy. Why is Mr. Chung here? Is there something wrong? Anthony said calmly. I heard you were also in this hospital, so I wanted to come and see you. Zhao Ran immediately became anxious. Are you also in the hospital? Has your leg condition relapsed? I guess so. I accidentally fell down on a rainy day. My sister wanted to take me to the hospital herself, but Brother Yi. Anthony looked at his legs, feeling a little disappointed, and said nothing more. Zhao Ran looked at the handsome face of the man. His brows were slightly furrowed at this moment, as if he had endless worries. She suddenly wanted to reach out and smooth it over for him, but she knew she didn't deserve it. He is a big star who is the focus of everyone's attention, and she is just a small fan. It's already a blessing to be able to talk to him face to face. How can I dare to ask for anything else? But she didn't want to see him sad and upset. She was willing to do anything to make him happy. There was a hint of viciousness in her eyes. Mr. Chung, this must be Yi Tao's doing again, right? He doesn't want you to get close to President Su, so he uses such despicable means. Anthony hurriedly shook his head. Assistant Zhao, don't talk about Brother Yi like that. If he finds out, he will definitely not let you go. After a pause, he sighed helplessly. And you also saw today how high his position in my sister's heart is. Because I said a few words to help you. He even blamed me, and now my sister ignores me. Zhao Ran clenched his hands tightly, his heart burning with anger. Yi Tao, a loser, acts so arrogant in front of her idol? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation today. If it weren't for him, she would still be the chief assistant of Su Group. Zhao Ran's face twisted and his resentment grew. Since her life is already ruined, Yi Tao can't expect to have an easy life either. Assistant Zhao, what's wrong with you? You look so sad. Are you still hurting? Anthony looked at her worriedly and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Being looked at so gently by him, Zhao Ran's face turned red instantly. She was a little excited and couldn't help but hold his hand. Mr. Chung, don't worry, President Su will only be yours. As for Yi Tao, you will pay the price. Anthony's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a shallow and harmless smile. Thank you, Assistant Zhao. Don't think too much and take good care of yourself. I will continue to plead for you with my sister. Zhao Ran was so moved that his eyes turned red. Thank you, Mr. Chung. Anthony pulled his hand away and said sympathetically, From now on, just call me Anthony. I know you are my fan, and I will come to see you when I have time. You know? Xiao Ran's voice trembled. Anthony nodded with a smile. Of course. Every time I was filming, you would come with the fan club to visit the set and cheer for me. During my offline movie roadshows, you were the one who shouted the loudest. And at my concerts, you always attended every show. Anthony looked into her eyes and said seriously, I'm so lucky to have a fan like you. Of course I'm lucky to have such brainless fans. With just a few words of praise, she would mindlessly tell him about Susan and Yi Tao. With just a few provocations, she would rush forward without hesitation and help him suppress Yi Tao. She was the gun in his hand that could shoot wherever he pointed. But he always remains high above, untainted by the dust. Xiao Ran's eyes were filled with tears. After a long while, she cried and said, Thank you, Anthony. I really didn't follow the wrong person. Following you is the greatest happiness in my life. Anthony picked up his crutches and stood up. You should have a good rest. I have to go now. Xiao Ran watched him leave with fiery eyes. Even until the door of the ward was closed, I was still immersed in the happiness that had just occurred and couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. Outside the ward, Anthony stopped, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and carefully wiped the place that Xiao Ran had just touched. How disgusting that stupid woman had the guts to touch him. He wiped his fingers in disgust and threw the handkerchief into the trash can. Then he looked back at the ward, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He doesn't want his wedding at the end of the month to go smoothly. Xiao Ran, I have condescended to do this. Please don't let me down. At Su Group, 1 hour before getting off work, Yi Tao finally finished organizing all the information and handed over the project. He felt relaxed and went to the Human Resources Department to go through the resignation procedures. I don't know if it was because Susan had given advance notice, but this time the HR department didn't make things difficult for him and handled his resignation procedures very promptly. The non-compete agreement signed previously has also been invalidated. The company also compensated him for the project bonuses and year-end bonuses that had been embezzled by Xiao Ran. Yi Tao checked the text message on his mobile phone and found that there was an extra 500,000 yuan in his bank card. He suddenly felt that coming to Su Group today was not so unbearable. After completing all the formalities, Yi Tao was ready to leave. Tina even stopped him once and asked him to wait for Susan to get off work together. Yi Tao refused. He has got everything he wanted. From today on, he has nothing to do with Susan and the Su family. The rain outside had stopped, and Yi Tao went straight out of Su Group. While waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, he sent a message to Jiang Jianbai, saying that he would treat him to dinner in the evening. He was very grateful to Jiang Jianbai for his psychological counseling and consolation during this period. Jiang Jianbai quickly replied with okay. When there were still 10 seconds left before the red light turned red, a male voice suddenly sounded from behind. Isn't this Yi Tao? Yi Tao turned his head. After seeing the person coming, his good mood disappeared. Wu Duo, who came from the same orphanage as him. I always liked to bully him when I was a kid. After being adopted by the Su family, he lost contact with Wu Duo. Unexpectedly, they were both admitted to the same university and were even assigned to the same major. What a bad fate. Wu Duo is young, but he already has a big belly and a prominent bald spot on his head. He walked up to Yi Tao in a familiar manner and wanted to pat his shoulder, but Yi Tao dodged him. Wu Duo was not embarrassed and smiled with narrowed eyes. I thought it looked like you from the back, but I didn't expect it was really you. We haven't seen each other for a long time since graduation, right? Chapter 32 Wu Duo reveals Anthony's shocking secret. Yi Tao raised his eyebrows, but did not answer. It's not that he is impolite, but Wu Duo often slandered him behind his back when they were in college. He is very good at saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Yi Tao always keeps his distance from such people. Yi Tao, we are all old classmates. Don't be so arrogant. I just saw that you came from the Su Group. Did you go back to make peace and get rejected by Susan? Yi Tao laughed instead of getting angry. Wu Duo, when will your words become as little as your money? The deliberately disguised smile on Wu Duo's face distorted for a moment. But soon, he returned to his previous smiling face, but the words he spoke were like a knife. Yi Tao, why are you still so arrogant? Susan's escape from marriage for Anthony has caused a lot of uproar in Beijing. You have long been a joke. You don't still think you are so great, do you? If that's all you want to say, then we have nothing to say. The pedestrian traffic light turned green, and Yi Tao turned around to leave. Wu Duo took a big step and stopped him. I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you leaving? Yi Tao frowned and began to think seriously. Should I just kick him away or punch him until he cries and screams for help and never dares to mess with him again? Wu Duo looked at Yi Tao, who was a head taller than him, and felt happy but also unwilling. He was pleased because he had fallen into such a situation today. When he was in the orphanage, Yi Tao excelled in everything and was very much loved by the teachers. He couldn't stand his pretentiousness, so he took a few friends to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the dean and was put in solitary confinement. When he came out, Yi Tao was lucky enough to be adopted by the Su family. That's the Su family, one of the top 3 wealthy families in Beijing. He was so angry that his teeth were broken. If it weren't for Yi Tao, he might have been the one adopted by the Su family. I thought our interactions ended there, but I didn't expect to meet again in college. At that time, Yi Tao had already become the boyfriend of Susan, the eldest daughter of the Su family, and her status and position were far superior to his. He was so jealous that he couldn't sleep all night. They clearly started from the same point. So why did Yi Tao live a more carefree life than him? Therefore, he often slandered Yi Tao behind his back. Fortunately, God finally opened his eyes, and at the much-anticipated wedding, Susan dumped Yi Tao. The harm caused by his beloved woman leaving him for another man, which is like being cuckolded, is at the level of a nuclear explosion. Yi Tao became a laughingstock in the entire Beijing circle overnight. After hearing the news, Wu Duo was so happy that he drank 10 bowls of rice in a row. Yi Tao was finally no match for him. But Yi Tao is clearly a stray dog now. So why doesn't he look disappointed at all and still looks so calm? Wu Duo glanced at his infuriatingly handsome face and thought darkly. Maybe he has cried hundreds of times behind her back. Yi Tao, I know your experience. How about this? Since we are classmates, I will give you a job opportunity. How about you be my driver? Yi Tao laughed angrily. Be your driver? Wu Duo raised his head and said arrogantly, Yes, driver. You've offended Susan, so no company would dare to hire you. As for me, I'm a boss now, and I need a driver when I go out. So for the sake of our past friendship, I'll let you be my driver. He stroked his slicked hair proudly and continued. Working hours are 007. No 2 days off. Monthly salary is 3,000. No food or accommodation. No overtime pay. How about it? Is this condition I offer loyal enough? What answered him was Yi Tao's fist. Bang! Wu Duo's right eye was black and blue. Ah! Wu Duo screamed like a pig being slaughtered, covered his right eye, and yelled angrily. Yi Tao, are you crazy? I gave you a chance with good intentions, and you hit me? I'm gonna hit you. Yi Tao sneered and rained his fist down on Wu Duo's fat body. Since he wants to die, he will fulfill his wish. Soon, Wu Duo was beaten black and blue, screaming and crying, with blood all over his face. Yi Tao settled all the old and new accounts together, and his men showed no mercy at all. Stop fighting. Wu Duo begged for mercy with his dying breath. Yi Tao punched him again, and Wu Duo opened his mouth and spat out a bloody front tooth. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I'll trade a secret with you. Yi Tao's fist stopped in midair. He narrowed his eyes. What secret? Wu Duo trembled. It's about Anthony. Anthony? Yi Tao stared at him coldly. If you dare to lie to me. Wu Duo shook his head fiercely. No. I swear. I heard it all with my own ears. Yi Tao finally let go of his hand. Wu Duo hurriedly got up from the ground, covered in dust and looking very embarrassed. Yi Tao handed him a tissue, and Wu Duo was stunned for a moment. Yi Tao was impatient and was about to withdraw his hand. Forget it. Yes. Wu Duo hurriedly took the tissue and wiped the blood off his face while recalling. 5 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be invited to attend the Su Group's annual meeting. I drank a few more glasses of wine that day, and when I went to the bathroom, I passed by the stairwell and heard Anthony on the phone. At that time, Anthony had not yet hooked up with Susan, and was just a small artist signed by Xingyue Entertainment Company under the Su Group. The company sent him to the group headquarters to perform his talents at the annual meeting. Wu Duo noticed him because he had been pestering Susan in both open and covert ways and was beaten up by Yi Tao. Thinking that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Wu Duo wanted to go and say hello. I didn't expect to hear such a conversation. Is everything arranged? Susan will leave the company at 10 o'clock. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Anthony's face darkened a little. I said, I will transfer the remaining money to you after the matter is completed. A few vague quarrels followed. Seeing that he was busy answering the phone, Wu Duo did not go up to disturb him and went straight to the bathroom. After relieving himself, he returned to the banquet. Not long after, Anthony also came back and went on stage to perform and sing. Wu Duo was busy making friends with some bigwigs at the scene and soon forgot about this matter. When the annual meeting was about to end, someone ran in a panic and said that a car accident had occurred near the traffic light outside the group. A drunk driver drove straight into Susan. Anthony, who was passing by, saw her and pushed her away, but he was seriously injured and sent to the hospital. After hearing this, Wu Duo was so shocked that he was speechless. Suddenly, I remembered the conversation I heard at the stairs, and an idea suddenly came to my mind. What happened after that is known to everyone. Anthony became Susan's benefactor, and from then on he rose rapidly to the top. Even Yi Tao had to avoid him. How can you be sure that this incident is related to Anthony? What if it's just a coincidence? Chapter 33. The Truth Behind the Car Accident. Yi Tao didn't believe Wu Duo immediately. He was absent from the annual meeting due to some matters, so he was not clear about the whole story. What if Wu Duo was deceiving him? Wu Duo said seriously, "It is absolutely impossible to be a coincidence because the car accident happened at around 10 o'clock that night, and..." He paused, as if hesitating whether to continue. Yi Tao glanced at him and asked, "Do you still want to be beaten?" Wu Duo's face turned green, and he hurriedly explained, "Later, I used this incident to threaten Anthony. He felt guilty and really gave me money. Anthony's life suddenly changed because he saved Susan. From an unknown little artist, he became a household name." Wu Duo was full of envy and jealousy. He was facing the problem of not being able to find a job after graduation, so he took a risk and sent an anonymous email to Anthony. The email vaguely described what Anthony had done and asked him to pay 10 million to keep his mouth shut. Wu Duo was just giving it a try, but he didn't expect Anthony to actually transfer 10 million into his account. "He gave you 10 million, and you stopped?" Yi Tao was suspicious. As far as he knew, Wu Duo was not the kind of person who would stop when he saw that things were going well. Wu Duo touched his slicked hair awkwardly. "I'm afraid of retaliation." He hooked up with Susan. "What if he gets to the bottom of it and finds someone to dig me out? I have no way to compete with him." He took the 10 million and used it to start his own business. His business has been doing well in recent years, and he has become a small, wealthy man. He would not give up his good life and take risks. It was because he was almost beaten to death by Yi Tao today that he exchanged this secret. Otherwise, he was going to take it into the coffin. "Brother Yi, you can settle accounts with Anthony, but please don't betray me. I just want to live a good life, but I don't have the ability to get involved in the fights between you wealthy families." Wu Duo was probably scared of being beaten, so he spoke more politely. Yi Tao waved his hand and said, "Go away." Wu Duo felt as if he had been pardoned and thanked him repeatedly. Then he picked up his briefcase and ran away. Yi Tao was thinking about how to clear his name in this matter. It's been 5 years since the incident, and those clues must have been erased. Moreover, after the accident, Susan sent people to investigate, but they only found out that it was an accident. The driver was indeed drunk, and after sobering up and facing police questioning, he confessed everything. In the end, he paid some money and was sentenced to 3 years in prison for causing a traffic accident. Wait, 3 years? Yi Tao's eyes lit up. Calculating the time, the driver was released from prison 2 years ago. If we can find him to testify for us, things might turn around. He doesn't want to keep bearing the blame. With a direction to work towards, Yi Tao instantly became more energetic. Settle this account with Anthony. Yi Tao and Jiang Jinbai met at a Sichuan restaurant, as both of them like spicy food. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Jinbai appeared on time. Yi Tao was a little surprised when he saw the person standing next to him. Wei Chen brushed the hair by her ear and raised her eyebrows. "Why? You don't welcome me?" "Of course not. Please take a seat, senior sister Wei." Yi Tao hurriedly asked the waiter to add a set of bowls and chopsticks. Wei Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling and saying, "I came here this time mainly to tell you about the charity dinner a few days ago. The list has been submitted, and the donations will probably arrive in the next few days." "Thank you, Senior Wei." Yi Tao was very happy. He picked up the teapot and poured her tea eagerly. He invited Jiang Jianbai alone today and not Wei Chen because he was afraid that Jiang Jianbai would match them up with others and make the situation awkward. "I didn't expect to bump into him again." He gave Jiang Jianbai a warning look. Jiang Jianbai looked at his nose and his heart. pretending not to see it. The waiter came over with the menu, and the three of them ordered a few signature dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Wei Chen went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. "Why is Senior Wei with you?" Zhang Jinbai looked innocent. "I didn't do anything. I just ran into him after get off work. Senior Wei heard that you were going to invite me to dinner, so she came along." Zhang Jinbai's company and Wei Chen's company are right next door to each other, so it is possible that they met after get off work. But Yi Tao's intuition was not that simple. "Don't get involved in what's going on between me and Senior Sister Wei. I have my own plans." Zhang Jinbai laughed and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yi. I will listen to you and will definitely not do anything rash. By the way, Jinbai, I want to ask you to do me a favor." "What?" Yi Tao whispered. "Do you know anyone in the underworld?" Zhang Jinbai was shocked. "Brother Yi, you are not going to hire someone to assassinate Susan, are you?" "No, it's just a relationship. It's over if we break up. The most important thing is to live your own life well." Yi Tao was speechless and reached out and patted him on the forehead. "What's going on in your head?" He then recounted in detail everything Wu Duo had said today about Anthony. Zhang Jianbai suddenly realized. "So you want to find someone on the street to help you find this driver and testify for you?" "Well, I think the driver's identity is probably not simple, and it's hard to find out using conventional methods." Zhang Jianbai was a little distressed. "My family is not involved in this field, and some of my friends don't do this either, so I guess they can't help." Yi Tao nodded. "It's okay, I'm just asking." Zhang Jianbai pondered for a while, then suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He opened the wallet on the table, took out a business card, and handed it to Yi Tao. "Brother Yi, maybe you can try to find him." Yi Tao took the business card and looked at the information on it. Jiang Ki's phone number 156XXXX. "This is..." Zhang Jianbai looked around, then lowered his voice and explained. "This is a call from one of my uncles. He works as a housekeeper in the Guan family and is currently recruiting bodyguards." Yi Tao opened his eyes wide. "Recruiting bodyguards? What does this have to do with him wanting to investigate the driver?" Zhang Jianbai continued. "I've heard that the Guan family is involved in both the black and white worlds and used to be very powerful throughout Beijing. Later, when policy reforms occurred and problems arose within the Guan family, the people in power at the time transferred some important industries abroad, and they have gradually cleaned up their businesses over the years. I heard from my uncle that the Guan family is planning to move back to Beijing. They have a beloved young lady. The Guan family was involved in the underworld in the past and offended too many people in Beijing. So they want to hire a powerful bodyguard to protect the young lady." Yi Tao blinked in confusion. "So?" Zhang Jianbai chuckled. "Brother Yi, didn't you say last time that you had recovered your strength? You can apply for a bodyguard position. Then, with the help of the Guan family, find out who was behind the driver." Chapter 34. Wei Chen expresses her feelings to Yi Tao. Yi Tao's mind was filled with black lines. "We have to contact the Guan family and apply for a bodyguard position to find out who was behind this. Is this the way to save the country?" Zhang Jianbai sighed. "Brother Yi, there is actually a simplest way, which is to ask Susan for help." Yi Tao was silent. "Susan, everything you know? I believe that with the Su family's ability, we will be able to find out the murderer behind the scenes." Yi Tao shook his head. "No, she and I have already broken up." He knew the position Anthony held in Susan's heart. "Myself to go to her and tell her that Anthony had done it. Maybe she would even think that he was jealous of Anthony and deliberately framed him." Zhang Jianbai could probably guess what he was thinking and didn't continue the topic. He straightened his expression and said, "Brother Yi, actually, I asked you to apply for the Guan family's bodyguard position for another reason. Susan is obviously unwilling to let you go now. It will be difficult for you to completely get rid of her entanglement. Although the Guan family has moved overseas for many years, they still have a great influence in Beijing. The Su family dare not confront them easily. This is a good way out for you." Yi Tao felt that it made sense. He is powerless now and has no way to deal with Susan's entanglement. Only by joining a more powerful party can this matter be put to an end. "Okay, I'll think about it." Yi Tao solemnly put away the business card and thanked Jiang Jianbai. After the two finished talking, Wei Chen also came back. The waiter started serving the food. Jiang Jianbai finished his meal almost as quickly as possible. Then he received a phone call and never came back. "Yi Tao, here we go again. Next time we meet, I really need to talk to him about it." Yi Tao had no experience in being alone with girls, so he just focused on eating. Wei Chen looked at the man opposite her, her red lips slightly raised. "This little brother is really innocent." She smiled and asked, I heard from Jiang Shuidi that you got your resignation certificate today. What are your plans for the future? Well, I plan to take a break for a while before looking for a job. Wei Chen's eyes curved. I have a few friends whose companies are still hiring. If you need, I can try to help you with internal referrals. Yi Tao thought about it and finally refused. Susan hasn't completely given up on him yet, and he's afraid that she'll go to extremes and bring down those companies. He should stop harming others. Wei Chen didn't insist. She picked up a piece of boiled pork with chopsticks and put it into Yi Tao's bowl. I remember that you love this dish the most. You always ordered it every time our department went out for dinner in college. Yi Tao was a little embarrassed. Senior Wei, do you still remember? Wei Chen blinked and said with a smile, Of course I remember. You were everyone's idol at that time. Many girls secretly paid attention to your every word and action. Yi Tao was stunned. Why did he feel that Wei Chen's words had other meanings? Seeing his stunned look, Wei Chen smiled happily. Why? You don't believe it? Yi Tao blushed. The term male god is too exaggerated. I'm just an ordinary person. You are not ordinary. Wei Chen seemed to feel it was a bit spicy and took a sip of water. You are the most handsome boy in our school. Girls confess their love to you every day on the confession wall. But you were so focused on Susan at that time that you probably never noticed. Yi Tao indeed hadn't noticed it. At that time, he and Susan were in the passionate love period, and she was the only one he could see in his eyes and heart. Apart from studying and club activities every day, I think about how to make Susan happy. He never cared about other people. Wei Chen saw his expression and sighed. I knew it. Many girls had a crush on you at that time. But you were so affectionate to Susan that everyone knew it was hopeless and never dared to bother you. They could only post anonymously on the confession wall. Talking about the past, Yi Tao felt a little at a loss. Senior, it's all in the past. We should always look forward. Wei Chen stared at him with a pair of affectionate eyes without blinking. Indeed, people should always look forward. What about you? You have broken up with Susan. Can you consider me now? Her words were so blunt that Yi Tao was caught off guard. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, Senior Wei, I don't want to start a new relationship so soon. Wei Chen was not embarrassed when she was rejected. She smiled brightly, without any unhappiness on her face. I know you just ended a relationship, and you must be feeling very uncomfortable now. I'm not asking you to accept me right away. I just want you to give me a chance. I want to compete fairly with Susan. Yi Tao was deeply touched by these words. In my impression, Wei Chen is a very passionate and bold girl. She says whatever she thinks and is straightforward and honest about her feelings. You can easily feel her love through her eyes. Susan, on the other hand, is cool and reserved. She never expresses her love. His eyes are always calm, and no emotion can be seen. If you want to know what she feels, you can only guess. Yi Tao shook his head and threw these complicated thoughts out of his mind. There is no comparison. They're two completely different girls. Comparing them together is disrespectful to them. He looked at Wei Chen and said softly, Sister Wei, thank you for your kindness to me, but I really haven't decided to start a new relationship yet. I can't keep you hanging. This is very disrespectful to you. A hint of disappointment flashed across Wei Chen's eyes. But soon, she smiled and said, Okay, I understand. Let's start by being friends, okay? She has been waiting for so many years and doesn't mind waiting a little longer. She believed that one day, Yi Tao would realize her feelings for him. Of course, we have always been friends. Wei Chen felt a warm feeling in her heart. Yi Tao is always so considerate. The atmosphere got much better afterwards. The two chatted and laughed as friends, and the air was filled with happiness. At the entrance of the Sichuan restaurant, Su Xin just walked in, and her good friend Su Tingran pointed to the front with a look of surprise. Xin, look, isn't that Yi Tao? Su Xin's eyebrows jumped, and she looked up. Yi Tao was sitting at the innermost seat of the restaurant. She looked carefully, and her brows immediately furrowed. Who is that girl sitting opposite him? Su Tingran obviously also saw the girl, and he pulled Su Xin forward with a gossipy look. Quick, let's go over and see which vixen he is having dinner with. Su Tingran had his own little plan in mind. Yi Tao's appearance was really what she liked. Now that his breakup with Susan was a big deal, there was no way they were going to get back together. Look, Yi Tao is finding a new woman right away. If other women can do it, then so can she. Take this opportunity to extend an olive branch. Maybe you can have a one-night stand with him. Yi Tao's looks and figure. It would be a great deal to sleep with him. Chapter 35, they left in a car. They must have gone to get a room. Don't go. Su Xin hurriedly grabbed Su Tingren's arm to prevent her from moving forward. Instead, he pulled her to find a corner seat. Xian, why don't you let me go? Su Tingren looked depressed. How could Su Xin not know her little thoughts? She warned her seriously. Yi Tao, you can't move. My sister hasn't said we're breaking up yet. Huh? Not broken up? Su Tingren was shocked. Didn't your sister run away from marriage for Anthony? Su Xin shook her head. Anyway, this matter is very complicated. Don't intervene rashly. Otherwise, you know my sister's methods. Su Tingren curled his lips and looked unwillingly at the two people who were talking and laughing not far away. I won't interfere, but I can't stop Yi Tao from finding a woman himself. Look how happy he is chatting with that woman. He must have found a new one. Su Xin sneered and took out her cell phone from her bag. He dares to cheat on my sister. My sister won't let him go. He raised his phone and started taking pictures in Yi Tao's direction. Then he opened Susan's WeChat and sent all the photos to her. In fact, to be honest, Yi Tao and Wei Chen did not do anything that crossed the line, but Su Xin had a preconceived notion. After sending the photos, she sent 2 more messages to Susan, deliberately exaggerating the facts. Sister, Yi Tao is cheating on you with a woman. I've seen him and this woman together several times. They always look so affectionate. They might have slept together. Su Group. Susan finally finished her last meeting of the day. She looked at the time, and it was almost 9 o'clock. Assistant Tina was waiting outside the door, and Susan said casually, "Go call Yi Tao and tell him to get off work." Tina lowered her head and said carefully, "Boss Su, Assistant Yi has left." Susan's eyes froze. Gone? When did he leave? Around 6 o'clock. Assistant Yi completed his resignation procedures and left. I asked him to wait for you to leave work together, but Assistant Yi refused. Susan couldn't believe it. Yi Tao didn't even wait for her to get off work and left without any reluctance. In the past, whenever she worked overtime, Yi Tao would stay and accompany her. Sometimes I worry about her health and make midnight snacks for her. Wherever she is, Yi Tao is there. As long as she called, the other person would immediately appear in front of her. She knew that he would always silently protect her. But I don't know when everything changed. Seeing her pale face, Tina was a little worried. Boss Su, do you want me to call Assistant Yi and ask him to pick you up? No, you can go off work. Susan rubbed her brows tiredly. Tina didn't dare to disturb them anymore and turned and left. Susan sat down on the sofa and turned on her cell phone. Belonging to Yi Tao was clean, and the other party did not send her a message. Su Xin, on the other hand, sent more than 10 messages. What trouble has this girl gotten herself into again that she needs her help? She clicked on the dialogue box. The next second, his face turned livid. Sister, Yi Tao is cheating on you with a woman. I've seen him and this woman together several times. They always look so affectionate. They might have slept together. She swiped her hand upwards quickly. Clicking on the photos, Su Xin sent her one by one. In the photo, Wei Chen and Yi Tao are sitting face to face and eating together, both of them with happy smiles on their faces. Yi Tao is handsome and elegant, while Wei Chen is mature and charming. The two of them are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. This scene hurt Susan's eyes deeply. When did he and Wei Chen become so familiar with each other? The atmosphere between them is definitely not that of ordinary friends. Susan tightly grasped the phone. At this moment, she really wanted to reach through the screen and scratch Yi Tao's handsome face. They haven't broken up yet, have they? How dare he turn around and hook up with other women? Some were talking and laughing, and they looked very happy. He is clearly cheating. Susan was so angry that she edited a message and sent it to Yi Tao. The interface displays a bright red exclamation mark. Only then did she remember that Yi Tao had blocked her a long time ago. She called Yi Tao again, and it showed that she was on the phone. Yi Tao also blocked her phone number. She was like a trapped beast, with no place to vent the anger in her heart, which burned her whole body with unbearable pain. She stood up and shouted to the door. Someone prepare the car. In the restaurant, Yi Tao paid the bill and left with Wei Chen. Seeing this, Su Xin, who had been hiding in the corner, hurriedly pulled Su Tingran out. On the road, Yi Tao and Wei Chen stood together waiting for a taxi. Their place was close by, so they just took a taxi. Wei Chen was wearing a slim woolen skirt today. She didn't feel cold in the air-conditioned restaurant, but now that the night wind was blowing, she couldn't help but shiver while hugging her arms. Yi Tao saw this and took off his coat. He handed the coat to Wei Chen. Senior Wei, put it on. Don't catch a cold. Wei Chen didn't answer. No, just put it on. The car will be here soon. There's air conditioning in the car, so it won't be cold. Yi Tao secretly. He was only wearing a black sweater underneath, and if he wore the coat, he might catch a cold. She remembered that Yi Tao was in poor health when he was in college. In fact, the first 2 years were pretty good. Whenever there were any physical activities in the student union, Yi Tao would lend a hand. Starting from his junior year, his health began to deteriorate, and he was unable to participate in some strenuous activities. She also advised him to go to the hospital for a physical checkup. Yi Tao smiled and said it was okay. She couldn't persuade him any further, otherwise she would become annoying. Thinking of this, Wei Chen was a little worried. Has your health improved over the years? Don't worry, senior sister Wei. I have been exercising regularly over the years, and my health has improved a lot. Yi Tao smiled and put the coat in her hand. Put it on, senior sister. Don't worry about me. Wei Chen was not a pretentious person, so seeing that he was so insistent, she put on her coat. The coat was very warm, and her originally pale face gradually regained its color. The car they were waiting for arrived soon, and they got in and left together. This scene was recorded on video with her mobile phone by Su Xin, who followed out. She sent the video directly to Susan, captioning, "Sister, they left in a car. They must have gone to get a room." Susan on the other side saw the video sent by Su Xin. Her beautiful face was covered with dark clouds, like a demon. She sent Yi Tao more than a dozen messages in a row, but received no reply. It turns out that during this period, he was busy checking into hotels with other women. What a courage. She made a phone call with a gloomy face. Go check the check-in information of all hotels in Beijing tonight and see which hotel Yi Tao has booked a room in. After saying that, she threw the phone away. With a bang, the cell phone smashed a hole in the car window glass and broke into pieces. The driver was so startled that the steering wheel almost slipped. He looked at the rearview mirror carefully. Boss Sue. Susan leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and said coldly, "Let's go to the suburbs." Chapter 36, Susan Goes Crazy. Yi Tao first sent Wei Chen home. It's not safe for a girl to walk on the street late at night. Only after watching her enter the community with his own eyes did Yi Tao get into a taxi and go home again. The meal he had with Wei Chen tonight made him feel relaxed after a long time. Wei Chen is straightforward and generous, and can always keep up the conversation no matter what the topic is. Life would be very happy if you could be friends with such people. When I returned to the small flat in the suburbs, it was almost 11 o'clock. As soon as Yi Tao walked out of the elevator, he saw a dark shadow standing in front of his door. He immediately became alert. Who? At the same time, he stepped hard, and the voice-controlled light lit up. As the lights came on, the dark shadow rushed straight towards him. The other party raised his hand and slapped him in the face. Yi Tao grabbed the man's wrist with almost no effort. He lowered his eyes and looked coldly at the woman in front of him. "Susan, what are you crazy about?" Susan's eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. "You don't reply to messages or answer calls. Are you with Wei Chen?" Yi Tao frowned and shook her hand away. "Susan, you sent someone to follow me? In what capacity do you question me?" She had been making trouble unreasonably time and again, and Yi Tao's patience had reached its limit. He wanted to draw a clear line between himself and her now and never see her again. No matter how she and Anthony flirt with each other, as long as she doesn't disturb him, it's fine. Susan was thrown away and barely managed to keep herself steady by holding onto the wall. She looked up and sneered at the man in front of her. "Yi Tao, I've said it many times, I won't let go. I'm your fiancé, and I haven't said we're breaking up yet, but you dare to go get a room with that bitch? Are you that impatient? If you wanted something, you could have told me. Why did you go look for that bitch?" Susan kept calling Yi Tao a bitch, which made Yi Tao's eyebrows twitch. In his mind, Susan has always been dignified, aloof, and never curses. If anyone provokes her, just give an order and someone will take care of it. Have you ever been so hysterical as you are now? Whether you believe it or not, senior sister Wei and I are just friends. We have never crossed the line. Don't tarnish her reputation. Leave when you've had enough of the trouble. My temple is too small to accommodate a giant like you. Yi Tao felt tired, walked around Susan, took out the key, and opened the door. With a click, the door opened. Just as he was about to go in, Susan hugged his waist from behind. "You can't leave me alone." Yi Tao got annoyed and reached out to push her. Susan didn't care. She stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck tightly, tilted her head back, and put her red lips close to his. Yi Tao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt something soft on his lips. Susan's breathing was rapid. and she kissed without any rules, licking and biting. It was as if he wanted to vent all his anger in this kiss. Yi Tao was shocked and angry. He didn't expect Susan to be so crazy. She clearly hated kissing him before, and even when they were doing that kind of thing in bed, she never allowed him to kiss her. What is she doing now? Was he something she could summon and dismiss at will? A strong smell of blood filled my mouth. Susan bit his lip and broke the skin. Yi Tao came back to his senses. He suddenly stretched out his hand and violently pulled her away from him. He frowned and looked at her with annoyance. Susan, have you had enough of this? Susan let out a sarcastic smile. I'm making a scene? Isn't that what you want? She reached out and unbuttoned her clothes one by one. Haven't you always wanted to sleep with me? Now that I've done what you wished for, why are you acting so superior? Or is it that Wei Chen can do it but I can't? How can that woman compare to me? She took off her coat and threw it on the ground. She was only wearing a tight bra that showed off her beautiful curves. The fair and delicate skin and towering breasts make people's blood boil at just one look. Yi Tao watched coldly, his heart as calm as water. He said without emotion, "Get out." Susan didn't listen. She walked straight up to him, hugged his arms, and almost stuck her whole body to him. Yi Tao, I won't leave tonight. She doesn't like her things to be tainted with other people's smell. Wei Chen wanted to remove everything that was left on Yi Tao. She hooked her fingers, reached into Yi Tao's clothes, and slid along the sensitive areas. When she was about to reach the end, a hand grabbed her wrist. She looked up and met Yi Tao's dark eyes without any emotion, and listened to him say word by word. Susan, I said, I don't want to do it with you. She looked at him stubbornly, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. Why? She kept repeating in a hoarse voice. Why? 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 Yi Tao closed his eyes. An indescribable feeling welled up in my heart. Whenever he saw her crying, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and he wished he could take her place. Now when he saw her tears again, he felt no ripples in his heart. He knew that he had completely let go of this relationship. Susan could no longer influence his heart. He opened his lips and said, "This kind of thing requires both consent and mutual consent. We've broken up, and I don't want to do it with you." Not willing? Susan was heartbroken when she saw his cold eyes. He used to be obsessed with her body. At first, she often rejected his request for sex because she was afraid of pain. Later, when she was enjoying the fun, Yi Tao had already been discouraged by her cold reaction. As a girl, she was of course too embarrassed to bring it up on her own initiative. Gradually, the only time they met was when Yi Tao took the secret medicine. Just like the mission, it is completed quickly every time. She was not satisfied, but too shy to speak up. Now that I think about it, what's so bad about asking? Yi Tao is her man. She asked him to please her, so he has to please her. Otherwise, would you give him to another woman like today? Yi Tao, I'll give you one more chance. Will you do it or not? There was cruelty in her voice. Yi Tao didn't answer, but bent down to pick up the coat she had thrown on the ground. Susan's body with his large coat. Yi Tao turned around and walked towards his room. Leave a cold word. Put on your clothes and leave on your own. Susan bit her lips hard, feeling extremely humiliated. Yi Tao's behavior just now was like a slap in her face. She clutched the coat covering her body, tears streaming down her face. How could he do this to her? She sacrificed her dignity and bowed her head. But he was unwilling to reconcile? Just because she called off the wedding, he's still mad at her? She couldn't understand. I really can't understand it. Yi Tao walked straight into the room without caring whether Susan stayed or left. He took out the business card Jiang Jianbai gave him from his pocket. I called the number above on my cell phone. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I want to apply for the bodyguard position. Chapter 37, Susan's Redemption and Threats. When Yi Tao woke up the next day, Susan was gone. He didn't notice what time she left. The entrance was back to its normal state, as if no one had been there before, and the door was tightly closed. He quickly put the incident behind him. Susan is a rational person. After all the fuss last night, one night is enough for her to sober up. He changed into sportswear and went to the community downstairs to run as usual. Because it is in the suburbs, the community has good greening. Yi Tao breathed in the fresh air and ran more than 10 laps, feeling relaxed both physically and mentally. When passing by the property management office, a security guard waved at him. Yi Tao slowed down his pace, and the security guard asked, "Are you the owner of 401? Yi Tao nodded. "I am." The security guard said earnestly, "Young man, you have to be more careful. The owner of 402 complained to me last night. saying that you were not sleeping at night and disturbing the neighbors. Yi Tao's face was full of embarrassment. The housing units in the community here all have 2 households per elevator. Room 402 next door is where Rose rented before. Rose moved in with him. The house next door remained empty. A new tenant moved in so soon. Last night, he thought there was no one next door, so he argued with Susan a little louder. Now that I think about it, the neighbors must have been very annoyed by the quarrel in the middle of the night, so it was good enough that they didn't come to our house. Yi Tao apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, it was my fault last night. I will personally go to apologize to the residents of room 402 later. The security guard was not the kind of person who would not let go even for a small mistake. Seeing that he was sincere, he waved his hand and signaled that he could leave. Yi Tao finished his last lap and entered the community elevator. He first sent a message to Rose, asking her why she hadn't come back to live these days, and also asking her if she knew that a new tenant had moved in next door. This was the time when everyone usually got up, and Rose's message came back quickly. Brother Yi, a friend of mine, came to Beijing. I've been looking for a job in the city these days, so I happen to be staying at her house. A new neighbor moved in next door? I don't know. I haven't been back for a while. I will soon have a new job. I will treat you to a meal when I receive the offer. Rose replied to her all normal, and it didn't seem like anything had happened. Yi Tao finally felt relieved. Although the two of them lived together by accident, he still had to pay attention to his roommate's personal safety. The elevator went all the way up to the 4th floor. Yi Tao got out of the elevator and saw room 402 next door. After thinking for a while, he went forward and knocked on the door. The door was opened quickly. Hello, I'm the resident of 401 next door. I'm sorry about what happened last night. Before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Yi Tao's expression was unpredictable. Why is it you? Susan was wearing a silk pajamas, leaning against the door with her arms folded across her chest, and her smile was just the right amount. Why can't it be me? I like the layout of the apartment here and bought it overnight. Yi Tao suddenly remembered what the security guard downstairs said, and his face darkened. Did you deliberately complain to the security guard? Susan's eyes were cold. How can this be called intentional? I was just rehearsing in advance. If you continue to treat me like this, I believe we will inevitably quarrel in the future. When the neighbor downstairs complains, you can go and apologize, right? Yi Tao. To the hysterical Susan last night, she was calm and rational today, and seemed to have returned to her former self. But the madness hidden in her eyes made Yi Tao subconsciously want to stay away from her. He turned and left. If you dare to leave, the residents downstairs will be kicked out of this community today. Yi Tao turned his head suddenly. Susan, what do you want to do? He doesn't interact much with the residents downstairs, but he will say hello when he meets them occasionally. He didn't expect Susan to use this to threaten him. Why are you so nervous? I just want you to have breakfast with me. Susan opened the door and made a please gesture. Seeing that he dared not speak out but was angry, she felt relieved. This should have been done long ago. She's Susan? The current person in charge of the Su family is a favored daughter of heaven and has power and influence. Whatever she wants, others will give it to her. Yi Tao reject her again and again? She had been too lenient with him before. She should use her power to tie him tightly to her side. As for Yi Tao's thoughts? Unimportant. It would be nice if she got his man. As for the heart, Yi Tao has loved her for 8 years, and she doesn't believe that this feeling would be erased so quickly. Yi Tao stood outside the door and subconsciously wanted to refuse Susan's request. But when he thought of the residents downstairs who would have to face such an unexpected disaster, he couldn't move forward. And even if he refused this time, wouldn't Susan threaten him with something else? With Susan, he was too weak and could be manipulated by the other party in every way. Susan took the initiative to walk forward and took his arm affectionately. What are you standing there for? Come in, I bought your favorite breakfast today. Yi Tao was half pulled and half dragged in. The dining table in the living room was filled with various breakfasts. He took a look and saw that they were all his favorite foods. He sat down calmly. In this situation, it would be irrational to compete with Susan. Susan was very satisfied with his obedient performance and took the initiative to serve him a bowl of red date porridge. Try it. Yi Tao took the bowl and drank slowly. He ran more than 10 laps in the morning and was indeed hungry now. Food makes people happy. His originally bad mood improved a lot. When faced with Susan's questions, he would also answer a few questions. The breakfast on the table was completely eaten up. After breakfast, Susan took out a 28-inch suitcase and pushed it in front of Yi Tao. Open it and see if you like it. She had someone investigate last night, and found out that Yi Tao and Wei Chen did not go to the hotel to book a room at all. Yi Tao sent Wei Chen downstairs of the community and went home. She knew that she had gone too far last night and should give him some compensation. Thinking of the gift she brought back from abroad that had not been sent back yet, she called and asked someone to send them over early in the morning to please Yi Tao. Yi Tao's eyes were indifferent as he silently unzipped the suitcase. Crash! The suitcase opened, revealing its contents. There are out-of-print shoes, luxury bags, and a watch that looks very expensive. There were many other things he couldn't name. Just by looking at the packaging and logo, you can tell that these things are worth a lot of money. The total value of the things in this box is estimated to be tens of millions. Haven't you always wanted a gift? This is the gift I brought back for you last time I went abroad. I know I didn't care about you enough before, but I won't do that anymore. I will prove it to you with my actions. What he said was sincere and heartfelt. Yi Tao felt calm. He just glanced at these expensive gifts and closed the suitcase. Chapter 38. Posting on moments to piss off Anthony. Dislike? Susan looked at him intently. Yi Tao shook his head. No. He knew that there was no point in reasoning with Susan now. The only way is to go along with her so that she won't go crazy again. As for what he was thinking in his heart, she had no control over it. Seeing that Yi Tao was still relatively obedient and not as sharp as he had been some time ago, Susan was in a good mood. Although his attitude still seemed a little cold, she was not in a hurry. There is still a long time between them, and she believes that Yi Tao will see her sincerity and will figure it out sooner or later. Thinking of this, she raised her head and gave Yi Tao a gentle kiss on his lips. Separate at the first touch. Noticing his gaze, she narrowed her eyes and put on a shy smile. Yi Tao was in mixed mood. In 8 years together, he and Susan had barely kissed. The only few times were in bed when the passion was at its peak. He envied other lovers for kissing passionately and once tentatively asked Susan if he could kiss her. Susan felt it was dirty. Isn't it just exchanging each other's saliva? The thought of it made her feel sick, so she didn't want it. After being rejected, Yi Tao never brought it up again. Susan gave him in the short period of separation, but he no longer wants it. He reached out and pulled out a tissue, then wiped the kiss away while wiping his mouth. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now, etc. Susan grabbed the hem of his clothes, and her delicate, white hands moved downwards. Yi Tao pinched her wrist and frowned. What? I heard you men are restless in the mornings. I can help you. Susan looked up at him, her breath sweet as orchid and her expression charming. Yi Tao, as heart beat faster. Susan had been teasing his body since last night. Didn't she hate this kind of thing the most in the past? Why are you rushing here now? He recalled the last time they had an argument at the old house, and he said she was like a log in bed and very boring. Is she doing this now, trying to avenge her previous humiliation? Yi Tao took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his body. Then he let go of Susan's hand and took a step back. No, I can handle it myself. Anyway, in the past 8 years, he has almost gotten used to his right hand. Susan raised an eyebrow and drew circles on his lower abdomen with her fingers. I'm right in front of you, and you still want to be a monk? Yi Tao. He has been a monk for almost 8 years. He was able to tolerate it before because Susan didn't want to and he didn't want to force her. He could endure it now because he didn't want to get entangled with her anymore. The ringing of the phone on the table broke the awkward atmosphere. Susan answered the phone. It was Assistant Tina, and she said there was a meeting at 9 in the morning. Got it? I'll go to the company right away. After a pause, she asked, how's the progress of the wedding I asked you to prepare last time? Not knowing what Tina said on the other end of the phone, Susan's brows showed a little joy, and her eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Yi Tao. Got it. Send out the invitation as soon as possible. The phone call was hung up. I have something else to do at the company. I'll leave first. By the way, this weekend is the company's annual meeting. You will accompany me then. As she spoke, she placed a black card on the table. This card has no limit. Buy whatever you like. I'll send someone to pick you up. Yi Tao pushed the card back and said, no need. I have my own money. He had never spent her money before, and he certainly wouldn't do it now. Susan stuffed the card into his hand without hesitation. This is my love for you. You are not allowed to refuse it. Yi Tao clutched the card and forced a smile. Got it. Susan stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. So good. Susan left satisfied. The living room finally returned to silence. Yi Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Susan was so paranoid now that he didn't know what to do. He began to doubt himself. Why did he fall in love with Susan? Is it because they have been together day and night since they were young and have fallen in love with each other over time? He couldn't remember clearly either. This feeling lasted too long and was too deep, as if it had been integrated into his body. It is now impossible to find the source. The phone in my pocket rang. Yi Tao saw the phone number displayed on the screen and answered it immediately. There was a gentle female voice on the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, we have reviewed the resume you sent last night, and it meets our recruitment requirements. When are you free? We can arrange an interview. Yi Tao set a time, and the other party agreed immediately. Okay, we will send you the interview requirements via text message later. Do you have any other questions? Yi Tao coughed lightly and asked a little embarrassedly. Excuse me, do you provide food and accommodation here? There seemed to be a pause on the other end, and there was no response for a long while. Yi Tao said hurriedly, in fact, it doesn't have to include food, just accommodation is fine. Susan had almost blocked all his escape routes, and it was impossible for him to live here any longer. Susan would definitely not be as unscrupulous as she is now when living in the residence provided by the Guan family. The gentle female voice sounded again. Okay, I will tell the above about your needs. I wish you a smooth interview. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tao felt more relaxed than ever before. He returned to his home and began to prepare seriously for the interview that would take place a few days later. In this interview, only success is allowed, not failure. After all, this was his only chance to escape from Susan. In the afternoon, Susan sent Tina to take him shopping for clothes. Yi Tao didn't want to go at first. Considering that Tina is just a hard-working worker, it is better not to make things difficult for her. Yi Tao agreed to go shopping, but had no idea where to buy clothes. Tina knew his temper, so she asked the driver to drive to the largest shopping mall in Beijing. After getting off the car, Tina took Yi Tao directly to a handmade suit shop on the top floor. The clothes in this store are all handmade and custom-made. The quality and styles are excellent, but the prices are very expensive. The size is measured by a professional craftsman, and the goods are delivered to your door in 3 days. Yi Tao was not pretentious. He spent the black card that Susan gave him. Tina kept Susan's instructions in mind and brought Yi Tao out this time to go shopping. She then took him to the clothing store on the 3rd floor to look around and buy a few ready-made suits. Yi Tao took the initiative to select a few sets of clothes and some accessories, and went into the dressing room to try them on. He matched them one by one and took a few photos in front of the mirror for each set. Then he deliberately posted a message in a very teasing tone on his moments, visible only to Anthony. Susan asked me to accompany her to the company's annual meeting this weekend, and she said I should dress nicely. Which outfit is better? Troubled slash. I'm afraid this one isn't impactful enough. He found the photos of luxury goods he had taken in the morning and posted a message to his friends that only Anthony could see. Susan brought me so many gifts when she went abroad. I like them all. The picture shows a 9-square grid, which is full of expensive gifts, with the most expensive Richard Miller watch placed in the center. He once hated Anthony as show-off behavior that only he could see. Unexpectedly, he could now use this method to disgust Anthony. It would be best if it could stimulate him to go and find Susan. He didn't want to go to the annual meeting with Susan. He doesn't want it. Chapter 39. Anthony is going crazy with jealousy. Anthony was the first to see the 2 moments posts by Yi Tao. Susan left that day. She never came to the hospital to see him again. He sent her messages, but she almost never responded. He had no way of contacting Susan, so he could only spy on Yi Tao's circle of friends. I didn't expect that he would post 2 consecutive messages, both showing off his love. I was so angry that I almost exploded. His handsome face was clouded with gloom. He raised his hand suddenly and overturned the dinner on the table. The food instantly spilled all over the floor. Angela, who came to deliver the food, didn't dare to offend him, so she lowered her head and squatted aside to clean up. Bitch! Yi Tao, you bitch! My sister used to only buy me gifts when she went abroad. When will it be his turn? He must have been pestering her to get it. Yi Tao openly took possession of Susan. Whenever Anthony thought of this fact, he couldn't suppress the jealousy in his heart. Now I see his moments, gifts for going abroad and banquets he attends. These were originally exclusive to Anthony, but now Yi Tao was showing off by posting them. Whenever he thought about Susan appearing in front of the public at the annual meeting holding Yi Tao's hand, he was so jealous that he was almost going crazy. Attending the annual meeting? Yi Tao, forget it. As long as he is around, he will never let him succeed. Pour me a glass of water. Angela quickly handed him a glass of warm water. Anthony took it and drank it all, and his manic mood was calmed down a lot. He curled his lips, adjusted his expression in front of the mirror, then rubbed his eyes with his hands and rubbed his face hard a few times. Immediately, he revealed the image of a aggrieved and forbearing little puppy. He video called Susan. Angela saw this and quietly left the ward. The phone rang for a long time and was almost hung up before it was picked up. Susan's cold face appeared on the phone screen. "What's wrong?" Anthony's eyes were red, and he said in a soft voice, "Sister, why don't you reply to my message? Do you hate me?" After a long silence, Susan replied, "I don't hate you. I've been too busy with work recently and missed a lot of news. Sister, when you're done with your work, can you come to the hospital to see me? It's been raining a lot lately, and my legs hurt so much that I can't sleep." Anthony drooped his brows and begged softly, like an abandoned puppy. "Anthony, I told you I've been very busy at work." Susan's words were so cold and cruel that they were like a knife stabbing Anthony in the heart. He nodded with tears in his eyes and choked up, "I understand." This considerate look made Susan's expression ease a little. "Sister, the doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital this Friday. I heard that the company's annual meeting will be held on the weekend. Can I attend it with you?" Susan refused bluntly. "No, Yi Tao will accompany me." Anthony opened his eyes wide in disbelief, tears sparkling in his eyes. He asked anxiously, "Sister, did Yi Tao say something in front of you? I used to accompany you to the banquet. I just wanted to stay by your side. Doesn't he even allow this?" "Don't let your imagination run wild. This is my decision. It has nothing to do with Yi Tao. He is my fiancé and should accompany me to various banquets. I was inconsiderate enough to bring you before, but I won't do that again in the future." Anthony turned pale. "My heart aches. What do you mean never again? Is her sister going to deprive her of the only chance to be with her? Elder sister. Okay, take good care of yourself. I'll ask Angela to take care of you." The video call was disconnected. Anthony looked at the pitch-black phone screen, tears falling on it drop by drop. He couldn't believe that after working so hard for so long, he was actually getting further and further away from Susan. Yi Tao, who did nothing, easily got all of Susan's love. He is unwilling to accept it. How could he lose to that useless guy who is nothing but his face? The panic that swept over him made him feel suffocated. He cried and screamed, smashing everything in sight. He was afraid that Susan would really abandon him and ignore him. So what should he do next? Angela was frightened by the occasional sounds of smashing and smashing in the ward. She hurriedly pushed open the ward door and saw Anthony slumped on the ground with tears on his face. She walked up to him quickly and helped him up. "Anthony, no matter what, you can't ignore your health. Get up quickly, the ground is cold." Anthony shook her hand off and yelled at her. "Why should I help you? My leg is not really broken." The car accident on the wedding day was fake, and the fall in the rain was also fake. All this was just a way for him to gain sympathy from Susan. Now that Susan doesn't care about him anymore, what else is there for him to pretend? Angela knew he was in a bad mood and didn't get angry even though he was yelled at. He just advised earnestly, "Anthony, calm down. President Su must care about you. If your fans knew about this, they would definitely feel bad." Anthony sneered. "What bullshit fans? I just want my sister." Angela sighed, as if looking at an ignorant child. "Boss Su refuses to see you. How about thinking of other ways? Aren't you on good terms with Boss Su's sister? How about calling her and asking?" Anthony's heart moved. Yes, and Su Xin. Su Xin is on his side. He couldn't wait to pick up the phone that had fallen on the ground and called Su Xin. The call was answered almost instantly. The girl's sweet voice sounded. "Brother Anthony, what do you want from me?" Anthony said gently. Xin, I heard that the Su group is going to hold an annual meeting this weekend. Can you help me get an invitation?" Chapter 40, Susan changes her mind and confesses her love to Yi Tao. Soon it was the day before the annual meeting. In the evening, Yi Tao tentatively asked Susan about the annual meeting. Susan thought he was insecure and made sure that he would be the only male companion at the annual party. "Yi Tao, can Anthony make it?" He deliberately posted 2 messages on WeChat Moments to provoke him, but he didn't go to Susan to make trouble. He didn't make good use of the power of his white moonlight. However, based on Anthony's previous methods, he will definitely not give up. He waited and watched, waiting for Anthony to cause trouble on the day of the annual meeting. The Su Group's annual meeting is always held in a grand manner. In addition to company employees, partners will also be invited to participate. The Su family's cooperation is spread all over Beijing, and the guests who come to participate are either rich or noble, and they are all celebrities in the circle. This time is no exception. In order to show her respect for Yi Tao, Susan specially called in a famous styling team to do his styling. In just one afternoon, Yi Tao was completely transformed. The stylist combed all his hair upwards, revealing his full forehead, heroic facial features, and strong outline, exuding a mature and steady aura. A well-tailored black suit, paired with a simple white shirt and a royal blue tie, made him look outstanding and noble. Susan looked at Yi Tao like this, her eyes full of amazement. She always knew that Yi Tao was good-looking. He usually dresses casually, and his clothes and shoes are the most ordinary ones, but he still attracts so many female employees to express their affection for him. The formal attire today brings out his handsomeness to the fullest. So handsome that it makes people weak in the knees. Susan thought of this sentence for some reason. Yi Tao looked at himself in the mirror. The face is still the same face, no difference. And the least important thing for a man is his face. He didn't feel anything and quickly looked away. Susan has also finished her styling. She was wearing a champagne-colored slim fishtail skirt with a pure white fox fur shawl draped over her shoulders, which was simple yet elegant. Her long black hair was loosely tied into a flower bud shape and pinned with a red rose hairpin made of pure gold. Her whole temperament is cool and elegant, like a well-educated young lady from a noble family. She walked forward and stood side by side with Yi Tao. The head of the styling team smiled and clapped his hands. "Ms. Su, you and Mr. Yi are such a perfect match. You will definitely be the most outstanding couple at tonight's banquet." Susan raised the corners of her lips, obviously enjoying the compliment. "The agreed styling fee plus another 100,000 will be considered your bonus." The person in charge was grinning so hard that his face was about to break, and he kept saying nice things. Yi Tao always had a calm expression. Susan asked the person in charge to go down first. "Unhappy?" she asked. "No." Susan looked at his empty wrist and asked, "Why don't you wear the watch I gave you?" Yi Tao was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that she would notice such details. "So I made up an excuse. I was in a hurry to go out and forgot." Susan thought he was anxious to attend the annual meeting with her, and she was pleased. He waved to Tina and said, "Go back and bring the watch over." Tina responded and left in a hurry. "It's just a watch. No need to make such a fuss." Susan insisted, "That's a gift from me to you. Gifts are meant to be used. Should I just leave it at home and collect dust?" Yi Tao was afraid that she would have a paranoid attack, so he simply stopped talking. Susan raised her hand and stroked the rose hairpin behind her head, her eyes full of anticipation. "Do you still remember this rose hairpin? It was the gift you gave me for our 5th anniversary. I like it very much." Yi Tao glanced at the rose hairpin and sneered in his heart. Of course he remembers. He spent 3 months' salary to buy this. Susan on our 5th anniversary, but she didn't show up that day because she was traveling abroad with Anthony. He was very depressed when he found out and placed the rose hairpin in her room. "It's been so long, and I don't know where she found it and put it on." Susan said this. She realized belatedly that she did not spend their 5th anniversary with Yi Tao. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face, but was quickly replaced by a gentle smile. She looked at him with clear eyes. "I know that I ignored you too much in the past and paid too much attention to others. It's understandable that you blame me and hate me. I promise that this will never happen again. You are the only one in my heart." This confession of deep affection did not cause any ripples in Yi Tao's heart, because he knew that as long as something happened to Anthony, all these would become empty words. This is what he summed up from countless experiences in the past. Tina soon came back with the watch. Susan took the watch and put it on Yi Tao herself. Tina secretly expressed her envy. "Assistant Yi, President Su is so good to you. This watch is worth tens of millions, but President Su only bought it for you and not for Anthony." Yi Tao smiled and said nothing. Sometimes this kind of comparison is a loss in itself. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Susan showed up at the company's annual meeting on time, holding Yi Tao's hand. The guests saw Yi Tao. They had different expressions. Didn't they say they broke up? Looking at how intimate they are, it doesn't seem like it. According to tonight's program schedule, Susan will go on stage to give a speech. She gently told Yi Tao, "Find a seat and sit down. I'll come find you soon." Yi Tao found a seat in a corner and sat down. After a while, 2 figures stood in front of him. He looked up and saw Anthony and Su Xin, and the corners of his lips curled up. Anthony smiled harmlessly, his eyebrows curved. "Brother Yi, it's rare that you come to the annual meeting. Do you mind if I sit here?" While he said this, he had already sat down opposite him. Yi Tao was not annoyed, and the smile in his eyes became deeper. Anthony did not disappoint him and actually came to the annual meeting. Yes, I came here with Susan, and I will be her male companion tonight. He deliberately emphasized the word male companion. Anthony's face twisted for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked innocently, I have always accompanied my sister to the annual meetings. This is the first time that Brother Yi has accompanied my sister as a male companion, right? Yi Tao smiled, not angry at all. Yeah, it's the first time. Anthony was very enthusiastic. There are still many things to pay attention to at the annual meeting. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Okay. Yi Tao readily agreed and picked up the champagne beside him and poured him a glass of wine. Now that you are here, don't leave. Let's have a couple of glasses together and reminisce about the past. Anthony smiled even more happily and nodded quickly. Okay. I've always wanted to get close to Brother Yi. But every time Brother Yi sees me, he looks very serious and unhappy, which makes me feel a little scared. Chapter 41, Susan chooses Anthony again. Yi Tao pretended not to understand what Anthony meant. He picked up the wine glass and clinked it against the wall of his glass. No, this is all a misunderstanding. I just don't like to laugh. I look serious on the surface, but in my heart, I just want to be close to you. He expected that Anthony would cause trouble at the annual meeting, so he didn't need to think about stopping him. He just had to go along with him. He believed that with Anthony's ability, he would definitely mess up the annual meeting. As soon as he saw him, Anthony couldn't wait to provoke him. He was happy that things were going according to plan. There was always a faint smile of pleasure on his face. Anthony's mouth twitched when he saw this. No, this person took the wrong medicine, right? He is being sarcastic to him. Can he hear it? I can actually laugh so happily. I was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Yi Tao's performance today and before is really huge. In the past, whenever he saw me appear next to Susan, his face would turn black and he would want to rush up and beat me up. Not only did he not do anything this time, he was also smiling. It doesn't look like he is acting. After all, his face is full of sincerity. Su Xin also had a look of astonishment on her face. Yi Tao is really weird today. In the past, he was always humble and fawning in front of others, and people looked down on him at all. Even his good looks were largely obliterated by his unpresentable temperament. Today he seems to have thrown off these constraints. His every move was free and casual. His whole body was radiant and dazzling. Even Su Xin couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Susan finished her speech on the stage and greeted some key partners. She found Yi Tao's seat and frowned when she saw Anthony and Su Xin sitting opposite him. Why are you here? Su Xin was a little unhappy when she heard this, and pouted her lips and said, Sister, I am also a small shareholder of the company after all. Why can't I come to the annual meeting? After Su's father and mother passed away, Su Xin also got some shares in the group. Although it's not much, it's enough for her to live a worry-free life for the rest of her life. Susan's expression was cold. You can come, but why bring him? Anthony paled a little. Su Xin immediately spoke up for him. Brother Anthony's leg finally healed. He has been in the hospital for a while and has been sick. I thought about bringing him along to play at the annual meeting. I didn't expect to run into Yi Tao. Yi Tao pulled out a chair beside him to ease the atmosphere. Susan, please sit here. He deliberately used a familiar name and glanced at Anthony's face from the corner of his eye. It was indeed ugly. Anthony's eyes were red, and he explained pitifully, Sister, don't blame Xian. I wanted to follow. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Brother you would also sit at this table. Please don't be angry, okay? Susan sat down next to Yi Tao with an expressionless face, without even glancing at Anthony. Anthony didn't get a response, and he felt disappointed and uneasy. He knew that Susan was angry with him. But why? Just because of Yi Tao, he no longer has the qualifications to be by her side? His eyes were sore, and he felt very aggrieved. A pair of wet puppy eyes glued to Susan, choking and shouting, Sister, what a pitiful person. Yi Tao wanted to applaud him for his acting skills. If he hadn't been one of the people involved, he would have praised Anthony a few words. It turns out that not everyone can become the best actor. Susan's face was cold, and she remained silent. The guests not far away were toasting each other and laughing happily. The atmosphere here was cold and dead silent. Anthony finally couldn't stand Susan's indifference and ran out wiping his tears. Because he ran too fast, he staggered and his right leg limped. It's so sad to watch. Su Xin was so distressed that her words were a little harsh. Sister, Brother Anthony just wanted to come and see you. Why are you so cold to him? Yi Tao turned his eyes slightly and looked at Susan beside him. Susan's eyes were fixed on Anthony's departing back, with a dark look in her eyes. Yi Tao sneered. Although he said he didn't care, he clearly cared a lot in his heart. He looked away and drank the champagne slowly. Su Xin stood up anxiously. Sister, Anthony just came to see you when he got better. Can you bear to watch him leave like this? Anthony's right leg became lame because of saving Susan. It goes without saying how important legs are to a star. In particular, he was sincere to Susan and came to see her despite his health. Such true love, loyalty, and devotion, which woman could not be moved. If we put aside the identity of a love rival and just look at it from the perspective of an ordinary person, Yi Tao also feels that Anthony's true love for Susan is evident to all. Susan's hands clenched in a fist at her sides. But she held back and didn't chase after him. She had just promised Yi Tao that she would not abandon him. Su Xin was so anxious that she was about to cry. She yelled at Susan for the first time. Sister, Brother Anthony's right leg became lame because he saved you. Are you worthy of everything he has done for you now? Susan still didn't move. She lowered her eyes, wondering what she was thinking. Su Xin glared at Yi Tao fiercely. Okay, then you just stay with this piece of trash. If you don't chase him, I will. Anyway, I only recognize Brother Anthony as my brother-in-law. After saying this, Su Xin ran out quickly. Yi Tao asked, Aren't you going to chase her? Susan pursed her lips. No, I'll stay with you. Yi Tao raised his eyebrows and didn't continue the topic. He didn't believe that Anthony only had this trick up his sleeve. He must have other tricks up his sleeve. After a few minutes, people from other tables came to toast Susan. Susan wet her lips meaningfully. When others saw this, they didn't dare say anything. After all, Susan's status and position are what they want to curry favor with. Yi Tao beside her and joked with a smile. Is President Su about to have a good thing? Their breakup had caused a lot of buzz, and almost everyone in the circle knew about it. Now Susan has brought Yi Tao into her social circle again. Could it be that they have reconciled? Susan heard him ask this. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Like ice and snow melting, it brings endless spring. She took the initiative to touch the man's glass and said, Thank you for your good wishes. We will hold the wedding at the end of this month. Before he could finish his words, a panicked voice came from outside. Sister, it's bad. Brother Anthony was knocked down by a Seeing fan in the underground parking lot, and his right leg was severely fractured. Su Xin rushed in a hurry with a sad face. Susan's pupils suddenly contracted. He lost his grip on the wine glass, and it fell to the ground. The shattering sound seemed to hit Yi Tao's heart. He only saw a figure flash past in front of him. When she came to her senses, Susan had already run towards the door and disappeared from the annual meeting. As always before, she chose Anthony. Chapter 42, Yi Tao exposes Su Xin's thoughts. Yi Tao thought of the promise Susan made to him before the annual meeting, and he felt no longer interested. The protagonist left, and everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially the person who took the initiative to bring up the topic was extremely embarrassed. It seems that they were all wrong. Susan did not reconcile with Yi Tao at all. As soon as he heard that Anthony was in trouble, he rushed out. Yi Tao naturally noticed the subtle gazes that everyone was looking at him with. He smiled lightly, didn't care, and went back to his seat to eat. You've finally come here. You can't go back hungry, right? A shadow fell across the table. It's Su Xin. She looked disdainful and spoke with malice. Yi Tao, now you see the truth, right? You and Brother Anthony are simply incomparable. My sister's first choice will only be Brother Anthony. Yi Tao looked at her with a smile. If Susan's first choice was really Anthony, then why did she insist on marrying me? And you like to stand up for Anthony so much. Are you secretly in love with him? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Xin's pupils trembled, and she picked up the wine glass on the table and was about to pour it at Yi Tao. Do you dare to splash it and try? Meeting his cold eyes, Su Xin stopped moving suddenly and actually felt scared. Fortunately, she calmed down quickly. She raised her head and said bluffly, You don't have to provoke me with words. I won't buy it. If you still have any shame, leave my sister immediately and don't try to pester her. Yi Tao looked amused, stood up, and approached Su Xin. We both know who is the one who is pestering us. He was tall and had an imposing aura, no longer the timid man he used to be. Su Xin felt a huge pressure and took a step back unconsciously. Yi Tao disdained to bully a little girl, so he turned and walked towards the door. He stopped when he suddenly thought of something. You said before that only Anthony is worthy of being your brother-in-law. Su Xin, can you swear that you really think so? Does Anthony know about the things hidden under your bed? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tao saw Su Xian's face turn pale in an instant, her eyes full of fear. This unusual reaction. It seems that his guess was right. Su Xin really has a crush on Anthony. He discovered this by chance. When he was at the Su family, he often helped the housekeeper Uncle Zhang with some housework. One time when he was collecting clothes, he found a pair of men's red boxer briefs. He doesn't like red very much and tries to avoid buying things in this color. So he was sure that the boxer briefs were not his. He took the pants and wanted to ask Uncle Zhang, but unexpectedly ran into Su Xian. When Su Xian saw what he was holding, her expression changed immediately. He snatched it away and scolded him. After cursing, he went upstairs angrily. Su Xian is very open about her private life. Yi Tao originally thought that this was left by one of her men, but he caught her and Su Xian got angry and scolded him. On the way back to the room, I passed by Su Xian's bedroom. The bedroom door was not closed tightly, leaving a gap of moderate size. Yi Tao just took a casual glance and saw a scene that shocked him. Su Xian sat on the edge of the bed and buried her face deeply in the boxer shorts. Her face flushed, her eyes were obsessed, and she kept muttering, "Brother Anthony." After sniffing for a while, she dragged out a box from under the bed and carefully put the boxer briefs in it. After all, it's about my sister-in-law, and it's also related to Anthony. Yi Tao doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. In addition, Su Xian had many boyfriends and even got a fiancé later on, so he just thought she had thought it through and quickly put the matter behind her. But seeing how Su Xian defended Anthony today, he knew that he was wrong. Su Xian has always liked Anthony. I don't know if it's because she doesn't want to compete with her sister for the man, so she kept it to herself and didn't say it. Yi Tao looked at Su Xian meaningfully. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Su Xian seemed to be seen through by his glance, and there seemed to be a fire burning in her heart. Yi Tao looked at her as if she was watching a show. Shocked and angry, she suddenly raised her hand and tore off the tablecloth. The wine glasses, champagne, food, plates shattered all over the ground, attracting countless people's gazes. Yi Tao walked out of the hall and vaguely heard a voice coming from behind him. He smiled indifferently. Are you getting angry so easily? If Susan knew that her good sister had always been thinking about her white moonlight, I wonder what kind of scene it would be. Today's trip was really worth it. In the hospital, Anthony was knocked down by a private fan and his head hit a pillar, causing a mild concussion, and he is in a coma. His right ankle was also severely sprained. After the doctor helped bandage the wound, he helplessly warned, "Mr. Su, his right leg has been injured before, so he must take good care of it. If it happens again, this leg will really be useless." Susan said calmly, "I know." The doctor didn't know what to say, so he packed up and left the ward, bumping into Angela, who had rushed over after hearing the news. The two exchanged secret glances. Angela put on an anxious expression and walked to Susan. "Mr. Su, how is Anthony?" "The doctor said he needs to rest." Angela looked at Anthony lying on the hospital bed. His eyes were tightly closed, his lips were pale, and the white gauze bandaged on his forehead was stained with red blood. The whole person was lying on the bed lifeless, looking particularly pitiful. Perhaps he had dreamed of something bad. He kept talking in his sleep, and a look of fear appeared on his face from time to time. "Sister, don't leave me." "Sister, I just want to stay by your side. I really like you, sister." Susan was standing by the bed and heard the words clearly. There was no emotion on his face. A pair of cold eyes stared at the person on the bed. She felt very irritated. Yi Tao, who was left behind at the annual meeting, he became more and more annoyed. There was still a hint of annoyance in my heart. It seemed that every time he was with Yi Tao, Anthony would appear. Once or twice is a coincidence, but if it happens every time, then it is intentional. She had never thought about it this way before, because she felt that there was no conflict of interest between Anthony and Yi Tao, and there was no need to do this. But Anthony just said he liked her. Then everything he did before became reasonable. He was deliberately targeting Yi Tao. Susan suddenly remembered that when facing Anthony's provocation before, Yi Tao still cared about her very much. The most serious incident was when he beat Anthony so badly that he was hospitalized out of jealousy. It was also that time that she asked him to take a secret medicine to suppress his power. Later, When facing Anthony again, Yi Tao chose to give in. He was not angry, even though he had abandoned him again and again for Anthony. Always very peaceful. So calm that I felt numb. Susan suddenly felt very uncomfortable, and a belated pain overwhelmed her. Angela, who was standing by, saw that Susan had no reaction and couldn't help but ask, "Boss Sue, did something bad happen at the annual meeting? Why did Anthony get hurt again?" Susan's cold eyes fell on her. "Manager Dong? Are you questioning me?" Chapter 43. Su Xin steals her sister's boyfriend. Angela heard this. Her heart almost stopped. He waved his hands hurriedly. No. I just..." Susan interrupted. "You are Anthony's agent. I told you to take good care of him the last time he got into trouble. You knew he was a public figure with many fans. Why didn't you arrange for someone to accompany him to the annual meeting this time? He keeps getting into trouble again and again. If you don't want to be his agent, just quit immediately. The company doesn't need you." Angela was so embarrassed by this remark. That bit of tentative thought disappeared completely. But she also felt wronged about Anthony's outrageous behavior. "Boss Sue, you know, Anthony is more opinionated. He always listens to you. As a manager, you don't even have the ability to make artists obey you. You might as well pack up and get out. Also, don't think I don't know about your little tricks. Next time you dare to instigate Anthony to do something he shouldn't do, you know the consequences." Susan's words were cold and ruthless, even terrifyingly murderous. Angela's body began to tremble. "My heart is filled with fear." Over the years, because Susan treated Anthony differently, her status rose and she became the most famous agent in the entertainment industry. Most people in the circle would politely call her Agent Dong when they see her. She enjoyed this privilege. So she never stopped Anthony from doing anything beyond the rules. They even add fuel to the fire and are happy to see it happen. Susan's blind indulgence of Anthony made her forget her own identity. He talked back and tried to pass the buck several times. Completely forgot that Susan was the ruthless head of the Su family, and her future and lifeline were in her hands. She lowered her head in fear and bowed 90 degrees to Susan to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I lost my mind before. From now on, I will seriously persuade Anthony to behave properly, and something like today will never happen again." Susan snorted. Anthony on the bed was frightened by the nightmare and started crying. He kept waving his hands in the air and yelled randomly, "Sister, sister." This time, without Susan's instructions, Angela walked up to him, held his hand, and coaxed him gently. "Don't be afraid, Anthony. The bad guy's been caught. No one dares to hurt you anymore." Anthony seemed to be comforted, and his voice became much softer. Susan turned and left. Angela saw this and didn't dare to say anything to stop it. As Susan walked out of the ward, a figure came running towards her in the corridor. "It's Su Xin." She looked anxious. "Sister, how is brother Anthony?" Susan narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at her sister seriously for the first time. Her shadow can be seen in all these incidents. She seemed to be particularly attentive to Anthony. A thought vaguely emerged. Su Xin felt a little numb at her sharp gaze. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that?" Susan didn't answer but asked, "You have a good relationship with Anthony?" Su Xin was stunned for a moment, then quickly forced a smile. "Brother Anthony is a very nice person. I asked him for help several times, and he was always very dedicated." "Yi Tao is a bad person? He has helped you a lot." Su Xin curled her lips in disdain. "He eats our Su family's food and uses our Su family's things. That's what he should do." She stepped forward and took Susan's hand and asked in a coquettish tone, "Sister, I really don't like Yi Tao. Can you please not let him be my brother-in-law? Brother Anthony likes you very much. Wouldn't it be good for him to be my brother-in-law?" Susan pulled her hand away, her face as cold as ice. "Su Xin, don't let me hear such words again." Su Xian's eyes widened. "Sister, who I marry is my business. You have no right to interfere. You just need to be the second lady of the Su family." Su Xian's eyes turned red instantly. In all her years of life, when had she ever been reprimanded so harshly? Even when Su's father and mother were still alive, they still pampered her. She wanted to protest, to talk back. But the eldest sister is like a mother, and Susan's authority has long been deeply rooted in her heart. He could only raise his head stubbornly, looking at her with red eyes, refusing to lower his head. Normally, if she had shown this expression, Susan would have softened her heart. After all, Su Xin is her closest sister and the only person in the world who is related to her by blood. But what Su Xin said this time touched her sore spot. She couldn't tolerate this any longer. He withdrew his gaze indifferently and warned, "Don't target Yi Tao again, otherwise I won't forgive you." After saying that, he turned and left. Su Xin looked at her sister's back as she walked away, tears of grievance falling down her cheeks. Yi Tao and my heart reached its peak. Such a despicable man not only made Brother Anthony sad, but also made his sister defend him so much. She will definitely not let him go. Su Xin quickly wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, turned, and entered the ward. "Brother Anthony, I'm here to see you." Anthony had woken up and was leaning against the head of the bed with a pale face. He looked listless and very miserable. Angela left tactfully and closed the door. Su Xin sat down beside the bed and looked at the man in front of her with pity. "Brother Anthony, don't be sad. My sister is serious this time. She even scolded me just now for Yi Tao. Let's think of another way instead of hurting your body to gain my sister's attention." In fact, there were no illegitimate fans attacking Anthony tonight. It was a play that Su Xin hired someone to perform. Anthony's head wasn't broken. It was just some chicken blood sprinkled on purpose. But in order to make the play more realistic, he deliberately sprained his ankle. Then he colluded with the doctor and made the condition sound very serious. But he didn't expect that even after paying such a huge price, he still couldn't keep Susan. Anthony's eyelashes were wet, and he asked helplessly, Xin, am I really that bad? Why can my sister only see Yi Tao and not me?" Seeing him so fragile, Su Xin felt as if her heart was being grasped by a big hand, and she felt so heartbroken. She reached out her hands and hugged him tightly. "Brother Anthony, you are very good. You are very good. You are 1,000 times better than Yi Tao. It is my sister who has no vision." Anthony closed his eyes and tears fell on Su Xian's neck, burning her heart. After hugging for a long time, Su Xin finally let go. With hope in her eyes, she asked softly, "Brother Anthony, there are so many good women in this world. Do you have to be with my sister? Why don't you try to let go of this relationship and look at others?" Anthony's eyes flickered. Soon he smiled miserably. Xin, I really love your sister. This feeling has been integrated into my bones and blood, and I can never give it up. If I can't be with my sister, I would rather die. Brother Anthony, who was so broken, Su Xin felt extremely sad. If only I were his sister, she would never make him so sad. But she also knew that she would never be as good as her sister Susan. Of such an excellent man like Anthony, she just wanted to stay by his side and watch him silently. Chapter 44 by Xinglan has evidence that Anthony faked the car accident. She raised her hand to wipe the tears from Anthony's face and promised earnestly, "Brother Anthony, I will help you. No matter what happens, I will stand firmly by your side." Anthony burst into laughter. He rubbed Su Xian's head and said gratefully, "Thank you, Xin. Brother Anthony, you should have a good rest. I will go and persuade my sister again." Seeing fatigue on his face, Su Xin stood up and said goodbye. Anthony gave her a few gentle instructions and watched her disappear out the door. He closed his eyes, his mind flashing back to what Susan had said when he was pretending to be asleep. "I felt like my heart was on fire. We can't just sit there and wait for death any longer. He must find a way to make Yi Tao disappear." With a creaky sound, the door of the ward was gently pushed open. A familiar voice sounded. "Anthony?" Anthony opened his eyes. "I was a little surprised when I saw the person coming. When I feel sleepy, someone will come and bring me a pillow." He waved towards the door and smiled gently. "Assistant Zhao, are you here to see me? Come and sit down." Zhao Ran pinched the hem of his clothes and approached awkwardly. "I heard that you were injured again, and I wanted to come and see you." Anthony smiled, but it was a little bitter. Zhao Ran immediately felt distressed. "I heard that President Su and Yi Tao will hold their wedding again at the end of this month. Are you sad because of this?" Anthony's fingers were clenching the sheets underneath him, almost making a hole in them. "Condone my injury this time," even though she knew it was Yi Tao who ordered someone to do it. "You were injured because of Yi Tao," Zhao Ran screamed, his face so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Anthony, "Well, the doctor said that if my right leg is injured again, it will be gone." Zhao Ran was so angry that he yelled, "That bitch Yi Tao, he just can't stand seeing you doing well. He's so vicious that he wants to destroy your legs. That kind of bastard deserves to die." Anthony stroked her back and helped her calm down. "Assistant Zhao, I can tolerate all this. Please don't let Yi Tao and I fall out because of me. At the annual meeting tonight, He even said in front of everyone that he would definitely make you spend the rest of your life in prison. Xiao Ran sneered. The hostility emanating from him made people shudder. Who the hell is Yi Tao? He wants me to go to jail, but he doesn't even know if he will live. Anthony held Xiao Ran's hand and said earnestly, Assistant Xiao, I begged my sister for mercy for a long time. My sister originally planned not to pursue the matter. After all, you have been with her for so many years. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. But Yi Tao hated you for taking his money, and he refused to let you go. He insisted that you pay the price. He's obviously going to marry my sister at the end of the month. He has no shortage of money with my sister, but he just keeps holding on to you. Xiao Ran stood up suddenly, his face full of crazy hatred. He still wants to get married? Dream on. It's all his fault that I'm in this situation now. I will never let him off easily. Anthony curled the corners of his lips slightly. Be angry, be furious. When people are controlled by their emotions, they are most likely to do irrational things. He waited and saw. When necessary, he didn't mind lending a hand and helping her. Yi Tao can be destroyed. Susan left. Yi Tao also left the annual meeting immediately. He came here to watch a play, and now that the play is over, it's time for him to go home. He took out his cell phone to hail a taxi, and a used Volkswagen stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing a face that looked a little tired and haggard. Yi Tao frowned, not daring to recognize him. Bai Xinglan? Bai Xinglan raised his eyebrows and tilted his head back. Get in the car? Yi Tao refused. No, I'll take a taxi. He didn't have a good impression of Bai Xinglan, because Bai Xinglan had also tried to seduce Susan, and after being taught a lesson by him once, the two of them developed a not-so-small grudge against each other. Bai Xinglan, however, showed no resentment and was very enthusiastic. Come on up, we're on the same way. After all, we live in the same neighborhood. Yi Tao was surprised. Bai Xinglan is a star after all. How could he have fallen to the point of living in the suburbs like him? Bai Xinglan had already opened the car door. Yi Tao stopped refusing and got in the car. The car started and merged into the highway. In the car, Yi Tao took the initiative to ask, Are you here to attend the group's annual meeting as well? Bai Xinglan shrugged as he turned the steering wheel. Yes, I'm here to perform. I can get paid several thousand yuan a night. Yi Tao was even more surprised. He remembered that Bai Xinglan was also an artist under Angela before, so he shouldn't have fallen to this point, right? Bai Xinglan took the initiative to explain. I was indeed an artist under Angela before, and I was once her most respected artist. Even though I can't afford a luxury car or a mansion now, I was once very famous and had tens of millions of fans. Such good days did not last long, as something unexpected happened after Angela signed Anthony. I don't know where Anthony got such good luck to get on Susan's boat. From then on, all the plays he acted in were directed by big names and produced by big production companies. All the endorsements she took were for famous and high-end brands. Even on a variety show, he was the one carrying the sedan chair. With so many resources, even a pig would become famous. Besides, Anthony is really good-looking and his acting is also okay. Angela gave almost all the resources to him, so Bai Xinglan had to sit on the bench. In addition, his appearance and personality positioning are similar to Anthony. Anthony couldn't stand it and said a few words in front of Angela, and Bai Xinglan was directly put on ice. I can only support myself by taking on some small activities. Yi Tao felt mixed emotions. I actually felt strangely empathetic towards Bai Xinglan's situation. They all fell to this state because of Anthony. I've also heard about what happened at the annual meeting tonight. Anthony got in between you and Susan again and messed things up, didn't he? Yi Tao sneered. You talk as if you have never done such a thing. Bai Xinglan shrugged in surrender. Do you have to hold a grudge like this? I only seduced Susan once, and you still hold a grudge against me. He chose to seduce Susan because he was forced into a desperate situation by Anthony. No job means no income, and later he became so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat. He thought that since Anthony could win Susan's favor, so could he. After all, they all look like little puppies, and maybe Susan likes that. So he went to great lengths to get Susan's contact information and sent her a lot of ambiguous messages and some photos of her abdominal muscles. Somehow Yi Tao found out and gave me a good beating. Thinking of this, Bai Xinglan still feels pain all over his body. However, although Yi Tao had beaten him, he still hated Anthony the most. If it weren't for Anthony, he wouldn't have become so miserable. Yi Tao, how about we work together? Bai Xinglan said suddenly. Yi Tao's eyes moved slightly. What do you mean? Anthony together, and you can win Susan's heart back and marry her. I want the Su family's entertainment resources so I can continue to be a big star that everyone pays attention to. Bai Xinglan said this with such certainty, as if it would really be possible as he wished. Yi Tao had a hunch that Bai Xinglan might know something. He calmly probed. Susan ran away from her marriage for Anthony, and you must have heard about it. Why do you think I can still win her heart? Bai Xinglan smiled confidently. Anthony was favored by Susan only because he saved her life. What if the fact that he saved Susan was a lie? Yi Tao felt his heartbeat quicken. Oh, what evidence do you have? Chapter 45. Yi Tao wants to cancel the wedding. Of course there is evidence. Bai Xinglan kept it a secret. But I can't just give it to you like this. You have to show me some sincerity, right? There was confidence in his eyes. I'm sure Yi Tao will agree. He loved Susan so much that he must have wanted to kick Anthony, the troublemaker, out of the way so that he could have all of Susan's love. Yi Tao's reaction disappointed him. Sorry, I won't cooperate with you. He wanted to find out the truth about the car accident because he didn't want to bear the blame for the rest of his life, not to save Susan's relationship. He doesn't even want Susan anymore. What else is there to save? Bai Xinglan had completely miscalculated. As for cooperation, there is even less need for it. Bai Xinglan is not a simple person. Don't let the cooperation fail and get you into trouble. He doesn't believe that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He would not interfere in the feud between Bai Xinglan and Anthony. Bai Xinglan was unwilling to give in. You really don't want to think about it anymore? He thought Yi Tao would definitely agree. After all, Anthony took away the person he loved most. How can I let go of the revenge for having my wife stolen from me so easily? At the beginning, he just sent some ambiguous messages to Susan, and Yi Tao came to teach him a lesson. Now Anthony is about to get Susan into bed and make him a cuckold, but he is still so indifferent? Bai Xinglan vaguely felt that Yi Tao seemed a little different from before. The car quickly drove into the community. When getting off the car, Yi Tao transferred the fare to Bai Xinglan's phone. I can't ride in your car for free. Bai Xinglan did not refuse and accepted it naturally. Seeing Yi Tao was about to leave, he stopped him and said, Yi Tao, I hope you can seriously consider what I said tonight. I really want to cooperate with you. Yi Tao kept walking without looking back. If you have evidence, you can send it directly to Susan. She will handle it. To Susan? Bai Xinglan laughed at himself. That would be a complete failure. He needs an opportunity and a strong partner to bring Anthony down from the altar. No, it's not enough to just pull Anthony down from the altar. He wants him to live a life worse than death. He has brought me to this state. How can I be willing to do this unless I let him personally taste the pain I have suffered? Yi Tao's figure disappeared into the darkness. Yi Tao, I will let you see my sincerity. Bai Xinglan's eyes revealed madness, and he smiled sinisterly. As soon as Yi Tao entered the community elevator, he received a text message on his mobile phone. When I saw the content of the text message, the depression that had been accumulating in my heart for many days seemed to disappear in an instant. He felt the long-lost sense of relaxation and relief. Mr. Yi Tao, congratulations on passing the interview. Please come to work at XX location on the first day of next month. The detailed admission offer has been sent to your email. Please check it. He passed the interview and was accepted by the Guan family. I can officially go to work on the first day of next month. Yi Tao's eyebrows were curved, and there was always a happy smile on his face. Tina at the doorstep, my good mood was not ruined. Assisting Yi, President Su is waiting for you next door. Yi Tao was surprised. Anthony had such a big accident tonight, and she didn't stay in the hospital with him? Tina seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and helped Susan explain. Assistant Yi, President Su came back not long after sending Anthony to the hospital, and has been waiting for you to come home. Yi Tao nodded indifferently. With a smile on his face, he walked into the next room. Be patient, and everything will remain calm. After these few days, he can say goodbye to Susan completely. There is no need to create any more trouble. Tina was stunned when she saw the smile on his face. Then a trace of sympathy arose in my heart. Assistant Yi is so humble in this relationship. He was so happy to hear that Susan was waiting for him to come home. I believe that as long as Susan uses a little trick, he will become as devoted to her as before. Tina suppressed her emotions and followed Yi Tao into the house. The living room was brightly lit. Susan, still wearing the dress she wore to the annual meeting, sat on the sofa. She saw Yi Tao. A beautiful and gentle smile appeared on her face. You're back. Come and take a look at these. Which style do you like? Susan stood a row of people in work uniforms, all holding a box in their hands. Yi Tao frowned slightly, but still walked over. Susan quickly stood up and naturally took his arm. Yi Tao's body stiffened for a moment. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to brush her hand away. He looked at the boxes. What are these for? Susan took out a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg from the box and gestured at Yi Tao's hand. See which ring you like and wear it at your wedding at the end of the month. If you like them all, I'll buy them all, and you can wear them every day. She spoke with pride. Yi Tao raised his eyes and glanced casually at the boxes. Each ring is radiant and looks very valuable. But he had no idea. Susan was still talking in her ear. I have already chosen the venue for the wedding. It is bigger and more luxurious than the last one. Can we arrange the decorations for the wedding according to the ones you chose before? And the wedding invitations. Last time you wrote them all by yourself. This time I plan to invite all the wealthy families in Beijing. There are too many invitations. We can write them together. No response yet. Susan put down the ring and saw that he was in a trance, a little unhappy. You don't like these? Yi Tao said calmly. There's nothing to like or dislike. Just indifferent. The wedding that he loved and looked forward to the most had been ruined. Because Susan was so busy with work, she didn't even have time to try on wedding dresses. The venue, decoration, invitations of the last wedding. He handled everything by himself. Susan had given any advice on was the rings to be used at the wedding. She doesn't like any of the existing styles because she thinks they are tacky. So Yi Tao took out his remaining savings and found the most famous designer in the industry to customize the ring design. Then I followed a professional master and made the ring myself. He was very happy with the final result of the ring. There is only one of its kind in the world, representing his love for Susan. Unique. But before he took out the ring at the wedding, Susan ran away from the marriage for Anthony. He was so discouraged that he simply sold the ring secondhand. Yi Tao looked at everything in front of him and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He could see that Susan was seriously preparing for the wedding at the end of the month, and her words were full of anticipation. But all this is no longer what he wants. So he said what he was thinking. Susan, I'm not marrying you. Cancel all of this before the invitations go out. Susan's beautiful eyes stared at him, as if a storm was about to come. Chapter 46, Susan was furious. Do you think marriage is just a game? Tina quickly sent those people away, leaving the two of them some space to be alone. After a long while, Susan spoke up. Why don't you marry me? Isn't this what you have always wanted for the past 8 years? Yi Tao met her gaze calmly, with a relaxed and composed attitude. Yes, that's what I wanted before. But now, I don't want to marry you. You've been pestering me for 8 years, and now you say you don't want to marry me? Yi Tao, do you think this is just a game? The apparent peace was torn apart, and madness was revealed in Susan's eyes. You were adopted by the Su family when you were young and grew up with me. We went to school together and worked together. You were willing to give up studying abroad for me and stay in the company to be my right-hand man. You were willing to take secret medicine for me to suppress your power and not hurt others. When I was kidnapped by gangsters, you were even willing to take a bullet for me. Now, you say you don't want to marry me? So everything you've done over the years has been a humiliation. Her voice was sharp, and every word she said was questioning. Yi Tao was also angry when his fig leaf was ripped off so ruthlessly. He lowered his voice and said, Yes, just think that I have been a slut for the past 8 years. But I don't feel ashamed. I have loved someone sincerely for 8 years. I've given her everything I could. In this relationship, I'm not the one who should be blamed. You said you wanted to get married. Is marriage that simple? Marriage requires 2 people to work hard together. But between us, there is not even the most basic trust. There was an undisguised anger in his eyes. He wanted to persuade himself to just be patient, and he would be free next month. But he couldn't bear to have Susan tarnish the 8 years of love he had given his heart to. Susan's eyebrows were twitching wildly, and her words were full of sharpness. Yi Tao, stop slandering me. When did I stop trusting you? Yi Tao sneered. Didn't you always suspect that I was the one who ordered the car accident 5 years ago? You even came to question me for Anthony. Susan looked away and said in a weaker voice, It was just a misunderstanding. Later, the driver was caught and received the punishment he deserved. Yes, the driver was punished, but you always suspected that I did it and even treated me coldly for 5 years. Yi Tao's aggressive attitude made Susan feel very unfamiliar, and she felt an uncontrollable irritation in her heart. She thought that it had been so long since the incident happened, and there was no need for the two of them to quarrel again over such an old matter. So she softened her attitude. It happened suddenly, so I thought of asking you. I didn't disbelieve you. It's been 5 years since this happened, and the bad guy is in jail. Can we not talk about it anymore? No, Yi Tao said firmly. If you had told me clearly that you suspected I was the one who did it, I would have tried my best to prove my innocence instead of being kept in the dark and enduring your suspicion and indifference for 5 years. Susan looked helpless. I told you it's over. There's no need to bring it up again. Why can't you be more generous? Why do you have to be so fussy? The incident was over and the bad guy was caught. Yi Tao did not suffer any harm in this incident. As the person involved, she was almost hit by a car, but she didn't say anything. Why should Yi Tao dig into her? And the timing of this incident was very delicate. Yi Tao beat Anthony so hard that he had to be hospitalized. She was afraid that he would not be able to control his strength and hurt others. So she made him take a secret medicine to control his strength. The car attack happened soon after. Any normal person would suspect that this matter had something to do with him. I'm not being petty. I've been blamed for so many years. Why can't I clarify the truth and clear my name? Yi Tao looked at Susan with disappointment in his eyes. See, she still doesn't believe him. They don't even have this little bit of trust. Even if they get married, they will only torture each other. Then what's the point of getting married? After being refuted again and again, Susan became so angry that her blood rushed to her head and she blurted out accusations. Okay, you said you didn't do it, and you said I shouldn't doubt you. Then show me the evidence. Instead of throwing a tantrum at me like a shrew. Yi Tao was so angry at her words that his eyes turned red. Susan, so this is what you really think? You don't believe me. How can I trust you? You dare to say that you never resented me when I asked you to seal your power? You were raised in a Su family with great wealth and honor. You dare to say that you never wanted to get rid of me and take the position yourself. Susan is very suspicious, but she doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. Her parents died when she was young, and she grew up in a top wealthy family like the Su family. She was surrounded by wolves, so she was destined to not be able to trust others easily like ordinary people. Even though Yi Tao was a child husband chosen by her parents and raised by her side, she could not trust him wholeheartedly. Especially since Yi Tao was born with supernatural powers, this was a huge threat to her. When I was a child, this power was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Tao has also said many times that his power will only be used to protect her. But when she grew up, she saw too many people who betrayed her for a little benefit. Therefore, she became more and more wary of Yi Tao's power. Behind the scenes, he has been ordering people to develop drugs that can suppress his power. Yi Tao see the ambiguous photos that Anthony sent her. Yi Tao beat Anthony for her. So she took this opportunity and proposed taking secret medicine to suppress the power. She made the excuse that she didn't need his protection. She just needed a man who could stay with her silently and guard her. Yi Tao took the medicine obediently. But at the annual meeting the next day, she almost had a car accident. She couldn't help but associate this matter with Yi Tao. Did he resent her for sealing his power? So he deliberately planned the car accident and wanted her to die? After that, she gradually became cold towards Yi Tao. Yi Tao seemed to be unaware of this and was always very kind to her and willing to give everything for her. Gradually, she was moved and tried to be sincere. She even agreed to marry him and become his wife. She has already done so much. Why is Yi Tao still not satisfied? Yi Tao stood there, looking at Susan's fearful and indifferent face, and laughed out loud. He is so stupid. Real. It turns out that this is how Susan sees him in her heart. He would murder her and take her life for the so-called money and status. He was willing to take the secret medicine because he truly loved her, and he never felt the slightest resentment about it. But she felt that she was resenting her. They also put the blame for the car accident on him. Susan in my heart also dissipated. With tears in his eyes, he said softly, Susan, you underestimate me. You think of me as a heartless, ruthless, and heartless man. But ask yourself, have I ever done anything to hurt you over the years? Chapter 47. Misunderstanding Yi Tao. Susan regrets it deeply. Susan's pupils trembled. It was as if something hit my head hard, and the scenes of my past with Yi Tao kept appearing in my mind. Yi Tao indeed had never hurt her. On the contrary, he has been protecting her. But if it's not happening openly, then isn't it also happening behind the scenes? She pursed her lips and said in a light voice, but you can't produce any evidence for the car accident 5 years ago. Yi Tao felt sad. How can he prove something he didn't do? Susan doesn't believe it, then forget it. He gave up explaining. Just turn around and leave. Yi Tao, I've told you that the matter is past. Why are you still holding on to it? Can't we just get past this matter and get married peacefully? Yi Tao paused, his eyes turned bloodshot, grievance and pain overflowing from his eyes. Susan always treated him like this. Give a slap and then a sweet date. As long as she gave him a step, he would follow it. Otherwise, it means he is ignorant and too pretentious. No, I can't get around this. He took another step. This time, there was no looking back. Tina sent the staff out of the community, but was afraid that Susan might have more instructions, so she hurried back. During this period, she received a video sent anonymously to her mobile phone. She opened it and was horrified. The elevator just stopped at the 4th floor, and she hurried into room 402. Yi Tao was gone, and Susan was left alone sitting on the sofa. He rubbed his temples with his fingers, looking extremely tired. She handed the phone to Susan. Mr. Su, someone sent me a strange video. Please take a look. Susan opened her eyes looking tired. The video is short, less than a minute. The scene seems to be in an office from a surveillance angle. Angela and a thin, middle-aged man were arguing about something. Both of them were very emotional, and their words were unusually clear. Angela looked unhappy. Didn't I tell you not to come to the company to find me? You broke the agreement. How can I help you? The thin, middle-aged man was relentless. I don't care. I've already hit someone with my car, as you said, and now she wants to sue me. I may never get out of this life. The agreed compensation is too little. You have to give me another 10 million to ensure that my family has no worries. Angela was furious. Are you crazy? Where can I find 10 million for you? Besides, I'm not the mastermind of this matter, so it's no use looking for me. The man threatened sinisterly. No? Do you believe me? I'll tell everyone right now, and tell your CEO, Sue, that this matter has something to do with you. Do you think she will let you go? Don't. If you have something to say, talk about it nicely. The two sides argued for a while, and finally reached an agreement to add another 5 million, and the man finally left. The video ends here. Susan's face turned pale, and her fingers loosened. The phone fell to the ground with a bang and broke into pieces. A sharp pain rushed down from the top of her head, hitting Susan's fragile and sensitive nerves like a hammer. She screamed in pain and fell to the ground holding her head. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, telling of her regret. It turns out that what happened 5 years ago was not really done by Yi Tao. It turned out that she had been suspecting the wrong person. She recalled the pain and despair she felt when Yi Tao left just now. She held her head and shouted, Yi Tao! Yi Tao! Tina was stunned by this sudden situation. Boss Sue! She quickly bent down to help Susan up from the ground. Susan had a splitting headache, and the scene before her eyes began to become blurry. The next moment, she fainted. Chapter 48. Best friend scolds Susan to wake her up. Yi Tao had finished a shower and was just about to go to bed when he heard an urgent knock on the door. Assistant Yi, something bad has happened. President Su has had a migraine and has passed out. As soon as Yi Tao opened the door, Tina pulled his hand and walked towards room 402 next door without saying a word. The door of room 402 was open, and Susan had been helped to the sofa. Her face was pale and bloodless. Her brows were furrowed, and she looked extremely painful. Yi Tao was not unfamiliar with her appearance. Susan was in the company. She often suffered from migraines because she worked too late at night. First aid was given several times, and the patient was sent to the hospital for treatment. He felt very distressed, and in order to avoid this situation from happening again, he always had migraine medicine on hand and reminded Susan to take it on time. I also taught myself a set of massage techniques to help her relax her head when she had a headache. But Susan is a workaholic and only has work in her eyes and heart. He reminded her so many times that Susan still thought he was annoying like an old lady. This body belongs to Susan, and she doesn't care about it. So what's the point for an outsider like me to care about it? Yi Tao calmly said to Tina, call 120 first. I was in a hurry to go out and didn't bring my phone with me. Oh. Tina finally regained her senses and quickly took out her cell phone to call the emergency number. When she was on the phone, Yi Tao just watched her the whole time without any unnecessary movements. An ambulance from a nearby hospital arrived quickly. 2 medical staff came in carrying a stretcher. Tina signaled Yi Tao to carry Susan onto the stretcher. Yi Tao pretended not to notice her hint and stood there without moving. The medical staff were very professional, and 2 of them worked together to lift Susan onto the stretcher. One of them looked at Yi Tao and Tina. If any of you are family members, remember to send someone to follow the car. The situation was urgent, so the man didn't linger after he finished speaking and followed the person in front of him, carrying a stretcher, and walked out. Tina hurried to catch up. After walking a few steps, he realized that Yi Tao was not following him. She was anxious. Assistant Yi, why are you still standing there? Let's go. Yi Tao shook his head. I won't go. I'm sleepy and need to sleep. Tina was completely stunned and almost doubted what she heard. You are Mr. Su's fiancée. Aren't you going to the hospital to take care of Mr. Su? In the past, whenever Susan had a minor illness or pain, Yi Tao would be extremely anxious. He took care of Susan at all times, asking about her well-being in every way, and even wished he could get sick instead of Susan. Now he says he doesn't want to go to the hospital? This still Yi Tao? Yi Tao was too lazy to explain further and directly expressed his attitude with his actions. He left the living room and went straight into room 401 next door, closing the door without hesitation. This set of operations was so smooth that Tina was stunned for a long time before she reacted. She didn't give up and called Yi Tao's name several times through the door. But there was no sound coming from inside. She stamped her feet in anger. Thinking of the ambulance waiting downstairs, I had no choice but to take the elevator. Susan to the hospital first. When Susan woke up, it was already the next morning. Tina arranged for her to be transferred to the Su family's private hospital overnight, where she could receive more careful care. Her personal doctor, Zhang Wei, was checking her medical records. When she saw her wake up, she sighed helplessly. How many times have I told you not to get too emotional, as it could easily cause a painful shock? Who made you angry this time? Zhang Wei was very curious. Susan hasn't been hospitalized for headaches for a long time. Who is so capable this time to make her so angry? Susan didn't answer her question right away, but looked around the ward. Zhang Wei explained, Don't look at it anymore. Your assistant has been watching over you all night. I asked her to go back and rest first. Susan. She lowered her eyes, looking somewhat disappointed. Zhang Wei thought of something and suddenly realized it. She immediately threw down the medical record in her hand, sat down on the edge of the bed, and asked curiously, Are you looking for Yi Tao? Susan said nothing. It is accepted by default. Zhang Wei raised her eyebrows, her upturned fox eyes full of teasing. The story between you and Yi Tao has been spreading everywhere in the past few months. They all say that Yi Tao has been a bootlicker for 8 years, and in the end he was left with nothing. You ran away from marriage for Anthony and abandoned him. Susan frowned. Don't say that about him. He's not a bootlicker. Zhang Wei was amazed. She was a straightforward person and could insult people without distinguishing between friend and foe. You know how to protect him now? You just left him at the wedding. And that Anthony, he didn't have a car accident earlier or later, but he had to have a car accident on your wedding day. Why do I feel like there's something fishy going on? I told you to be nicer to Yi Tao a long time ago. In this day and age, it's hard to find a loyal and devoted man. I don't know what you like about Anthony, that green tea guy. I think Yi Tao is much better than him. Zhang Wei chattered on and on. Susan felt like a swarm of flies were buzzing in her ears, and her head hurt even more. All right. She lowered her voice and interrupted Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei is not afraid of her. Susan looks cold and heartless, but she is still nice to her friends. After all, they have been best friends and girlfriends for more than 10 years. In the past, Susan's attitude towards Yi Tao seemed lukewarm. Now that she mentioned it a few times, Susan became so emotional. Was she going to the crematorium to chase her husband? The gossip spirit in her eyes was burning. She really loves watching plays. Why? Do you want to see me make fun of you? Susan sneered. How could she not know what was going on in Zhang Wei's mind? Zhang Wei rubbed her hands together and smiled in a particularly annoying way. Su, as a person who has been through this, let me give you a piece of advice. Men also need to save face. You were so cold to Yi Tao before, and sometimes even threw his face on the ground for Anthony, so it's no wonder that he treats you this way now. Susan's eyes moved slightly, and she asked her in a posture of listening carefully. Then tell me, what should I do? Zhang Wei raised a finger and shook her head as she shared her experience in love. Of course you have to treat him well and exchange your sincerity for his. You are just too cold sometimes. You are a woman. What is a woman's weapon? Of course it's to act like a spoiled child. Look at you. For so many years, you have always had a cold face in front of Yi Tao, as if he owes you hundreds of millions. Men also need to be cared for and treated gently. It's amazing that Yi Tao has tolerated you for 8 years. Speaking of which, Zhang Wei has a good impression of Yi Tao. Who doesn't like a man who is loyal in love and willing to give everything for his lover? If she didn't have principles, she would never make a move on her best friend's man. Otherwise, She and Yi Tao would have been together a long time ago and might have responded to the national policy and had a second child. As for Yi Tao breaking up with Susan, it was actually expected. Susan's attitude over the past 8 years. It's amazing that Yi Tao has been able to hold on for so long. But as a friend, she didn't want her good sister to lose someone who loved her so much. Susan's parents died early, and she had to raise her younger sister, which was too hard for her to do alone. She hopes there is someone who can love her wholeheartedly and always protect her. She thinks Yi Tao is very good, but Susan could never see her own heart clearly. This time, he even caused the couple to break up. Although the words she just said were harsh, she also hoped to wake Susan up. Stop hurting the person who truly loves her. Think about it carefully. No matter how much I say, it won't be as good as your own thinking. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, she took the medical record and left. Susan had a dazed expression and was in a trance. She remembered what Zhang Wei said, to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Is it too late for her to be sincere to Yi Tao now? Chapter 49. Susan wins back, giving Yi Tao company shares. Yi Tao received the admission notice from the Guan family, and he probably won't have time to go to the underground boxing ring in Longmen anymore. He took some time out to explain the situation to Longmen's manager Brother Liu. When Brother Liu heard that he was going to work for the Guan family, he readily terminated the contract with him. But there is one condition: I have to participate in the boxing match this month as usual. Longmen's boxing matches are scheduled 1 month in advance. Many people came this month just for Yi Tao, and the tickets for the match have already been sold out. If the competition is canceled, the economic losses will be too great. Yi Tao knew that what he had done was not fair, so he agreed to Brother Liu's conditions. That night, he returned to his residence exhausted after attending a boxing match. As soon as I opened the door, I realized something was wrong. The lights in the living room were on. Could it be that Rose is back? But she said before that she had been staying at a friend's house during this period. You're back. A familiar voice sounded. On the sofa in the living room, Susan was wearing a white dress with a haze blue long sweater jacket on the outside, and her long black hair was draped softly over her shoulders. Perhaps it was the light that tricked him, but Yi Tao actually saw some tenderness in her. He stood at the entrance of the living room and looked at her warily. How did you get in? Susan smiled and said, I said I was your fiancée and got the key from the property management. Yi Tao frowned, his displeasure obvious. But there is no point in arguing about this at this point. She's already in, he can't just kick her out now. So he calmed himself down and walked over to the sofa opposite Susan and sat down. What's the matter? Susan spoke with a serious expression. In the car accident 5 years ago, I misunderstood you without investigating it clearly, and I also used cold violence against you. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Yi Tao's eyes were filled with shock. Susan actually apologized to him? And with such a serious attitude. You know, in these 8 years, Susan has never said sorry to him. And today is the first time. In the past, even if she did something wrong, I would just be soft-hearted and say a few mild words and let it go. Susan continued. Assistant fan received a video a few days ago. The video showed a conversation between Angela and the driver who caused the car accident 5 years ago. This incident should have been planned by her. I will investigate it as soon as possible and clear your name. Video? Yi Tao suddenly thought of what Bai Xinglan had said to him a few days ago. Could it be that he posted this video, and this is his sincerity? I have misunderstood you for so long. I should make it up to you, Susan said, pulling out a document from the bag at her side and placing it on the coffee table. Take a look. Yi Tao lowered his eyes and took a look. The big words share transfer contract caught his eyes. He concealed his shock and flipped through the book casually. This is a share transfer contract regarding Su Group. The contract stated that 20% of the shares of the Su Group would be transferred to him unconditionally, and he only needed to sign his name at the end of the contract. Yi Tao retracted his gaze and looked at Susan with an incredulous look. Are you crazy? She got 20% of the shares at once. You have to know that Su Xin is her sister, and she only gets 10%. Moreover, as the person in charge of the Su family, Susan values the shares of the Su Group more than anything else. Anyone who dares to covet the shares in her hands will be dealt with mercilessly by her. Now she is willing to give him 20%. Yi Tao couldn't think of any reason why she did this, and could only conclude that there was something wrong with her brain. Susan wasn't angry when she was told this. She seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, and always maintained a very calm attitude. In fact, this agreement is the will made by my grandfather before he passed away. Speaking of Grandpa Su, Yi Tao's face showed a nostalgic look. The tortuous relationship between him and Susan, the people in the Su family were actually very nice to him, with the exception of Su Xin, of course. Su's father and mother adopted him. Although their original intention was to keep him as Susan as child husband, they provided him with food and clothing and sent him to school so that he could receive a good education. After Su's father and mother died in a car accident, Susan's Aunt Fong Honley came to the Su family and made a big fuss. They said he was a jinx and a disaster, and that Su's father and mother were killed by him. At that time, he was full of fear and really wondered if he had a bad luck and killed Su's father and mother. But Mr. Su stood up to support him and allowed him to continue staying in the Su family. Before Mr. Su passed away, he went against everyone's opinion and arranged his marriage to Susan. He has always been grateful to Mr. Su. Grandpa said that when I marry you, I will give you this agreement. As long as you sign it, the contract will take effect immediately. The contract was not brought out for a long time. Firstly, because the wedding was canceled, and secondly, because she had always been suspicious of Yi Tao. The reason I bring it up now is because of what Zhang Wei said. Exchange sincerity for sincerity. She had misunderstood him for 5 years, and this contract was her compensation to Yi Tao. Even if they haven't gotten married yet, the contract can be signed by Yi Tao first. After what happened before, she believed that Yi Tao would not betray her. Yi Tao pushed the contract back to Susan without any reluctance. Susan was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Yi Tao, I won't marry you, so I won't sign this contract. Susan couldn't believe it and raised her voice. Do you know what you were talking about? This is 20% of the shares of the Su Group. With these shares, the dividends alone will be several hundred million every year. Others begged for it, but failed. Yet Yi Tao said he would not sign it. Yi Tao said seriously, I won't sign. Although he just flipped through it casually, he also saw the last clause in the contract. After signing this contract, he will always be the son-in-law of the Su family and can never divorce Susan. If it were the Yi Tao of the past, he would have signed the contract willingly without hesitation, as he loved Susan deeply. But now he doesn't want to. He doesn't have any particular ambitions, nor does he have any material desires. He can earn money by himself to meet his daily needs. He was unwilling to lock himself up in the Su family and tie himself to Susan for the sake of the money. Susan's voice became colder, and there was a hint of impatience between her brows. I've done this much for you, Yi Tao. Don't take it anymore. Chapter 50. Susan drugged and forced Yi Tao to marry.